In the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng is lazily enjoying a maid's massage when a cold electronic voice suddenly rings out in his head. He shoves the maid aside and stares at the floating status screen for a life simulator with 3 gifted attempts and no energy. Jiang Yifeng almost explodes with relief, because after 5 years in this world his long-awaited golden finger has finally arrived. A quick flashback explains why he sounds so dramatic. He transmigrated from Earth, became the heir of a giant merchant clan, and spent those years drowning in wine and women because luxury was simply too easy. Since this world looked like an ordinary ancient society where martial arts were mostly flashy tricks, he had convinced himself that being a rich wastrel was good enough. Now that the simulator is here, he decides he can finally try a different life and immediately starts his first simulation. The simulator burns one attempt, notices he has no energy, and forces a free white talent on him instead. He realizes too late that he forgot to convert anything into energy, but all he can do now is grit his teeth and keep watching. Then the simulator reveals the white talent 3-minute enthusiasm, which gives him only 3 minutes a day of real drive. He immediately roasts the talent for sounding pathetic, especially that suspicious line about being firm for only 3 minutes. Inside the simulation, the newly inspired Jiang Yifeng vows to reform and heads straight to the Wu family martial arts school to learn martial arts. Wu Yudao clearly thinks this pampered rich kid will never endure real training, but money talks and he accepts Jiang Yifeng anyway. For one whole day, Jiang Yifeng actually trains hard enough to spend an hour squatting in the morning and another half hour in the afternoon. By evening, his 1 day of reform is already over, and Jiang Yifeng heads to Spring Blossom Pavilion with his usual drinking crowd to relax. That night, the terrible talent proves exactly what it meant, and Jiang Yifeng embarrassingly lasts only 3 minutes before collapsing. He does not stagger out of Spring Blossom Pavilion until the next afternoon, and shamelessly tells himself he just overworked his body. Watching from reality, Jiang Yifeng turns blackface because his glorious first step towards self-improvement has already become a joke. The simulation gets even worse when his friend Liang Zhilei invites him out again, and the moment he hears Qiu Jixuan will be there, Jiang Yifeng postpones training without a fight. After that, the pattern barely changes: pleasure houses, drinking, and the same miserable 3-minute performance night after night. A whole year slips by, and all his grand ambition amounts to just an hour and a half of martial training versus 364 days at the pleasure house. Real Jiang Yifeng nearly cries from second-hand shame and desperately insists there has to be some mistake. In the second year of the simulation, he does try to clean up his act, refusing some invitations and throwing himself at martial arts again. The effort is pitiful, because half a day of training wipes him out, 2 hours wipes him out again, and before long temptation drags him right back to the pleasure house. 10 years disappear in this cycle of slogans and failure, while his father Jiang Fushan keeps expanding the family business into the richest firm in the entire kingdom. In the 11th year, Jiang Fushan leaves on a major business trip to the neighboring Liang kingdom. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng starts noticing that his father seems strangely restless, as if he is carrying a secret burden. Then in the 13th year, a black-clad figure arrives with the wind and stands in the air outside the mansion, turning Jiang Yifeng's lazy game into pure horror. The figure says nothing and drops a giant palm strike that instantly smashes the entire Jiang family mansion. The first simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 33 and a reward list so pathetic it almost feels insulting. This time his shock is real, because the floating attacker looked exactly like the kind of cultivator he never believed existed. He instantly understands the stakes. If that attack ever happens for real, the whole Jiang family is finished. Instead of treating the simulator like a toy, he clings to it as his only warning and realizes he still has time to change the future. Thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng admits he knows almost nothing about cultivators or why one would target his family, so he decides to relearn this world from scratch. He also remembers a useful clue from the simulation. His father became uneasy in the 12th year, which means Jiang Fushan may know more than he says. When he checks the reward screen again, the options are so embarrassing that he can barely stand to look at them. He refuses the cursed talent, ignores the useless years of pleasure house experience, and settles for the only sensible pick: 8.5 hours of martial arts practice. The reward settles with no visible change, which only makes the first simulation feel even more underwhelming. After a brief pause, he decides to simulate again anyway, because even bad rewards are worth it if they expose the truth about cultivators and save his family. This time he prepares properly by feeding valuables into the simulator and watching silver, a gold ring, and a night pearl turn into energy points. He drills one rule into his own head before starting: no more pleasure house distractions, find cultivators, and improve himself. On the second start, the simulator offers him a paid green talent draw, and for a rich merchant heir the 1,000-point cost feels trivial. So he spends the money without hesitation and draws a green talent called Passerby. The talent turns out to be exactly the kind of tool he needs, because Passerby lets him overhear information that most ordinary people never learn. The second simulation opens on a much smarter version of him, with Jiang Yifeng rushing to ask his father directly whether cultivators exist. Watching that play out calms him a little, because it proves choices and mindset in reality really can alter the next simulation. Still, he does not trust himself yet, and keeps repeating the same warning: stay out of the pleasure house and focus on cultivators. But when simulated Jiang Yifeng questions Jiang Fushan, his father just laughs it off and tells him to stop reading so many storybooks. Jiang Yifeng cannot tell whether his father is hiding the truth or truly knows nothing, so that Li dies on the spot. The next day he searches all over Green Hill City, but the locals only talk about vague immortal legends and nobody has seen a real cultivator. He quickly realizes those stories are useless fantasy, not the kind of real flying killer who destroyed his mansion in the first simulation. On the third day he turns to Wu Yudao, hoping a widely traveled martial arts master might know something that ordinary people do not. Wu Yudao disappoints him too, saying cultivators are just something he has only heard about in books. Even so, Wu Yudao brags that martial arts trained to the extreme can split mountains and tear the earth, then pitches lessons for 1,000 taels of silver a year. That claim sparks Jiang Yifeng's imagination, and he immediately asks for a demonstration, promising 10,000 taels of gold if Wu Yudao can really do anything close to that. Wu Yudao takes the insult exactly as expected and kicks the spoiled customer straight out of the school. By the fourth day, his investigation is still going nowhere. Then on the fifth day, passerby finally triggers, and a distant woman's gossip suddenly starts playing right in his ears. The talent does work, but in the most ridiculous way possible, feeding him scandal about old Wang the butcher and widow Lu instead of anything useful about cultivators. He still recognizes the value in it, because the voice sounds like it came from the other side of the city, proving the talent can steal hidden conversations across impossible distance. Back in reality, he can only sigh at the absurd result, now understanding that passerby A is powerful but random, and whether it helps him may come down to luck. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng spends years quietly chasing any hint of immortals around Green Hill City, but all he really learns is ordinary street gossip. His obsession becomes so notorious that people start whispering that the Jiang clan's young master has gone mad. Jiang Fushan pulls him aside and repeatedly tells him to stop reading fantasy stories and give up on cultivation entirely. Jiang Yifeng cannot explain the simulator, so he only pretends to agree and keeps investigating in secret. By the second year, he gives up on searching alone and spends heavily to hire people to dig for clues about cultivators for him. When Green Hill City yields nothing, he decides the answer must be farther away and leaves with 4 guards and a large sum of money. 2 months later, mountain bandits slaughter all 4 guards and strip him of his money. He saves himself for the moment by blurting out his identity and arguing that a rich merchant heir is worth more alive than dead. A month later, Jiang Fushan pays the ransom and brings his son back to Green Hill City alive. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns at the simulation and finally admits how naive he was about the world outside the city. The next simulated run starts with him correcting that mistake, hiring many martial guards and even putting Wu Yudao in charge. The expanded expedition still finds nothing for years, but repeated bandit attacks prove that strong martial artists matter more than he used to think. Wu Yudao's strength leaves the deepest impression, because he can cut through dozens of bandits, almost by himself. In the 5th year, Jiang Yifeng finally overhears a rumor through his talent that something abnormal in the Evergreen Mountain Range might point to an immortal. He trusts that lead enough to move at once and take his men straight into the Evergreen Mountain Range. He spends more than 2 years searching the endless mountains, sees no cultivator at all, and barely even finds other people. Then in the 8th year, he finally spots a small Taoist temple in the distance, and rushes toward what looks like his first real breakthrough. Before he can reach it, a cold voice from behind condemns him for seeking immortals without permission. Jiang Yifeng turns and sees a shadowy figure flying in on a sword, confirming that the danger is far beyond ordinary martial fighters. The sword-riding attacker strikes at once, and even Wu Yudao's desperate rescue fails before the cultivator's sword light. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 28, and 2 rewards on the screen: his gossip talent, or a map to the heavenly profound temple. Reading that death line carefully, Jiang Yifeng realizes the sword rider killed him specifically for seeking cultivators, which explains why the whole city knows almost nothing. He pieces together a darker possibility: anyone who learns too much about cultivators may be silenced before the knowledge can spread. Even so, he cannot give up, because a cultivator threat still hangs 13 years ahead and he needs power to protect himself and his family. So he sets a hard rule for himself: in real life he will never mention cultivators again, and every dangerous probe will stay inside the simulator. When he compares the 2 rewards, the map wins out, because luck-based gossip is too unreliable and the temple site feels like a real lead. He chooses the heavenly profound temple map, only for the simulator to immediately warn that he does not have enough energy to claim it yet. Jiang Yifeng responds without hesitation and starts feeding the simulator everything valuable in his room. Gold silkwood furniture, a jade scepter, and even fine clothes vanish into energy, while silver notes turn out to be worth almost nothing. By the time he is done, the once luxurious room is practically emptied out, but he finally has enough energy. He buys the map and sees that the heavenly profound temple lies several thousand kilometers away in the Evergreen Mountain Range. That distance, plus the bandit disaster from the simulation, convinces him not to rush out in reality, and to squeeze more answers from the simulator first. He settles on a new plan for the last simulation: secretly check the temple first, and if that fails, start learning martial arts himself. When he starts the third simulation and pays for a green talent draw, the result is Fitness Expert, a talent built for rapid physical improvement. The timing feels almost too perfect, and Jiang Yifeng takes it as a chance to finally stop being physically useless. In the new simulation, he still heads for the Evergreen Mountain Range first, but this time he goes to the Wu family martial arts school and asks Wu Yudao to come with him. Wu Yudao refuses at first and bluntly reminds him that he is the master of a martial arts school, not some hired bodyguard. Jiang Yifeng calmly throws out a 1 million tael silver note, and Wu Yudao's dignity bends almost instantly. By the end of that exchange, Wu Yudao is cheerfully redefining schoolmaster as a side job and agreeing to leave at dawn. The next morning, Jiang Yifeng arrives with bamboo hats and masks and insists that both of them travel undercover. Wu Yudao thinks the disguise is unnecessary, but Jiang Yifeng's past deaths have made him stubbornly cautious. So they slip out of Green Hill City in disguise, starting a long journey on foot instead of taking the easy road. After the first hard day and 20 kilometers of walking, Jiang Yifeng is wiped out, and Wu Yudao suggests buying a carriage at the next town. Jiang Yifeng almost agrees to the carriage, then his 2 simulation deaths flash through his mind and he forces himself to keep training the hard way. Even on that first day, he notices something strange and encouraging. He is tired, but his body is not breaking down the way it should. He takes that as proof that Fitness Expert is working, and over the next days his daily distance climbs from the low 20s into the high 20s. By the 60th day, the change is ridiculous, and Jiang Yifeng can casually cover 90 kilometers on foot. Back in reality, even Jiang Yifeng is stunned by how brutally effective the talent is after just 2 months. Inside the simulation, Wu Yudao has been watching that growth too, and he finally calls Jiang Yifeng a martial arts prodigy. Then the famously money-loving master offers to teach him for 900 taels, actually giving him a discount out of genuine interest. Jiang Yifeng still turns him down for now, because he wants to see the heavenly profound temple first in case immortal fate is waiting there. In the 3rd month, they officially enter the Evergreen Mountain Range and immediately run into mountain bandits again. Wu Yudao holds off 100 enemies without collapsing, while Jiang Yifeng can only run because strength without fighting skill is still not enough. After half a day of fighting, the bandits are finally driven off, and Jiang Yifeng escapes the mess with only a rough, disheveled look. In the 4th month, the map finally leads them to the marked coordinates of the heavenly profound temple. But instead of the small Taoist temple from the earlier simulation, they find only ruins, and Jiang Yifeng is completely baffled. Back in reality, he works out the most likely answer. This run reached the site years earlier, before someone later built the temple he saw last time. The simulation resumes with that same guess, and although the result is disappointing, Jiang Yifeng decides he has come too far to turn back without searching the ruins. After more than a month searching the ruin sect, Jiang Yifeng finds nothing but bones, so he asks Wu Yudao to help bury the dead instead of leaving them exposed. By the 6th month, the ruins are ringed with fresh graves, and Jiang Yifeng picks up the last skeleton, ready to finish and move on. Under that final skeleton, Jiang Yifeng suddenly spots 2 hidden books, and his dead end turns into hope. Once the skeleton is buried, Jiang Yifeng eagerly opens the books and learns that one of them is the heavenly profound art, an actual cultivation technique. The text is written in archaic language he cannot read yet, but Jiang Yifeng is thrilled anyway and carefully sets the manual aside to study after returning home. The second book is badly damaged, but Jiang Yifeng still pieces together one huge clue. This world is called the 9 Mystic Realm. A few surviving pages also list the cultivation ladder from Qi refining up through Tribulation Crossing, finally giving Jiang Yifeng a real outline of the immortal path. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the glowing simulator panel in open excitement because the ruins really did hide a cultivation manual. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng hesitates over whether he still needs to revisit the heavenly profound temple now that he already has a cultivation method. When he notices Wu Yudao watching, Jiang Yifeng even offers to let him copy the technique to avoid future trouble. Wu Yudao just laughs it off and says he only wants martial arts, not immortality, which earns Jiang Yifeng's genuine respect. They head back in the 7th month, and thanks to Jiang Yifeng's improved body, the return trip to Green Hills City only takes 2 months. Back in Green Hill City, Jiang Yifeng spends day after day studying the heavenly profound art until he can finally read it smoothly in the 1st year. But in the 2nd year, his first real attempt at cultivation fails because he cannot draw any qi into his body. Years pass with no progress, so Jiang Yifeng starts brutal physical training and eventually reaches the point where he can lift 500 or 600 pounds with one hand. In reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns at the panel and starts to fear that either the technique is flawed or he simply has no talent for cultivation. Remembering the shadowy killer who appears in the 13th year, he urgently decides that if cultivation fails, his simulated self needs to turn to martial arts and survive another way. The simulation seems to respond, because in the 6th year Jiang Yifeng gives up obsessing over qi and goes to train under Wu Yudao at the Wu family martial arts school. Seeing that change, the real Jiang Yifeng laughs because he realizes his thoughts can nudge the simulator's path. A year of training sharpens Jiang Yifeng fast, and his raw strength jumps again until he can easily lift more than 1,000 pounds with one hand. By the 8th year, his brute force stalls again, but his techniques keep rising until he can spar evenly with Wu Yudao. In the 9th year, Wu Yudao admits Jiang Yifeng has outgrown him and offers to pass down his family's ancestral manual. Jiang Yifeng agrees at once and even tries to pay, but the usually greedy Wu Yudao refuses the silver and instead solemnly hands over a yellowed heirloom book. Wu Yudao explains that his ancestors said this heirloom could lead to immortality through martial arts, but he himself never met the training standard. Jiang Yifeng nearly writes the untitled booklet off as a joke, until the first line hits him like thunder. The manual declares that ancient humans once used martial arts to shatter the heavens, kill demons, move mountains, and fill seas, and Jiang Yifeng's blood starts boiling. Then he reaches the claim that the pinnacle of martial arts can even create worlds, and his whole understanding of this world starts to shift. After studying further, Jiang Yifeng realizes the book is less ordinary martial arts and more a body cultivation path called martial Dao. The manual explains the body tempering realm, split into skin, flesh, and bone refinement, with hard bottlenecks blocking each major stage. Jiang Yifeng finally understands why his strength had stopped growing. Ordinary training could only push him to the limit of the skin refinement stage. Better yet, the manual's strange movement set is supposed to break that limit, making Wu Yudao's gift feel like perfect timing. He starts practicing the movements immediately, but even with his powerful body, finishing one full set leaves him collapsed like a corpse. That misery also explains why Wu Yudao never learned it, because an ordinary person would not even be able to complete the routine. The payoff comes fast anyway, and after only a few rounds of practice, Jiang Yifeng feels his strength rising again. In reality, Jiang Yifeng is shaken and excited because the manual proves martial Dao in this world is something far beyond normal fighting. He also starts wondering where all these martial experts and cultivators have gone, since nobody in ordinary life ever talks about them. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng trains even harder, but the new method burns through energy so fast that he develops an almost frightening hunger for meat. Jiang Fushan gets alarmed watching his son eat like a monster after every session and starts dragging famous doctors in to examine him. Only after every doctor agrees the problem is just martial training burning too much energy does Jiang Fushan finally calm down. As the years roll on, Jiang Fushan expands the Jiang clan firm until it becomes the top merchant house in the Great Abyssal Kingdom. In the 11th year, a major business opportunity takes Jiang Fushan out to the neighboring Liang Kingdom. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng knows the shadowy palm-using cultivator will strike the Jiang family next year, so he decides it is finally time to leave Green Hills City. Before he can act, Jiang Fushan finds him first and bluntly orders him to leave the city for a while. Jiang Yifeng immediately senses something is wrong and presses his father for the real reason, but Jiang Fushan only insists that he wants his son to gain experience. With no truth coming from his father, Jiang Yifeng has no choice but to leave Green Hills City alone. Watching this in reality, Jiang Yifeng becomes sure his father knows about the coming disaster, even if he still refuses to say it outright. He tries to compare this run to the first simulation and guesses his new martial strength may be why his father now believes escaping alone gives him a real chance to live. That leads him to a grim conclusion. The danger around the Jiang family may be survivable if faced correctly, but leaving too early as a weak man would have been even deadlier than staying. He can only sigh in frustration, because if Jiang Fushan keeps hiding the truth, Jiang Yifeng still has no clean way to solve the crisis. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng hides deep in the mountains and trains for years, steadily growing stronger until his progress starts slowing again. By the 15th year, he realizes he has hit another wall, this time the peak of the 6th layer of body tempering, the end of flesh refinement. The manual says a bone tempering pill is the best way past this bottleneck, but Jiang Yifeng has no idea what it is or where to find one. Worried that this slow path will never make him strong enough to face the shadowy enemy, Jiang Yifeng turns back to the heavenly profound art for one more chance at cultivation. But even after wasting another full year on it, he still cannot make the heavenly profound art work at all. In the 16th year of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng decides it is finally time to search for the real heavenly profound temple. He reasons that the ruined sect he found before must have been rebuilt into a Taoist temple later, and whoever rebuilt it may know the truth about the cultivation art. But the moment he leaves the mountains, a shadowy figure appears and coldly calls him a Jiang clan remnant. The stranger strikes with crushing force, and Jiang Yifeng can only turn and run for his life. The attacker mocks him as just a body-tempering martial artist, and Jiang Yifeng is killed on the spot at 36. Back in reality, the simulation reward list appears, and this time every option looks painfully valuable. What really rattles him is the same shadowy killer returning again and still hunting the Jiang family even after he left home early. He briefly suspects the family was targeted for its wealth, then realizes that does not explain why the enemy would chase him down personally. He wants to question his father, but the simulations have already taught him Jiang Fushan would never reveal the truth. So he forces himself to stop guessing and settles on the only answer that matters now. He needs more strength. He considers the fitness expert talent first, but even though it trained him fast, it could not carry him past major bottlenecks. The unnamed manual tempts him badly, especially after proving its value in the simulation, but he decides he can get that from Wu Yudao in real life. That leaves the heavenly profound art, or a jump to 6th layer body tempering, and he chooses immediate martial power. The extraction hits at once, and boiling strength surges through his body in a rush of new power. To test it, he steps into the yard and punches straight through a decorative tree with his bare hand. The sheer force leaves him thrilled for a second, because this kind of punch could kill an ordinary person outright. Then a patrol in black uniforms walks past, and the sight instantly drags him back to the shadowy killer from the simulation. He reins himself in, reminding himself that even now he still could not survive half a move from that enemy. Still irritated by the black uniforms, he calls for his maid Little Peach to fetch the steward. Little Peach quickly returns with Jiang Dufu, the slightly chubby steward of the Jiang household. With a completely serious face, Jiang Yifeng orders the guards' black uniforms replaced because black is not festive. Jiang Dufu is mildly puzzled, but he accepts it without argument because Jiang Yifeng's orders are law in this house. Jiang Yifeng adds a more important command and tells him to buy as much gold, silver, and jewelry as possible and deliver it all straight to him. Once they leave, Jiang Yifeng reviews his first 3 simulations and realizes he made clumsy choices, but not useless ones. He concludes that the unnamed manual only came out because he had already shown absurd martial Dao talent, so the earlier detours still mattered. That thought steadies him, and he decides the simulator lets him afford mistakes because wrong paths can simply be tested again. With the next simulation still 7 days away, he sets a real-world goal for the week: get the unnamed manual from Wu Yudao. Over the next few days, he visits the Wu family martial arts school and starts by pretending he only wants to buy a rumored secret manual. Wu Yudao plays dumb and refuses to admit any such manual exists. So Jiang Yifeng stops talking and smashes a training post with one punch right in front of him. That display changes everything, and Wu Yudao calls him a true martial prodigy. Wu Yudao then solemnly hands over the unnamed manual and says he hopes Jiang Yifeng can restore the glory of martial Dao. Jiang Yifeng is not even surprised, because the same thing happened in the simulation once Wu Yudao saw enough talent. Even so, exposing his strength makes him uneasy, so he repeatedly warns Wu Yudao not to spread a word about it. Once he studies the manual, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the difference between ordinary martial arts and real martial Dao. Ordinary martial arts are mostly moves, but martial Dao is a brutal path of pushing the body past its limits until it can rival the immortal Dao. The special body-strengthening movements are only the beginning, and even those require a person to first reach normal human physical limits through sheer effort. That explains why Wu Yudao never mastered it, while Jiang Yifeng only qualified because the fitness expert talent forced his body up to the threshold. The later methods are even crueler, involving things like thunder or ground fire to destroy and rebuild the body. Jiang Yifeng immediately dismisses those methods for now, because with his current body they would just kill him. He was never planning to train hard in reality anyway, so he goes right back to acting like the same spoiled pleasure seeker everyone expects. Keeping that playboy mask becomes a deliberate choice, because he has no idea whether the future attack on his family is fate or a plan already in motion. A week passes, and boxes of gold, silver, and jewels finally start arriving from Jiangdafu. Jiang Yifeng lays a hand on the treasure and quietly converts the whole haul into simulator energy. The energy count climbs again and again until his total shoots to nearly 200 million. Hearing that even more wealth is still on the way from other cities, he can only marvel at how easy energy becomes when your family is this rich. That comfort turns serious fast, because he knows protecting the Jiang family now also protects his future source of simulation power. Then the simulator suddenly announces that his energy has crossed the threshold for an upgrade. The price is a brutal 100 million energy, but with more wealth already coming in, he chooses to upgrade without much hesitation. The simulator upgrades to version 2.0, unlocking blue talents and letting him claim 2 rewards after each simulation instead of 1. Jiang Yifeng is thrilled by the new features, then immediately regrets not stockpiling even more energy sooner. By the end of the chapter, he makes a new rule for himself. From now on, every bit of treasure he gets will be converted at once so he can rush the next upgrade. With the simulator upgraded and refreshed, Jiang Yifeng starts his 4th life simulation without hesitation. The new version offers a blue talent draw for a huge energy cost, and Jiang Yifeng spends it immediately. He lands the 5 elements fake spiritual root, the worst kind of spiritual root, but to him it still feels like a breakthrough. Since he finally has a cultivation talent, simulated Jiang Yifeng decides to head for the Evergreen Mountain Range and claim the heavenly profound art first. The moment he steps out, Jiang Fushan stops him and asks why he has been buying so much gold, silver, and jewelry lately. Jiang Yifeng cannot explain the simulator, so he awkwardly lies that he just picked up a new hobby. Instead of pressing him, Jiang Fushan simply asks if he needs more money. Jiang Yifeng admits he really is short on cash, and his father smiles and hands him the key to the study so he can take what he needs. Moved by his father's trust, Jiang Yifeng grips the study key, and after Jiang Fushan leaves, he quickly departs Green Hills City. He keeps traveling on foot again, not for training this time, but because he still does not know how to ride a horse. With 6-layer body tempering, he covers 200 miles in a single afternoon, and keeps up a pace close to a fast horse. The next few days stay uneventful as Jiang Yifeng keeps moving through remote country, and one night he shelters in a crumbling ruined temple. On the 5th day, mountain bandits appear, and instead of panicking, Jiang Yifeng lights up with excitement. Shouting that he is eliminating evil for the people, he charges straight in and tears through ordinary bandits with ease. Only the bandit leader escapes on horseback, and Jiang Yifeng chases him with real vengeance in his heart over old simulated robberies. Hours into the pursuit, the horse still cannot shake him, but Jiang Yifeng is already gasping as his endurance starts to fail. He refuses to give up, chases for a full day, runs the horse to death, and finally beats the bandit leader to death with his fists. The revenge feels so satisfying that he laughs out loud, then immediately collapses from total exhaustion and falls asleep right there in the open wild. Watching from reality, Jiang Yifeng is deeply unimpressed and refuses to believe he is petty enough to chase revenge this far. In the simulation, he wakes up alive the next morning, but one look around tells him something is very wrong. He realizes he chased the bandit leader so far off course that he has completely lost the planned route. He pulls out the Heavenly Profound Temple map, compares it to the land around him, and goes blank because his current position is not even on it. He cannot retrace yesterday's chase either, so after a tense pause, he picks the biggest mountain range he can see and heads that way. A day later he still has not met a single person, the land grows harsher, and even those mountains remain maddeningly far away. After 2 more days with no villages in sight, Jiang Yifeng finally admits the truth to himself. He is completely lost. His rations keep shrinking, and the isolation that first felt strange now starts to feel dangerous. 3 days later he collapses in a desert with no food or water left, staring into space as he starts to lose hope. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng's face darkens at the thought of dying from getting lost and starving in the desert. He silently urges his simulated self not to give up, and this time the man in the desert answers with a roar and forces himself back up. Remembering that he still has to save both himself and the Jiang family, he decides this hardship is too small to die from. He starts searching the sand for any sign of life and barely keeps himself alive by catching a few sand snakes. Day by day he adapts to the desert, learning to find enough small animals to survive. A year later, the pampered young master is gone, replaced by a ragged desert survivor who still has not reached the distant mountains. He finally realizes those mountains may not be the evergreen mountain range at all, so he stops chasing that false landmark and just keeps moving in one chosen direction. Once survival is stable, he turns the desert into a training ground and resumes practicing the unnamed manual every day. Years crawl by, and his martial Tao improves painfully slowly, with only slight gains in the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th years. By the 10th year he is still trapped in the same endless desert, unable to understand how a place can be this vast. In the 13th year, he keeps training while worrying that the Jiang family may already have met the disaster he wanted to prevent. His persistence finally pays off in the 15th year when he breaks through to the 7th layer of body tempering. By the 20th year, he realizes this accidental exile may have saved him, because the shadowy sword-riding killer still has not found him here. 40 years in, now already in his 60s, he is still in the desert, but at last he breaks into the 8th layer of body tempering. 3 years later, the desert ground suddenly begins to churn beneath him. Something huge bursts out of the sand and throws a giant shadow over him before he can even understand what he is seeing. When Jiang Yifeng looks up, the giant thing swallows him whole, and his 4th simulation ends with him dead at 63. The reward list appears, offering his new fake spiritual route, 40 years of martial Tao progress, or an incomplete map of the Death Desert. He decides the spiritual route is non-negotiable, because even a terrible route is still his path into cultivation and longer life. He is tempted by the hard-earned 8th layer martial Tao, but the desert map feels more valuable in the long run because it can help him survive future simulations much longer. After thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng chooses the 5 elements fake spiritual route and the Desert of Death map. The simulator deducts the energy, the incomplete desert map appears in his hand, and the spiritual route settles into him so subtly that he feels almost nothing. Seeing that he still has plenty of energy left, he relaxes and decides there is no need to keep pushing Jiang Dafu for more valuables right away. Then a knock comes at the door, and Jiang Fushan's voice calls for him from outside. Jiang Yifeng instantly remembers the same meeting from the simulation and mutters to himself that his father must be here to give him money again. He quickly puts away the Desert of Death map and walks over cheerfully to open the door for his father. After handing over the study key and hurrying off on business, Jiang Fushan leaves Jiang Yifeng staring after him with a sudden guilty ache. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng seriously thinks about how dangerous the outside world is for a father who spends his life traveling. That worry hardens into anger, and Jiang Yifeng decides the mountain bandits need to be wiped out for good. He raids the study for silver notes, and heads straight to the Wu family martial arts school to turn that decision into action. At the martial arts school, Jiang Yifeng bluntly asks Wu Yudao to lead a real bandit extermination force. Wu Yudao is ready to refuse until Jiang Yifeng drops a heavy pile of money in front of him and settles the matter instantly. Notices go up, hired fighters gather fast, and within 3 days Wu Yudao marches out of Green Hill City to crush the bandits. With the dirty work outsourced, Jiang Yifeng smugly goes to Spring Blossom Pavilion to keep playing the carefree young master. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself in early and opens the simulator again as soon as his use refreshes. He spends the huge cost for a blue talent draw, gambling on something powerful. The result is perfect aim, a ridiculous blue talent for intimate accuracy, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare at the panel in disbelief. He explodes and accuses the simulator of fraud, furious that he burned so much energy on something this useless. The simulator actually answers back, dryly insisting the talent is valuable for anyone struggling to have children. Realizing it can respond, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly asks if he can draw more talents by paying extra, but the simulator goes silent again. With no answer coming, he drops the argument and starts his fifth simulation. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng ignores the useless new talent and sticks to his real goal: reach the evergreen mountain range and seize the cultivation method first. The road feels tense but clearer than before, with old bloodstains marking past fights and no bandits stopping him. When he hears fighting on the third day, he checks the scene and finds Wu Yudeo's hired force already overwhelming the mountain bandits. Satisfied that the purge is handling the roads, Jiang Yifeng quietly slips away and keeps moving for the ruins. By the 10th day he reaches the ruins, buries the skeletons into a small graveyard nearby, and takes the heavenly profound art as planned. Instead of leaving, he builds a small shelter beside the ruins and decides to wait for whoever might someday return to this place. Jiang Yifeng knows cultivators are dangerous, but his lack of information pushes him to gamble on learning from whoever rebuilds the site. His new life settles into a hard routine: martial practice at dawn, hunting at noon, and studying the heavenly profound art each afternoon. After a month of grinding away alone, he finally senses his qi and realizes he has touched the doorway to cultivation. The breakthrough leaves him so thrilled that he celebrates the only way he can out here and eats an extra deer. A full year later, his martial body has only inched forward, but he finally completes one true circulation and pulls a tiny thread of spiritual energy into his qi. In the second year, his cultivation crawls forward so slowly that he only gathers a dozen strands of spiritual energy. That miserable progress makes the truth painfully clear again: his fake spiritual root really is terrible. Then in the third year, a woman in white suddenly appears floating above the ruins, and Jiang Yifeng instantly knows she is a powerful cultivator. Even with every bad memory telling him cultivators mean death, Jiang Yifeng still dares to approach because he needs answers. No matter how long he walks, he cannot get any closer, and he realizes she is quietly keeping him in place. Since she only stops him instead of harming him, Jiang Yifeng wisely stays put and waits for a chance to speak. After a long silence, the woman in white sighs and flicks her sleeve, and the whole earth begins to shake. Before Jiang Yifeng's eyes, a full Taoist temple slowly rises out of the ruined site and reveals itself as the heavenly profound temple. As soon as the shaking ends, the woman in white appears beside him and asks one cold, direct question: did he build the graveyard? Jiang Yifeng admits it immediately, hoping this really means she has ties to the dead sect and might show him some goodwill. She thanks him for burying her dear friend and then shocks him by offering to abolish his cultivation as a reward. Terrified, Jiang Yifeng refuses over and over and makes it clear he will not give up the little cultivation he finally earned. She does not force him, but she warns that continuing to cultivate in this region will lead to certain death. When Jiang Yifeng presses for the reason and then asks about cultivation, she refuses both times and says his current strength would only get him killed faster. Seeing that he will not quit, the woman in white hesitates once and then suddenly throws a rune at him. The strike does not hurt him at all, and she explains it is a breath-concealing talisman that will hide his cultivation for 20 years. Relieved, Jiang Yifeng listens closely as she adds one crucial limit: the talisman cannot hide him if he actively uses his power. Then she tosses him a storage ring full of cultivation resources, saying his poor aptitude means it should last him a very long time. Jiang Yifeng thanks her again and again, privately marveling that burying the dead has brought him such a huge reward. 3 days later, the woman in white leaves the heavenly profound temple with one last glance and vanishes as suddenly as she came. Once she is really gone, Jiang Yifeng can only admit the meeting gave him benefits, not the deeper answers he wanted. Back in reality, reading the simulation log leaves Jiang Yifeng frustrated that weakness still keeps the real secrets sealed away from him. He pushes past that disappointment and keeps reading, determined to squeeze every useful detail out of the simulation. After the woman in white leaves, simulated Jiang Yifeng goes back to his lonely routine until he finally uses a spirit stone from the storage ring. The effect is immediate and brutal to compare. In 2 months, one spirit stone gives him dozens of strands of spiritual energy, far beyond what a year of normal effort managed. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the ugly truth of cultivation. Resources can cover some of his weakness, but his bad talent still limits how fast the technique itself can run. And when he realizes the ring holds nearly 1,000 spirit stones, it dawns on him that the woman in white truly gave him enough resources to last a lifetime at his current pace. In the 4th simulated year, Jiang Yifeng decides to leave the Evergreen Mountain range early because he remembers being killed there before by the shadowy Sword Rider. He knows the Sword Rider is not his only threat, because the cultivator who struck the Jiang family once tracked him down even before he had started cultivating. Even with the woman in white's breath-concealing talisman, Jiang Yifeng still feels exposed, so he sticks to his old plan and heads for the Desert of Death to hide longer. By the 5th year, he has gone deep into the desert with a storage ring full of food, so this time hunger is no longer the thing trying to kill him. He keeps moving while training every day, practicing the unnamed manual, circulating the heavenly profound art once, and using the rest of his time to push deeper into the wasteland. His body tempering stays stuck at the 6th layer for now, but several hundred strands of spiritual energy have finally gathered inside his chi. In the 6th year, that spiritual energy fills 1/10 of his chi, and he finally reaches the first level of chi refining for real. Reading that result, the real Jiang Yifeng can only grimace because even with spirit stones, his cultivation talent is still painfully bad. He admits that without the simulator and better talents, he might spend his whole life crawling through only the lowest chi refining levels. So he keeps watching the simulation, knowing that if he wants real progress, the simulator has to carry him. In the 7th simulated year, he still does not dare settle down, and keeps trekking deeper into the desert so the sword rider will be less likely to find him. By the 8th year his spiritual energy has grown a lot, but he still cannot force a breakthrough. In the 9th year, his martial Tao finally reaches the 7th layer, boosted faster than before by spiritual energy tempering his body. In the 10th year, he steps into the 2nd level of chi refining, but the gain feels incomplete because he has no spell techniques to use with it. The next years stay calm, and by year 14 he has climbed to the 8th layer of body tempering and the 3rd level of chi refining. In the 15th year, his quiet run breaks when hundreds of sand wolves corner him in the desert. After several brutal days of fighting and maneuvering, he kills the whole pack and turns their bodies into reserve food, but not without getting hurt. That victory backfires fast, because the blood caked on him starts drawing one desert creature after another. He loses all time for cultivation and spends every day in non-stop fighting just to stay alive. Then one day, right after another kill, the desert itself starts churning under his feet. A giant black python bursts toward him from afar, and Jiang Yifeng immediately turns and runs. He is too late, and the python reaches him in an instant and swallows him whole. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 35, and the reward list appears packed with options he actually wants. He realizes the desert was never truly safe, and that his earlier long survival there only happened because luck kept him from drawing blood and attracting bigger predators. The problem now is choosing only 2 rewards, because except for the embarrassing perfect aim talent, almost everything on the list feels valuable. After thinking it through, he chooses the breath-concealing talisman and the 3rd level of immortal Tao cultivation. He picks the talisman because if cultivating means courting death, hiding his cultivation is non-negotiable. He gives up the spirit stones, storage ring, and manual for now because the manual can be found again in the ruins, and the stones only make sense if he can safely store and hide them together. In the end he chooses immortal Tao over martial Tao for one very human reason: he wants to experience the path of immortals himself. As soon as the extraction finishes, a jade talisman appears in Jiang Yifeng's hand. He cannot read its secrets, but because it might keep him alive, he immediately decides to keep it close. At the same time, spiritual energy begins flowing through his real body, and he suddenly senses the existence of his chi filled with power. The extracted immortal Tao cultivation washes through him so hard that his physical strength also surges, pushing his martial Tao straight into the 7th layer. That pleasant surprise confirms what the simulation hinted all along: spiritual energy can temper the body and feed martial Tao growth too. Once he calms down, Jiang Yifeng decides his biggest problem is still his miserable cultivation talent, so he needs to keep pushing the simulator higher. He summons Steward Jiang Dufu and orders him to speed up the gathering of gold, silver, and jewels. After arranging that, Jiang Yifeng goes right back to the Spring Blossom Pavilion and keeps up his carefree young master act by listening to music. 7 days later, Jiang Dufu has already moved a huge amount of treasure into Jiang Yifeng's small courtyard. Jiang Yifeng feeds the treasure to the simulator without hesitation, and whole box after box vanishes into energy. To cover those disappearances, he had already arranged for a large underground chamber to be dug in public so everyone would think he was simply hoarding treasure below ground. When the exchange finishes, the simulator announces a massive gain of 2.6 billion energy. But the upgrade he was waiting for never appears, and Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect the next jump may need a terrifying amount of energy. He worries for a moment that chasing those numbers could bleed the Jiang clan firm dry, then coldly reminds himself that true strength would be worth far more than a business. Since simulation attempts can stack to 3, he decides to wait instead of spending 1 before the next upgrade. As the days pass, he notices his father Jiang Fushan growing busier and busier, quietly working harder to absorb the losses from Jiang Yifeng's money hunger. Jiang Yifeng feels a flicker of guilt, but all he does is silently cheer his father on and head back to the pleasure house. He keeps pretending to be the same idle young master because if enemies are watching the Jiang family, suddenly acting diligent could expose him. Another 2 weeks pass, and his total energy climbs close to 8 billion, still not enough to trigger the simulator's next upgrade. By then his simulation attempts have maxed out at 3, so he stops waiting and finally starts another run. This time he spends extra energy on a blue talent draw instead of settling for a cheap green one. The result is a talent called Human Bomb, which only promises that whoever kills him will not walk away clean. Jiang Yifeng can only laugh in exasperation, because against real cultivators this talent sounds more insulting than useful. Still, he had already planned this run around something else, so he does not dwell on the bad draw and enters the simulation. In Simulation 6, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hill City alone and heads straight for the old sect ruins in the Evergreen Mountain Range. 5 days later he reaches the ruins, buries all the bones there, and takes the heavenly profound art again. But this time he goes further and neatly prepares each grave with a proper tombstone, hoping the woman in white will be pleased when she arrives. He also cleans the whole place until the old ruins look bright and maintained, then builds himself a small wooden hut beside the cemetery. For the next 2 years, he lives there by cultivating and hunting, and nothing disturbs him. In the 3rd year, the woman in white finally appears and pauses in visible confusion, because the place she remembered as ruins no longer looks ruined at all. Her eyes settle on the neat cemetery and the hut, and instead of hesitating this time, the woman in white instantly appears in front of Jiang Yifeng and grabs his wrist. Instead of standing dazed like before, she appears in front of Jiang Yifeng in an instant and grabs his wrist before he can react. A stream of her spiritual energy rushes through his meridians and probes his chi to inspect the technique he is cultivating. After checking him, her expression softens and she says kindly that descendants of her senior brother's sect still remain. In that instant, Jiang Yifeng realizes his little act worked too well, and she has mistaken him for a surviving heir of the ruined sect. At the ruined temple, Jiang Yifeng keeps quiet instead of admitting or denying the woman in white's mistake, hoping to keep her goodwill without getting caught in a lie. She takes his silence as agreement and simply says she wants to stay here for a few days, which makes Jiang Yifeng panic behind his polite nod. For the next 2 days, Jiang Yifeng stays on edge, but the woman in white barely pays attention to him and only stares at the ruins and cemetery like a silent guest. As the 3rd day arrives and no reward appears, Jiang Yifeng starts to fear he acted too much like a sect disciple and accidentally made all his effort look like a duty instead of a favor. Then the woman in white finally comes over and tells him she is leaving. Before she goes, she warns him that this whole region is controlled by someone else, cultivation is forbidden here, and if he exposes his power he could be hunted down. She adds one more hard truth: she can enter this land herself, but she cannot take Jiang Yifeng out with her. To protect him, she draws a breath-concealing talisman onto his body so his cultivation will stay hidden unless he uses it. She places 2 treasures in his hands, a storage ring with cultivation resources and a jade plate meant to save his life. She explains that the teleportation jade plate can send him randomly up to 1,000 kilometers away, but only 3 times, so he must not waste it. Now fully satisfied, Jiang Yifeng is thrilled that his risky act worked even better than before and quickly bows to thank her. When he lifts his head again, the woman in white is already gone. With the items secured and the warning confirmed, Jiang Yifeng leaves the mountain the same year and heads straight back to Green Hills City to investigate the attack on his family. 3 days later, he reaches Green Hills City and immediately sees reward notices pasted all over the streets. The notices are from the Jiang clan firm, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes his father thinks he vanished without a trace. Back home, he finds Jiang Fushan looking much older from worry, and even knowing this is only a simulation does not stop the guilt from hitting hard. In the 4th year, Jiang Yifeng stays beside his father every day under the excuse of helping with business, determined to uncover when the Jiang family offended a cultivator. Jiang Fushan is so moved by this change that he increases Jiang Yifeng's allowance, while Jiang Yifeng feels awkward because his real motive is still the investigation. The 5th and 6th years pass with more business trips and more cities, but Jiang Yifeng still finds nothing suspicious. By the 7th year, Jiang Fushan decides his son has learned enough to take over the Jiang clan firm, but Jiang Yifeng keeps refusing because he still needs to stay close and keep investigating. Instead of being annoyed, Jiang Fushan is pleased and praises Jiang Yifeng for still wanting to learn more. In the 11th year, a major deal calls Jiang Fushan all the way to the Liang Kingdom, and this time he does not want Jiang Yifeng joining such a long and risky trip. Jiang Yifeng insists so strongly that he finally reveals part of his martial Dao strength to prove he can protect himself. When Jiang Yifeng easily subdues a group of guards, Jiang Fushan is stunned and blurts out, "My son, you are truly talented." After that display, Jiang Fushan finally agrees to take him along. The business in Liang Kingdom goes smoothly, and in the 12th year father and son begin the long return journey home. While crossing Yuyang Mountain on the border, the earth suddenly convulses and a huge crack tears open beside the caravan. The whole group plunges into the chasm, and with only low-level cultivation Jiang Yifeng can do nothing but fall. He hits the ground hard enough to black out. When Jiang Yifeng wakes up, he finds himself inside an ancient hall and sees Jiang Fushan sitting ahead of him with a glowing light half merged into his body. Thinking his father is being possessed, Jiang Yifeng rushes to help, only to be stopped cold by a light barrier. 3 helpless days pass before Jiang Fushan finally opens his eyes. Before Jiang Yifeng can even ask what happened, a shadowy figure appears and angrily accuses Jiang Fushan of taking an immortal Dao inheritance. The shadowy figure strikes at Jiang Fushan, and in that instant the barrier flickers while Jiang Fushan looks at his son with urgent alarm. Before Jiang Fushan can warn his son, he vanishes in a flash of teleportation, leaving Jiang Yifeng and the furious shadowy figure staring at the empty spot. The shadowy figure roars that he will find Jiang Fushan, then turns his killing intent on Jiang Yifeng instead. Jiang Yifeng could still use the teleportation jade plate, but he deliberately holds back because he wants to preserve all three uses for the real world. Since he already got the answer he came for, Jiang Yifeng accepts death and faces the incoming palm strike head-on. The palm shatters Jiang Yifeng, but his human bomb talent triggers on death, and the explosion leaves the shadowy figure permanently blackened. The simulation ends at age 32, and back in reality Jiang Yifeng studies the reward list with a much clearer picture of how his father's inheritance led to the Jiang family's disaster. He realizes his earlier theory was probably wrong, because this time he directly saw Jiang Fushan receive the inheritance and escape instead of dying on the spot. That changes everything for him. Now he thinks the shadowy figure was really hunting his father, and Jiang Yifeng only got dragged into it because he was Jiang Fushan's son. He even explains the old contradiction away, deciding his father only told him to run in later timelines because martial Dao gave him at least some chance to survive. With that, Jiang Yifeng convinces himself he finally understands the truth and decides future simulations should test one simple fix: stop his father from taking that 11th year trip at all. In reality though, he is not panicking, because with the simulator and cultivation already in hand, he refuses to believe he will still be helpless 10 years from now. When he looks back at the reward list, he notices the breath-concealing talisman is gone, but he does not care because this time his priorities are elsewhere. His original plan was to take the storage ring and spirit stones, because more spirit stones would make future cultivation much easier. But he quickly realizes raw spirit stones are too risky to carry openly, since cultivators can sense their aura, so a storage item comes first no matter what. Then the teleportation jade plate changes the plan, because a real emergency escape tool is too valuable to ignore. So Jiang Yifeng makes his choice and takes the storage ring together with the damaged teleportation jade plate. An ancient ring and an octagonal jade plate appear in his hands, and he immediately keeps the jade plate on his person instead of hiding it in the ring. After that, all his caution disappears for a while as he starts testing the storage ring and gleefully stores and retrieves everything in his room. After calming down, Jiang Yifeng checks his situation and sees he only has 2 simulations left, so he goes straight to Jiang Dafu to ask about the next shipment of gold and silver jewelry. Jiang Dafu awkwardly admits the firm's cash flow is already strained by Jiang Yifeng's recent buying spree, and the next round of acquisitions has not even started yet. The answer makes Jiang Yifeng realize his own reckless spending is already affecting the Jiang clan firm much faster than he expected. Even so, he decides strength matters more than money right now and orders Jiang Dafu to buy one last batch of 200 boxes, just enough to push the simulator toward its next upgrade. Jiang Dafu is openly relieved when he hears this is the final push, and he praises Jiang Yifeng before hurrying off to handle it. Left alone, Jiang Yifeng quickly judges that waiting for next week's extra attempts will not help, because the jewelry cannot be gathered that fast from already drained nearby cities. So instead of saving attempts, he returns to his room and starts a new simulation immediately. He spends the energy for a blue talent draw and finally gets something that actually looks useful: Big Eater, a talent that turns food into body-strengthening power. Seeing that this talent clearly favors martial Dao, Jiang Yifeng decides this run will focus on eating his way stronger while staying in Green Hills City. The 7th simulation opens with Jiang Yifeng marching into Food Delight Pavilion and ordering the entire menu like a man on a mission. After devouring more than 10 dishes and still not feeling full, he senses his martial Dao improved by about as much as one full session of training the unnamed manual. That result excites him immediately, because one huge meal is nearly worth a whole day of his usual slow practice. He pushes it even further by ordering more than 100 dishes, but to avoid looking too suspicious, he has the mountain of food delivered back to the Jiang mansion. From the next day on, Jiang Yifeng stops showing up in person, dismisses the servants, and secretly eats alone in his courtyard like a cultivation glutton. Days blur together until he is either eating or thinking about his next meal, and the Big Eater talent keeps steadily pushing his martial Dao upward. On the 12th day, Jiang Dafu delivers another large batch of gold and silver jewelry, but inside the simulation Jiang Yifeng barely reacts and sends him away. A month later, gossip spreads through Green Hill City that the Jiang family's cook must be gone, because the mansion keeps ordering so much restaurant food every day. That rumor finally makes Jiang Yifeng uneasy, because eating like this is not normal, and any strange behavior might draw the hidden anti-cultivation forces onto him. To stay hidden, he stops ordering from the restaurant and switches to having servants buy huge amounts of market meat, something a large mansion can explain away. Soon he is grilling meat in his own courtyard every day, and the simpler diet actually boosts his training even faster than the restaurant meals. 2 years pass under that brutal routine, and Jiang Yifeng finally breaks through to the 8th level of body tempering. Now stronger, he decides it is time to leave Green Hills City and return to the heavenly profound temple ruins. On a moonless windy night, Jiang Yifeng leaves behind a letter and sneaks away alone. 3 days later he reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins, buries the scattered remains there again, and carefully restores the graveyard. He also recovers the heavenly profound art once more, then builds himself a small wooden hut beside the graves and settles back into his strange eating-based cultivation life. After 2 months, he realizes the meat he brought from Green Hills City is disappearing fast, with a third of it already gone. To keep feeding the talent, Jiang Yifeng adds daily hunting to his routine and starts bringing back wild beasts for food. In the third year, the woman in white appears on schedule again and naturally mistakes him for a surviving descendant of the ruined sect. Before leaving, she quietly warns him not to reveal his cultivation, tells him to carry on the heavenly profound temple's hope, and urges him to live well. She seals him with a breath-concealing talisman, and gives him both a teleportation jade plate and a storage ring before she departs again. Not long after, Jiang Yifeng decides Green Hills City is still the best place to exploit Big Eater, so he heads home from the ruins. He makes the 3-day trip back, and because he sent notice in advance this time, his father worries but does not launch a desperate citywide search. Even so, Jiang Fushan still sits him down for a serious talk and insists that he take guards whenever he goes out again. In the 4th and 5th years, Jiang Yifeng mostly vanishes into a private routine of non-stop eating and cultivation, keeping a very low profile. By the 6th year, his monstrous schedule of 8 huge meals a day finally pushes his martial Dao into the 9th level of body tempering. But by the 9th year, he discovers the Big Eater talent has hit its ceiling, because no matter how much he eats, his martial Dao will not move any higher. He accepts that a blue talent has limits, then tests the unnamed manual again, and sees that old method still works, just painfully slowly. In the 11th year, Jiang Fushan receives a major business invitation to the Lian Kingdom, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes this trip is tied to the inheritance disaster coming next year. He urgently tries to stop his father from going, hoping that changing Jiang Fushan's route will change the future and avoid the shadowy attackers altogether. Jiang Fushan refuses, because the business is too important, and he only tries to soothe Jiang Yifeng with money instead of changing his plans. Out of options, Jiang Yifeng stabs himself in the chest and badly injures himself just to force his father to stay home. The brutal move works, and Jiang Fushan abandons the trip to care for his wounded son personally. A full year passes with Jiang Fushan effectively tied to the mansion by Jiang Yifeng's recovery, and by the end Jiang Yifeng's injuries are finally healed. Then in the 12th year, disaster still arrives anyway when the earth suddenly shakes and a giant crack rips open through the middle of Green Hills City. As he falls into the abyss, Jiang Yifeng is stunned because this is the same inheritance event that should have happened far away at Yiyang Mountain, not here at home. He crashes down and blacks out, only to wake later inside the inheritance hall with Jiang Fushan sitting ahead of him under a descending ball of immortal light. Jiang Yifeng rushes toward his father, but a transparent glowing barrier blocks him before he can get close. 3 days later, a furious dark-robed cultivator appears in the hall and shouts that Jiang Fushan has no right to seek the immortal Dao inheritance. The intruder slams a palm strike into the barrier around Jiang Fushan, and as the light wall flickers, Jiang Fushan looks anxiously toward his son like he is trying to say something before it's too late. Before Jiang Fushan can speak, teleportation light suddenly whisks him away, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring in shock while the attacker rages that he will hunt him down. The attacker turns on Jiang Yifeng next, and with no time to hesitate, Jiang Yifeng activates the teleportation jade plate to escape the killing blow. In a blink, Jiang Yifeng appears in a city 1,000 miles away and shocks the local crowd by materializing out of nowhere. But the escape is not clean, because Jiang Yifeng is dizzy and barely able to stand after the violent long-distance jump. A black-clothed vendor nearby steps in to steady him, looking like a timely helper while Jiang Yifeng is still reeling from the teleportation. The seeming helper suddenly betrays him and drives a weapon through Jiang Yifeng's heart at close range. As Jiang Yifeng collapses with his vision fading, the killer coldly boasts that he got lucky and scored a kill on a local cultivator, ending the simulation with Jiang Yifeng dead at 32. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the finished simulation in a daze, because changing his father's route did nothing to stop the inheritance from finding him. He finally understands the terrifying part: the immortal Dao inheritance is not tied to one place at all, and somehow it seems to be targeting Jiang Fushan personally. That leaves Jiang Yifeng convinced his father must be hiding deeper secrets, even if he has no way to investigate them yet. What unsettles him even more is the black-clothed vendor, because that attacker was clearly no ordinary bystander, and recognized a cultivator on sight. The more Jiang Yifeng thinks about that last line, the more he fears the anti-cultivation enemy is not one killer, but a hidden organization already mixed in among ordinary people. That thought drags him back through his earlier deaths, and Jiang Yifeng realizes he may only have survived so long before because he left the temple quickly each time before that hidden net closed in. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop overthinking and reminds himself that hiding any sign of cultivation is still the key to staying alive. He quickly skips the Big Eater talent and the heavenly profound art reward, deciding this time to take 2,000 spirit stones and body refining perfection instead. The extraction surges through his body in a hot wave, and even through the pain Jiang Yifeng can feel his physical strength jump several times over. He nearly blurts out in triumph, but catches himself before his excitement turns reckless. When the spirit stones do not appear in front of him, Jiang Yifeng asks the simulator out loud where they went. The answer sends him to his storage ring, where he finally finds the new pile of spirit stones waiting inside. With one simulation chance left unused and half a month before the cap refills, he decides to wait and see whether Jiang Dufu can bring back enough wealth for an upgrade. Then he walks straight to Spring Blossom Pavilion, because keeping up his spoiled playboy image is still part of his cover. Even while acting carefree, he keeps scanning the crowd and instinctively gives anyone in black clothes extra distance. Half a month passes, his simulation chances refill to 3, and Jiang Dafu really does return with 200 more chests of gold and silver. Most of the 1,000 chests in the cellar are just empty decoys, but this new batch is real, and Jiang Yifeng starts converting it all into energy. The conversion pushes his simulator energy all the way to 12.6 billion, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng is left staring in a daze. But when the upgrade still does not trigger, Jiang Yifeng frowns and tries to force the issue by directly asking the simulator to upgrade. The simulator finally reveals the real rule: energy was never the problem, because the next upgrade also needs second major realm cultivation in either Immortal Dao or Martial Dao. That delayed explanation makes him snap, and Jiang Yifeng explodes in frustration at how long he has been waiting for an upgrade that was already blocked for another reason. Once the anger burns off, he accepts the truth and shifts his focus to one thing: future simulations have to raise his realm, not just his wealth. So he starts another run immediately and spends for a blue talent draw. The draw gives him luck +1, a modest talent that leaves Jiang Yifeng unsure whether to feel pleased or underwhelmed. In the 8th simulation, Jiang Yifeng leaves a letter behind and slips out of Green Hills City under cover of night. A few days later he reaches the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range, where he carefully buries the skeletons and builds a small cemetery. He takes the Heavenly Profound art again and settles into a harsh routine of daily unnamed manual practice, cultivation, and scavenging for food. Year after year, he burns through spirit stones and steadily pushes his Immortal Dao cultivation higher. In the 3rd year, the woman in white suddenly arrives, mistakes him for a disciple of the fallen sect, and prepares to leave him aid. Then she notices he already has a breath-concealing talisman, a teleportation jade plate, and other stored resources, so she just waves goodbye and leaves him nothing. After she is gone, Jiang Yifeng is left kicking himself because if he had hidden those supplies, he might have gained another pile of spirit stones. Still, he sticks to the bigger goal of reaching the simulator's upgrade requirement, and decides this area feels too unsafe to stay in. After weighing the risks, he chooses the Desert of Death again, trusting that with the breath-concealing talisman and enough caution he can disappear there for years. By the 4th year he is spending more time on the road than in meditation, following the map fragment deep into the wasteland. In the 5th year he reaches an oasis, checks the map again, and realizes the terrifying final destination is only a few thousand miles farther on. He remembers that the endpoint is the same place where a giant shadow once killed him, so he stops advancing and chooses to settle at the oasis instead. That same year his Immortal Dao cultivation breaks through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. He fully settles into desert life, hunting only solitary animals so blood and noise will not lure anything worse. With no outside interference and hundreds of spirit stones to burn, his cultivation keeps climbing through the years until he reaches the 9th layer of Qi refining in year 28. Then in the 30th year, a daily round of the unnamed manual suddenly produces Martial Dao primordial energy in his flesh. To his own surprise, the Martial Dao he nearly gave up on has broken into the 2nd major realm, Condensing Core Realm. Even with that breakthrough, he stays practical and keeps prioritizing Immortal Dao cultivation, because that path still has spirit stone support and clearer progress. He briefly considers hunting demonic beasts or using the manual's extreme methods, but without the right resources or dangerous locations, he puts both ideas aside. In the 33rd year he reaches the peak of Qi refining, but the next step turns out to be a brutally slow one. The Heavenly Profound art makes it clear that foundation establishment requires compressing all the Qi in his sea into liquid, so Jiang Yifeng starts the long grind alone. Years pass with almost no visible result until at last, in the 41st year, he compresses enough spiritual energy to form a single true droplet. That tiny success gives him hope, but he knows it is only the first drop and his whole Qi sea still has to be transformed. In the 43rd year, a sudden tremor tears through the desert and Jiang Yifeng instantly remembers the giant shadow that once flew out of this place. He tells himself he should still be far enough away, but he stops cultivating on the spot and grips the teleportation jade plate just in case. Then he sees it, a dragon-shaped shadow in the distant sky, unmistakable even from far away, and his anxiety spikes. A burst of dazzling light suddenly strikes toward the dragon, and its furious roar rolls across the desert from thousands of miles away. Only then does Jiang Yifeng notice a tiny figure fighting in front of the beast and realize some cultivator is actually battling the dragon. As the battle drifts closer, the green-robed fighter seems strangely familiar, but the sheer force of the clash leaves Jiang Yifeng no time to dwell on that. Once the battlefield gets too close, Jiang Yifeng gives up on watching and decides to run before the shockwaves kill him outright. He activates the teleportation jade plate without hesitation and vanishes from the oasis in a flash. But his escape turns into a nightmare when he reappears right in front of the demonic dragon. The stunned dragon recovers first and spits a blast of dragon flame straight at him. Jiang Yifeng desperately tries to activate the jade plate again, only to find the teleportation backlash has left him unable to gather Qi fast enough. Just when he thinks the simulation is over, a familiar voice shouts "Fenger," and someone rushes in front of him to block the flames. And in the middle of that impossible desert battle, Jiang Yifeng realizes the green-robed fighter is actually his father, Jiang Fushan. After so many years in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng has aged into a middle-aged man at 9th layer Qi refining, while his father Jiang Fushan still looks untouched by time. Jiang Yifeng realizes his father's cultivation is far beyond anything he can understand, so all his questions have to wait. To save him from the fight, Jiang Fushan hurls Jiang Yifeng thousands of miles away and wraps him in gentle spiritual energy. As Jiang Yifeng flies away, he hears his father shout for him to run through the desert and escape this sealed land. He lands safely without a scratch, protected by his father's technique, and sees the battle still raging far behind him. Jiang Yifeng does not hesitate to flee, because staying near that fight would only drag his father down. While running, he pieces together that the sealed land is probably the cultivation ban area the woman in white mentioned, and crossing the desert may be the only way out. After half a day of full-speed running, he reaches the place where the demonic dragon emerged, the same death trap from his first simulation. Staring into the deep cave, Jiang Yifeng feels a dangerous pull to explore it. He quickly talks himself into taking the risk, because if a stronger enemy chases him, he cannot outrun them anyway, and a dragon's lair might hold real treasure. With that gamble made, Jiang Yifeng jumps into the dragon's crevice. He falls for dozens of seconds and cushions himself with cultivation, landing safely at the bottom. Instead of buried rock and sand, the underground cavern is shockingly filled with glittering gold and bright night pearls. He spends a long time searching, only to find that the lair holds mountains of worldly wealth but no cultivation treasure at all. In real life this hoard would be priceless, but inside a simulation it is useless, and climbing back out becomes his next problem. After failing several climbs, he gives up and decides to gamble on the teleportation jade plate instead. A flash of teleportation takes him away, but when he reappears, he is still inside the dragon's lair. This new spot feels different, small and sealed like a hidden chamber he never found before. At the center of the chamber, he finds the real prize, a huge golden egg. The moment he thinks dragon egg, his greed and curiosity start fighting each other. His softer idea lasts only a moment, because he soon builds a fire and decides eating the dragon's offspring is fair payback for getting eaten before. Even after several minutes over the flames, the dragon egg does not cook at all. Then a furious dragon roar shakes the lair, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the mother dragon is rushing back. Instead of running, he smashes the shell open and decides he is absolutely eating the egg before he dies. As the dragon's roar outside turns urgent, he crouches over the crack and starts greedily sucking out the egg's contents. He briefly thinks about escaping, but drops the idea at once because this dragon egg could be a huge power boost and the simulation life is expendable. The gamble pays off immediately on the martial side, as his body heats up and his martial Dao starts climbing fast. His martial cultivation keeps breaking through, pushing from condensing yuan stage 2 towards stage 3 and higher. But the dragon egg brings a second change that is far more dangerous. Golden dragon chi starts pouring into his chi. That dragon chi does not merge with his spiritual energy or liquefy it, and instead it keeps forcing his chi wider and wider. Worse, his immortal Dao realm starts dropping instead of rising, crashing from peak chi refining all the way down to 3rd layer. He could accept losing cultivation if the foundation became stronger, but then his overexpanded chi begins to crack like it might explode. At that point Jiang Yifeng knows the real choice. Stop now and save his future in cultivation, or keep going and sacrifice it for more martial power. If this were reality he would stop immediately, but inside a simulation he gives a reckless grin and drinks faster. The fractures spread with audible cracking until his swollen chi finally bursts and kills him on the spot at 63. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng is almost amused that this time he did not die to an enemy, but to overeating a dragon egg. The joke fades quickly, because the simulation gave him 2 huge gains, proof that his father is still alive and powerful, and a clue that crossing the desert of death can break out of the sealed land. That makes his next direction clear. In future simulations, he has to find a way out of this cultivation dead prison. When the reward list appears, Jiang Yifeng is drawn to the strange 3rd layer chi refining option, because it keeps the enlarged chi and dragon essence instead of normal peak refinement. He decides that even with the lower realm, the expanded chi will give him a deeper and stronger future path in immortal Dao. For the second reward, he weighs luck +1 against raw martial Dao power and ultimately chooses strength over unreliable fortune. Jiang Yifeng locks in his choice, 3rd layer chi refining with the altered chi and martial Dao cultivation at the 9th level of condensing core. The extractions pour into his real body at once, and Jiang Yifeng can clearly feel both his strength and his chi change. When the transfer finishes, the surge of power is so overwhelming that he briefly feels invincible before forcing himself to calm down. That breakthrough also satisfies the simulator's hidden condition, and it finally offers him the long-awaited upgrade. He answers without hesitation and spends the energy to upgrade the simulator to version 3.0. The new version removes green talent draws, adds purple talent extraction, and unlocks a deep simulation mode that costs energy by the hour. The best part is that deep simulation lets him enter a realistic training world where even death will not affect his real body. He immediately sees why this matters, because right now he has cultivation but almost no mental training, techniques, or real combat experience. For now he decides not to rush into deep simulation, since the enemies he has seen are still too terrifying and, at his current level, it would mostly just make him better at dying. Back in the real world, Jiang Yifeng starts his next simulation right away and gets a new extraction choice. Blue talents are cheap, but a purple talent only costs 10 times more. He worries that purple might not be as impressive as it sounds, until the simulator explains that blue talents already cross into cultivation, while green ones only affect ordinary people. Once he hears that, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating and chooses to pull a purple talent. The draw lands hard. He gets the Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, a mutated top-tier True Spiritual Root with both thunder and fire attributes. The simulator immediately replaces his old 5 elements fake spiritual root and tells him that with this new root, he finally counts as a small genius in the immortal Tao. That is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, and the gap from his old trash talent feels so huge that he cannot wait to test it inside a fresh run. The 9th simulation begins, and under cover of darkness he slips out of Green Hills City for the Evergreen Mountain Range again. When he reaches the Heavenly Profound Temple ruins, he clears the site, buries the dead properly, and turns the place into a solemn gravesite before taking the Heavenly Profound Art again. Then he starts cultivating with the Spirit Stone at once, impatient to see what the new spiritual root can really do. The answer is ridiculous. In less than half an hour, 1 whole Spirit Stone is drained to dust in his hand. He is stunned because the same thing used to take him 2 full months, which means this new root boosts his speed by more than 1,000 times. From there he throws himself into non-stop cultivation, keeping only his daily unnamed body technique while pouring almost all his time into the immortal Tao. In just 1 month, he rockets from the 3rd layer of Qi refining straight to perfect Qi refining even with his enlarged Qi slowing him down. He can barely believe it, because without that oversized Qi, 10 days would have matched the decades of effort from his old simulations. By the 2nd month, he condenses all the Qi in his C into liquid and breaks through foundation establishment without hitting any real bottleneck. The only strange part is the dragon energy in his Qi, which still stays separate from his spiritual energy and refuses to obey him. In the 3rd month he slows slightly, but he still reaches the 2nd layer of foundation establishment with ease. Then the downside hits him. This better talent devours resources just as brutally, and after 3 months he has burned through 1,800 spirit stones, leaving only 200. He keeps cultivating anyway, but 10 days later the last spirit stones are gone just as he reaches the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Without spirit stones, his momentum drops hard, and it takes 9 more months just to push into the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Another full year only gets him 1 more minor breakthrough, and that slow climb to the 5th layer drives home how badly cultivators need resources. By the 3rd year, Jiang Yifeng gets cautious and hides the teleportation J plate, the storage ring, and even the breath-concealing talisman before the woman in white can arrive. He is openly planning to milk the woman in white for fresh spirit stones again, so when she finally appears 2 months later, he is secretly thrilled. He pretends not to notice her, but this time she takes 1 cold look at him, vanishes, and reappears right in front of him. Before Jiang Yifeng can react, she clamps a hand around his throat and nearly crushes the air out of him. Even with his stronger cultivation, her pressure completely locks him down, and the sudden turn leaves him stunned because she never attacked him like this in earlier runs. When she loosens her grip just enough to question him, he blurts out that he is a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Temple guarding his ancestors' graves. For a brief second it seems to work, because the words Heavenly Profound Temple make her expression shift like she has been dragged into an old memory. That relief lasts 1 heartbeat, and then she tightens her hand again and coldly demands to know who he really is and why he knows the Heavenly Profound Art. Jiang Yifeng is completely thrown, because he still cannot see what changed, and there is no way he can explain the simulator or admit he only wanted to exploit her. So he stubbornly sticks to the lie, and she squeezes until his consciousness starts to fade. Watching from outside the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng can only sigh that the run is probably doomed, and his bigger annoyance is losing the chance to steal more spirit stones from her. He had even planned to keep farming her gifts across future simulations, but this sudden change makes that whole scheme look useless. Inside the simulation, the woman in white tears at his soul and kills him, but instead of ending, the scene resets with her standing at the same distant spot again. Then the exact same attack happens again, and again, until Jiang Yifeng realizes he has been trapped inside an illusionary death loop. She is obviously trying to force out the truth, but Jiang Yifeng has nothing believable to tell her, so he decides to keep his mouth shut no matter how many times he dies. After being killed thousands of times, he goes numb and just waits with a dead-eyed look for the next strangling to start. But this time the script finally breaks, and instead of attacking, the woman in white gives a faint smile and asks how he escaped the massacre of the Heavenly Profound Temple. Her explanation makes the answer click for him. With such an outstanding spiritual root, he never should have survived that sex destruction, so his new talent is exactly what exposed him. Jiang Yifeng has to admit she is right, because a real massacre would never leave behind a talented disciple who might come back for revenge. He still cannot answer her question, and raw from the death loop, he snaps back with a reckless line. They left you alive too, didn't they? The moment the words leave his mouth, Jiang Yifeng realizes he may have blundered badly, because the woman in white might not belong to the heavenly profound temple at all. That suspicion only gets worse when he remembers she once called the sect her senior brothers, not her own, and she only returned after hearing it had already been destroyed. And sure enough, after that careless retort, the woman in white's eyes fill with suspicion all over again. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng realizes he blurted out something dangerous and scrambles for a way to save himself before the woman in white turns hostile. Betting on a wild guess, he claims he saw her in his master's paintings and bluntly asks if she was master's wife who failed to avenge him. He knows the lie could get him killed, but he gambles anyway and waits to see whether he guessed her feelings correctly. Instead of lashing out, the woman in white falls quiet with a helpless, distant look, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his reckless bluff actually worked. Over the next few days she stays at the ruins, and Jiang Yifeng keeps his distance after learning the hard way that her illusion techniques are no joke. Then she approaches first, calmly says the illusion incident was a misunderstanding, and tells him he may ask her questions while she remains here. Watching this from reality, Jiang Yifeng senses a rare opening and decides to spend energy on a deep simulation to question her properly. He starts a 3-day deep simulation, pays the heavy cost, and the simulator warns that leaving early will not refund the energy. The world around him flips in an instant, and the bright bedroom is replaced by a plain wooden hut inside the deep simulation. Jiang Yifeng steps outside, sees the towering trees, cemetery, and ruins again, and confirms he has entered the simulation scene in person. He spots the stunning young-looking woman in white on the ruins and privately marvels that a true immortal can really keep such a youthful face. Trying to stay respectful, Jiang Yifeng walks up and calls her auntie, hoping to begin the conversation safely. She smiles and immediately blows up his cover by saying he is not her senior brother's disciple and should call her by Ruoxue or senior by instead. Jiang Yifeng is rattled, because in the earlier simulation he thought he had fooled her, but this time she sees through him instantly. Bai Ruoxue lightly mocks his little trick and makes it clear she only cares that he is not from the immortal arrival sect. He swallows his embarrassment, mutters an apology, and keeps his real irritation hidden because he still needs answers from her. Bai Ruoxue dismisses the apology, and reminds him that she was the one who used an illusion on him first. Once he regains his composure, Jiang Yifeng asks the real question. If she knows he is not a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Temple, why is she still willing to answer him at all? Bai Ruoxue says she already knows what he wants to ask, and she calmly lists the exact fears on his mind: forbidden cultivation, missing cultivators, and escape. She explains that if he truly were her senior brother's disciple, she would have hidden the truth to protect him, but since he is not, his life and death do not matter to her. Then she adds a sharper motive, telling him the truth might turn him into another enemy for the people she dislikes, which she finds amusing. When she asks whether he still dares to hear the answers, Jiang Yifeng falls silent and finally understands that these are the same desperate questions any trapped cultivator would ask. He quickly reasons it out. In a land where cultivators are hunted, survival itself means anyone experienced would already know what questions trouble him. He also sees Bai Ruoxue's intent clearly now. She hates the hunters, and once he learns the truth, conflict with them will be unavoidable anyway. So he stops hesitating and directly asks why cultivation is forbidden here, why cultivators are hunted, and how anyone can escape this sealed land. Bai Ruoxue begins with the oldest truth. This place was once the southern regions, one of the 4 regions of the 9 mystic realm, before it angered the heavens. She says the southern regions became a land of divine punishment where heavenly thunder descends every few decades to wipe out cultivators. That is why she knew he was lying about being a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Temple, because her senior brother's sect was destroyed by heavenly thunder itself. Jiang Yifeng finally understands there was no ordinary murderer to avenge against, only a disaster sent from a realm above this one. Bai Ruoxue goes on to reveal that the whole region was sealed by a giant formation around its borders, turning it into a cage no one could leave. After millions of years, one astonishing genius endured the heavenly thunder, broke the formation, and opened cracks that let other experts escape. But the opening did not last, because terrifying fierce beasts soon appeared at the cracks and guarded the 4 directions. At the same time, the immortal arrival sect entered the sealed land, immune to the heavenly thunder and free to come and go. Their job is to hunt down anyone in the sealed land who still cultivates immortality, and outside this place they are known as immortal slaves. Bai Ruoxue studies Jiang Yifeng and asks the real test now that he knows the enemy. Is he afraid? And does he still dare to resist? Jiang Yifeng's nerves spike for a beat, but with the simulator behind him he throws his head back toward the sky and boldly answers that of course he dares. Bai Ruoxue bursts into amused laughter and points out that he misunderstood her, because she only meant resisting the immortal arrival sect's immortal slaves. Trying to get a better measure of the threat, Jiang Yifeng asks how she can be sure her senior brother died to heavenly thunder and not to that sect. Bai Ruoxue answers with open disdain that the immortal arrival sect was never qualified to kill her senior brother. That reassures Jiang Yifeng a little, because it means the sect's hunters are dangerous but not the true peak threat here. Bai Ruoxue confirms it plainly. The greatest danger in the southern regions is heavenly thunder, and the next worst is the fierce beasts guarding the exits. Her words remind Jiang Yifeng of the giant dragon he saw before, and he starts wondering if that monster was one of those border guardians. He pushes forward and asks the practical question now. If the sealed land is blocked by guardian beasts, how did she get in, and can he secretly get out? Bai Ruoxue teases him for talking big about resistance one moment, and trying to sneak away the next, leaving him awkwardly speechless. After enjoying his discomfort for a moment, she finally gives him the answer and names the only 4 routes out: the Desert of Death, Endless Sea, Valley of Flames, and Forest of 10,000 Swords. But each route is guarded by a fierce beast, so knowing the exits does not make escape any easier. Bai Ruoxue says she entered through the Endless Sea by bribing its greedy guardian with a huge amount of resources. Even so, she can only stay here for a few days and cannot take anyone else out with her. Her final verdict is brutally simple: if he wants to leave, the only path she can imagine is forcing his way through by strength. The mood turns cold as Jiang Yifeng realizes that after all these answers, the ending is still the same grim wall. Without strength, none of it solves his problem. Seeing that look, Bai Ruoxue pats his shoulder, tells him to keep at it, and says she hopes he can stir up some trouble for the immortal slaves. Then she leaves behind a storage ring for Jiang Yifeng and walks off to stare at the ruins alone, ending the meeting on a quiet, melancholy note. Back in the wooden hut, Jiang Yifeng opens Bai Ruoxue's storage ring and immediately sees why this trip was worth it. The ring holds a full 20,000 spirit stones, but none of the life-saving tools Bai Ruoxue gave him before. He bitterly realizes Bai Ruoxue stopped treating him like someone worth protecting the moment she learned he was not a heavenly profound temple disciple. Even so, Jiang Yifeng glances at distant Bai Ruoxue and jokes to himself that if she treats him like a plaything, he can treat her like an ATM. Now that he has answers and rewards, he decides to cut the deep simulation here. In a blink, his consciousness returns to his real bedroom in the Jiang mansion. Instead of sorting his gains right away, Jiang Yifeng checks the simulator to see how the unfinished life played out. The record shows he kept Bai Ruoxue's spirit stones untouched, and 3 days later she left with a teasing good luck. After she leaves, simulated Jiang Yifeng changes course and decides not to rush back into the Desert of Death. Because Bai Ruoxue mentioned places like the Endless Sea, the Valley of Flames, and the Forest of 10,000 Swords, he starts hunting for those names instead. Years pass in frustration as he buys map after map and still cannot find any of them. The only clue he gets is that the Desert of Death appears on maps as just an unnamed desert, which makes the whole southern regions feel far bigger than he imagined. He decides not to ask anyone, knowing even a few questions about immortal lands could make the immortal slaves start watching him. So he spends years crossing kingdom after kingdom, and the failed search slowly turns into a real journey through an enormous sealed world. By the 18th year he has gone so far that even finding a primitive tribe takes months. Then in the 23rd year, he finally reaches a vast blazing-looking valley and realizes he has found the Valley of Flames. Afraid the simulator might skip the clue, he immediately writes down the route from the Liang Kingdom to the Valley of Flames. He repeats the route over and over in writing and out loud, trying to force the clue through to the version of himself outside the simulation. Watching this from outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng laughs and realizes he may have found a bug in the system. After locking in the Valley of Flames clue, his simulated self hurries all the way back toward the Great Abyssal Kingdom. He stays hidden for years and avoids the immortal slaves, helped greatly by Bai Ruoxue's breath-concealing talisman. By the 38th year, he re-enters the Desert of Death and heads for the same oasis as before. In the 43rd year, he hides early and waits for the demonic dragon to be born. When the desert starts shaking, he knows the dragon is coming. Far off in the sky, he spots his father Jiang Fushan in a green robe battling the newborn demonic dragon. Instead of going to his father, Jiang Yifeng makes a colder choice and rushes straight for the dragon's lair. His stronger cultivation lets him cover thousands of miles in just a few hours and reach the lair first. Inside the lair, he tears through the place like a thief on a deadline, searching every corner for hidden treasure. When he still finds nothing, he starts chiseling directly into the walls until the whole cave is full of holes. Then one strike sounds hollow, and his mood instantly changes. After hours of harder digging, he opens a head-sized hole and finally sees a dragon egg sealed inside a hidden chamber. Delighted, he starts breaking in faster and even wonders whether stealing the egg could count as a simulator reward. But before he can reach the egg, the demonic dragon crashes back into the lair and catches him in the act. The dragon blasts fire at him on sight, forcing Jiang Yifeng to trigger the teleportation jade plate immediately. He reappears in the desert, but the demonic dragon is already on his trail so fast that the first teleport hardly helps. He burns a second teleport, then a third, and every time the demonic dragon still catches up almost at once. With nowhere left to run, Jiang Yifeng shouts southwest corner as a dying message to his future self. The simulation ends at age 63, and the reward list appears with the spiritual route, cultivation method, cultivation level, spirit stones, and the Valley of Flames route. Thinking back on the simulation, he becomes even more certain that the black-clothed killers from before were immortal slaves of the Immortal Arrival sect. He is especially pleased that his simulated self fed him the Valley of Flames route without making him buy the map reward. Then he deciphers his final shout and realizes the dragon egg is hidden in the southwest corner of the nest. The chase also destroys his faith in the teleportation jade plate as a true life-saving treasure against top-tier enemies. Still, he turns that failure into a benchmark and reasons that anyone slower than a 1,000-mile instant jump should be an enemy he can someday fight. When he studies the reward prices, the simulator's logic still feels absurd, especially the overpriced map and spirit stones. Even so, he sticks to his plan and chooses the Thunderfire True Spiritual Route and the full 20,000 spirit stones. The simulator deducts the energy, and a huge new cache of spirit stones appears in his storage ring. Satisfied and still holding one simulation attempt, he decides there is no reason to save it for later. He immediately starts another run, uses up his last simulation attempt, and spends energy on a new purple talent draw. The draw gives him Extreme 1-for-1, a deadly talent that guarantees his killer dies with him. He compares it to his old human bomb talent, and admits this one could matter in real life if he ever had to trade his life to protect others. But for simulation purposes, he still dismisses it as something he should never need if he keeps planning well enough to survive. The 10th simulation begins, and this time Jiang Yifeng's goal is simple: push his immortal Dao cultivation as hard as possible. On the first day he leaves Green Hill City, and by the third day he is back at the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. He cleans the ruins, buries the bones again, and recovers the Heavenly Profound Art before shutting himself into cultivation. With his new talent and huge spirit stone supply, his progress explodes to perfect chi refining in just 1 month. 3 months later he successfully builds his foundation, though the dragon energy in his chi still refuses to fuse. After 1 year and more than 7,000 spirit stones, he reaches Foundation Establishment Stage 8, and feels just how overwhelming proper resources can be. By the middle of the 2nd year, he reaches Perfect Foundation Establishment, and starts facing the long, difficult step of condensing a golden core. In the 3rd year, Jiang Yifeng drops the fake Heavenly Profound Temple identity, and honestly tells Bai Ruoxue he found a cultivation method here and buried the dead out of gratitude. Bai Ruoxue stays wary and puts him through several checks before finally confirming he is not one of the immortal slaves. During that inspection, she notices he is already at the edge of core formation and suddenly warns him not to break through too fast. Jiang Yifeng is confused and respectfully asks what he is missing about the golden core. Instead of answering directly, Bai Ruoxue asks him what he thinks a golden core is for, and he admits he only knows it as compressed spiritual energy that frees space in the Chi Sea. Bai Ruoxue explains that before breakthrough the core is only condensed energy, but once it links to the meridians in heaven and earth, it becomes the gate every bit of spiritual energy must pass through. She says the golden core works like a purifier, so the better its quality, the purer the spiritual energy, the stronger the combat power, and the higher the future ceiling. Then she bluntly tells him that cultivators who break through without improving their golden core quality end up as the lowest class of core formation experts. That hits hard, and Jiang Yifeng silently realizes that if he had rushed his breakthrough in the last run, he would have crippled his own path. He quickly asks how to raise the quality, and Bai Ruoxue says the method is simple but slow: keep polishing the condensed core with spiritual energy again and again. Each time the polishing succeeds, a new pattern appears on the core, and each extra pattern raises it by 1 grade. She reveals there are 10 grades in total, and the real chosen talents spend enormous time refining their core before they ever break through. Jiang Yifeng thanks her sincerely, knowing this advice just saved his cultivation route. After that, Bai Ruoxue voluntarily tells him again about the sealed land and the immortal slaves, clearly trying to turn one more enemy loose on them. Jiang Yifeng catches her intent and plays along, answering with angry resolve that he will fight those people to the bitter end. Satisfied, Bai Ruoxue tosses him a storage ring as support, and says she hopes he causes the immortal slaves real trouble. Back in his cabin, Jiang Yifeng opens the ring and is stunned to find 50,000 spirit stones packed inside. The huge gift makes him hesitate between spending the stones now for strength or saving them as a future simulator reward. In reality, he thinks through why Bai Ruoxue's support keeps changing and concludes the key difference is simple. This time his cultivation is stronger, so he is more useful to her. Once he figures that out, he deliberately nudges his simulated self toward the bold choice: stop hoarding and cultivate. His simulated self follows that push, gives up the hamster mindset, and starts cultivating with the stones immediately. 3 days later Bai Ruoxue leaves, and not long after, Jiang Yifeng also departs the temple ruins to continue his path elsewhere. That same year, he condenses the spiritual liquid in his chi into a core but firmly stops short of the actual golden core breakthrough. In the 4th year, 1 pattern appears on the core, and Jiang Yifeng reaches a 1st grade golden core. By the 5th year, he polishes it again and reaches the 2nd grade. In the 6th year, after years of cultivating on the move, he finally reaches the oasis in the desert of death. That same year, his golden core gains a 3rd pattern and rises to the 3rd grade. In the 7th year, with travel over, he devotes himself fully to cultivation, but a whole year of effort only pushes the core to 4th grade. The 8th year brings a 5th grade core, but the climb is clearly getting harder with every step. By the 10th year, his spirit stones run dry, and even after all that effort, he has only reached the 6th grade. 10 more hard years drag by before he finally forces the core up to 7th grade. Another 20 years pass before the 8th pattern appears, and Jiang Yifeng starts wondering if this is the point where he should stop and break through. Even so, he remembers Bai Ruoxue's warning about potential and grits his teeth to keep refining instead of settling. In the 41st year, he finally leaves the Desert of Death and deliberately gives up any plan to steal the dragon egg this time. He knows from past runs that going near the egg only draws the demonic dragon and ends everything fast, so hiding and living longer is the smarter move now. By the 43rd year, he reaches the edge of the desert and suddenly feels a violent disturbance rising behind him. He immediately guesses Jiang Fushan is challenging the guarded place again, and grimly assumes his father probably still cannot win. At first he keeps walking, but then he notices streams of cultivators flying through the sky toward the dragon's territory. That sight rattles him, because for a moment he suspects the immortal slaves are gathering to help the demonic dragon kill his father. Then the desert erupts with giant flying demonic pythons, and the newcomers start fighting them in midair. Jiang Yifeng is chilled by the sight, because he has lived in this desert for decades and never once run into monsters like these. Since those pythons can fly, Jiang Yifeng knows that if he had run into them while still stuck at Peak Foundation establishment, he would have been nearly helpless. Watching the pythons attack the incoming cultivators also clears up one thing for him. These people are not immortal slaves after all. He pieces it together. The pythons should be under the dragon's command, so these airborne cultivators are probably hidden locals taking their chance because Jiang Fushan attacked. Even so, he still believes his father is probably not enough to break the dragon's guard, so he refuses to get involved and keeps heading out. Less than a day later, he fully leaves the Desert of Death, and the sudden sight of green mountains and clear water feels like a breath after decades of sand. That brief relief ends when he hears footsteps behind him and turns to find a cold stranger in black approaching. The stranger slowly draws his sword and coldly warns that cultivator matters are not for Jiang Yifeng to know, making the kill intent obvious. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands the stranger is probably an immortal slave trying to silence anyone who saw the desert battle. His first instinct is to grab the teleportation jade plate at his waist and escape before this turns ugly. But when the attacker rushes him on foot instead of flying, Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes this enemy has not reached core formation either. That changes everything, because Jiang Yifeng realizes the stranger chose him only because the real flying cultivators were out of reach. Jiang Yifeng decides this is the perfect moment to test his own strength, with the jade plate still as a last escape if he misjudged it. The attacker still takes him for a frightened ordinary man, and that mistaken confidence gives Jiang Yifeng one clean opening. At the last instant, Jiang Yifeng unleashes all the spiritual energy in his Qi into a single savage punch. It is his first real fight, so he overcommits badly, emptying himself in one blow and going weak the moment the punch leaves his arm. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng's spirit-infused punch lands, and the shadowy immortal slave explodes into blood on the spot. Staring at his own hands, he finally realizes he is no longer helpless against every immortal slave. Then he spots the enemy's storage ring on the ground and quickly grabs it. He does not waste time checking the loot and leaves at once, worried that stronger immortal slaves could still be nearby. Half a month later, he settles in the small border town of Yue, and only then opens the ring. The ring holds a surprising haul, piles of pills and more than 5,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yifeng dares not touch unknown pills, so he feeds the spirit stones straight into cultivation instead. With that extra fuel, his golden core refinement speeds up noticeably. A year later the spirit stones are gone, but his golden core still refuses to improve in rank. By year 50, he is still stuck at the 8th grade even though a new line started to appear years ago. After thinking it through, he concludes the bottleneck is probably his own talent, not the size of his Qi. Even so, he refuses to settle and decides he will keep grinding until he reaches a 10th grade core. On the 52nd year, a sudden feeling of danger makes him look up from cultivation. A lightning bolt crashes down on him without warning and nearly tears him apart. When more lightning gathers overhead, he realizes this is no accident. A second strike leaves him covered in blood and hanging at death's door. Looking into the distance, he sees lightning hitting other places too and remembers Bai Ruoxue's warning about heavenly punishment in this sealed land. Knowing he cannot outrun heavenly thunder, he gambles on the extreme body tempering method instead. He charges forward laughing and shouts for the thunder to come harder. The next blast strips his flesh and drives purple-blue lightning deep into his Qi. His painstakingly refined golden core barely holds together as crack after crack spreads across it. More bolts keep falling until he can no longer even feel his body. As death closes in, furious primordial energy suddenly erupts from his blood and flesh. That desperate surge pushes his martial Dao into the Qi motion realm and starts repairing his ruined body. Now he laughs at the storm itself, treating heavenly thunder like fuel for cultivation. His stronger body survives 2 more bolts, but his golden core reaches its limit. The core finally shatters, and only then is its hidden progress revealed. 9 clear lines, one of them flashing with thunder. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yifeng dies at 72 under the endless heavenly thunder. But his extreme 1-for-1 talent triggers, and far above in the immortal realm, the immortal lord running the lightning array dies with him. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng studies the reward list and feels this long simulation gave him far more than just survival data. He is especially struck by two things: weak immortal slaves can be killed, and even heavenly thunder can become a path to breakthrough. Even after learning the thunder was controlled from the immortal realm, he knows that problem is still far beyond his current reach. So he makes the practical choice and extracts Martial Dao Chi Motion Realm and Perfect Foundation Establishment from the simulation. The Martial Dao reward hits first, making his blood and primordial energy turn fierce and violent during the breakthrough. Then his immortal Dao cultivation surges all the way from the third level of Chi refining to Perfect Foundation Establishment, this time carrying a full 9-grade golden core. When the extraction finishes, he checks the core inside his body and cannot hide a satisfied smile. He wants to start another simulation immediately, but with no attempts left, he can only wait out the week. The week crawls by, and even when he still goes out to the pleasure house district, Jiang Yifeng finds himself more interested in the simulator than the usual fun. At last the week ends, and back in his bedroom, Jiang Yifeng starts a new simulation. This time he spends for a purple talent and draws Eye of Insight, a power that can reveal the true information of intelligent beings. He is instantly thrilled, because this talent could warn him about danger and tell him exactly what kind of enemy he is facing. The 11th simulation begins, and he cannot wait to test the new eyes for himself. He knocks on Little Peach's door, takes one look at her, and turns away so abruptly that she is left baffled. That quick test confirms Eye of Insight works exactly as promised, and Jiang Yifeng is impressed by how precise it is. The problem appears just as fast. Around the Jiang mansion, every person he looks at starts showing information, and the flood of details makes him dizzy. He calms down and reasons that a talent like this should be controllable, not permanently stuck on. After a full day of testing, he confirms he can control it somewhat, though his curiosity still triggers it by accident. He decides that flaw is manageable for now and suspects the talent works like a form of mental power. On the third day, he walks the streets of Green Hill City and suddenly sees the place with new eyes. What looked like a normal city is actually hiding several immortal slaves in plain sight, disguised as passers-by, vendors, and even beggars. He also sees that these hidden watchers are only at Foundation Establishment, so for once he is not the weaker side. Even so, he keeps quiet and avoids exposing them, because the simulation has only just begun. On the fourth night, he slips out of Green Hills City without anyone noticing. 2 days later, he reaches the ruined Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. Like before, he cleans the ruins, buries the bones, and recovers the Heavenly Profound Art along with the badly damaged cultivation notes. Then he settles into the same hard routine again, practicing the unnamed body tempering method once a day and spending the rest of his time refining his golden core. Time jumps to the third year, and right on schedule, Bai Ruoxue appears again. To stop Bai Ruoxue from suspecting him, Jiang Yifeng bluntly admits he built the graves here to repay the seniors after inheriting the Heavenly Profound Art. She does not trust him on words alone and coldly sweeps her divine sense through his body to inspect him inside and out. After the inspection, Bai Ruoxue finally confirms that Jiang Yifeng is not one of the immortal slaves she hates. While she examines him, Jiang Yifeng secretly uses Eye of Insight on her and finally sees just how terrifying Bai Ruoxue really is. The result shocks him. Bai Ruoxue is an 8th-layer tribulation crossing expert, far beyond anything his old cultivation notes ever recorded. But Bai Ruoxue is shaken too, because this sealed land should not have produced a young genius with perfect foundation establishment and a polished 9-grade golden core. In her eyes, even a 9-grade golden core is rare across the whole 9 mystic realm, and a 10th grade exists only in legend unless fate itself intervenes. She remembers that polishing a golden core costs precious decades, so most geniuses would never dare sink this much time into it. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng feels a chill when he realizes he chased golden core perfection before without even knowing the best cultivation years could run out. The rarity of a 9-grade golden core hits him next, and he realizes his last success was almost a fluke pushed by heavenly thunder. That warning makes him admit he desperately needs real cultivation knowledge instead of gambling on luck and simulator hints forever. For a moment he weighs whether a 10th grade golden core is still worth chasing, since even Bai Ruoxue's knowledge says talent and effort alone are not enough. Then he steels himself and decides he has to aim for the 10th grade anyway, because escaping alone is not enough if the immortals in the heavens still threaten his family. Once his resolve settles, he forms a rough plan to use heavenly thunder again and see if that impossible last step can be forced open. Back in the simulation, Bai Ruoxue looks at him with pity, seeing a future immortal seed trapped in the wrong world. She leaves without explaining anything, and 3 days later she is simply gone. Before disappearing, she leaves him a storage ring, but her silence makes Jiang Yifeng more confused than grateful. He cannot understand why this time Bai Ruoxue never mentioned the sealed land or tried to use him against the immortal slaves. The truth is that Bai Ruoxue did think about using his talent to stir trouble, but this time she could not bring herself to throw away a genius like him. She even considers risking her life to smuggle Jiang Yifeng out of the sealed land, but in the end she lacks both the strength and the courage to openly oppose the heavens. So she settles for the only help she dares give: resources, no chains attached, and his fate left to chance. When Jiang Yifeng checks the ring, he is stunned to find an even bigger catch than before. including 100,000 spirit stones and a book called Annotations on Cultivation Knowledge. Then he notices the ink is still wet and realizes Bairuoxue probably wrote the handbook herself just before leaving. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng cannot help laughing because Bairuoxue keeps changing with every simulation, yet somehow she keeps helping him. He pieces her together as a tragic figure, hostile to the immortal slaves and resentful of the heavens, but never bold enough to openly rebel. Instead of dwelling on her, he focuses on the handbook and wonders if deep simulation will let him memorize the useful parts for real. He decides it should work for broad cultivation knowledge, even if something as dangerous as the heavenly profound art is too detailed to trust to memory alone. With that in mind, Jiang Yifeng activates a one-day deep simulation to start cramming everything Bairuoxue left behind. Inside the deep simulation, he opens the still-fresh handbook and reads with complete concentration. The book turns out to be exactly what he needed, laying out common cultivation knowledge from Qi refining all the way to tribulation crossing. When the first day is almost over, he refuses to stop and extends the deep simulation for 10 more days so he can reread and lock the material into memory. Back in his bedroom after those extra days, he stays still for a moment and carefully digests everything he memorized. The biggest gap he discovers is simple but crucial. He had a Thunderfire true spiritual root and never seriously thought about how those attributes should actually be developed. Now he finally understands the path ahead. Fire can support alchemy and artifact refining, while Thunder excels in offense and body techniques. Armed with that new understanding, he returns to the simulator and follows his next run from the moment he leaves the temple ruins. After spending several days reading the handbook, simulated Jiang Yifeng leaves and heads once more for the lonely oasis in the desert of death. The demonic pythons still worry him, but after so many runs he judges the oasis to be the safest place for secluded cultivation anyway. Year 5 passes with him grinding away at his golden core, sensing progress but seeing no visible change. By year 10, the feeling is exactly the same, and by year 20 he is still trapped in that frustrating invisible climb. In the 40th year he finally breaks routine and decides to leave the desert early, because he knows a great battle will erupt there in a few years. 2 years later he slips out of the desert of death without running into cultivators or immortal slaves at all. By the 43rd year he is hiding in a remote village, looking back toward the desert and guessing his father's side has probably already started fighting there. As the 50th year arrives and Heavenly Thunder is only 2 years away, Jiang Yifeng stops lying low and starts hunting lone low-level immortal slaves for spirit stones. He is not doing it for revenge at all. He just wants enough resources to push his golden core refinement harder before the thunder arrives. He only dares move now because the thunder is close, and he hopes 2 careful years of raiding will not draw a stronger hunter onto him. Then in the 51st year, his luck snaps when he spots a Foundation establishment immortal slave in a small town and quietly scans the whole place with Eye of Insight. After confirming no other immortal slave seems to be nearby, he launches a sudden attack without hesitation. The kill goes smoothly, and Jiang Yifeng grabs the dead man's storage ring before the dust even settles. That is when a spike of danger hits him, and a sudden punch blasts him away before he can understand what is happening. When he looks up, a shadowy core formation immortal slave is hovering in the air, and Jiang Yifeng is stunned because Eye of Insight never showed a second enemy in town. The awful answer is simple. There was no second enemy there before, but a passing core formation immortal slave happened to fly overhead at the exact worst moment, and sensed his aura mid-attack. Jiang Yifeng does not gamble on a second blow, and instantly triggers the teleportation jade plate to flee. He vanishes from the town and reappears 1,000 miles away, safe for the moment but still rattled. Then confusion replaces panic, because when he checks himself he realizes the punch barely hurt him at all, and now he has no idea why he ran so fast. After fleeing a core formation enemy in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes he panicked for no reason because his martial Dao at the Qi motion realm already matches core formation strength. With the mistake already made, he settles into the remote forest and calmly cultivates, confident the immortal slave cannot track him after being thrown 1,000 miles away. Days pass without any pursuer, and Jiang Yifeng is almost disappointed because he had wanted to test himself against a real core formation opponent and still had the teleportation jade plate as a fallback. That chance never comes, and in the 52nd year the Heavenly Thunder arrives on schedule and finally burns through him, ending the simulation at age 72. Back in reality, the reward list surprises him because even without a realm breakthrough, both martial Dao and immortal Dao cultivation can still be extracted. He quickly reasons that higher realms can stay stuck for years, so the simulator must reward meaningful accumulation and not just breakthroughs. So he chooses the Eye of Insight and 52 more years of immortal Dao polishing, hoping repeated simulations will eventually force his golden core up to the legendary 10th grade. The extraction itself feels quiet, but Jiang Yifeng walks out refreshed, already back in character as the carefree rich young master. He heads straight for Spring Blossom Pavilion, because after learning hidden immortal slaves are inside Green Hill City, acting normal matters more than comfort. A tense week follows, and with the Eye of Insight he finally confirms the familiar immortal slave is Qiu Jixuan, a courtesan he had visited many times before. Even knowing Qiu Jixuan is dangerous, he keeps visiting anyway, because in real life one suspicious change could expose him where there are no second tries. When his simulation attempts refresh, Jiang Yifeng immediately slips back to his room and starts again. This time the purple draw gives him intelligence reduction aura, a ridiculous talent that forcibly lowers other people's judgment whenever they deal with him. The description sounds powerful, but the warning attached to it feels like the simulator is quietly mocking him for not being a real chosen one. The 12th simulation begins, and Jiang Yifeng sets out at once for the heavenly profound temple ruins. Before he even gets far, Little Peach sees him, blushes so hard she loses focus, and tumbles straight into a pond. Since the pond is shallow and she is not in real danger, Jiang Yifeng leaves her there and keeps going, already sensing this new talent is trouble. On the street, an unfamiliar young master suddenly blocks Jiang Yifeng and absurdly orders his men to gouge out his eyes just for looking at him. The nonsense finally clicks, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his new intelligence reduction aura is already making people act insanely around him. Trying to avoid a bigger fight, Jiang Yifeng calmly reveals he is the young master of the Jiang clan firm and hopes status will end the mess without exposing his strength. Instead, the outsider brags that his father is the lord of Bright Moon City, mocks Jiang Yifeng as just a merchant's son, and even threatens to ruin the whole Jiang business. Jiang Yifeng can barely believe what he is hearing, because a minor city lord's son talking like he can crush one of the realm's richest firms is completely detached from common sense. Just as Jiang Yifeng considers showing a little martial strength and leaving, a woman steps in front of him and slaps the young master so hard he flies dozens of meters away. The guards lose their nerve at once and drag their battered master away, though he still shouts that he will be back. That should have solved the problem, but Jiang Yifeng only feels worse when he sees his rescuer is Qiu Jishuan, the very immortal slave he has been avoiding. Qiu Jishuan gazes at him with obvious affection and asks why he skipped her songs today because she missed him so much. The change is so extreme that Jiang Yifeng instantly knows the aura has hit her too, and this new kind of trouble is somehow even worse. His whole plan to rush for the heavenly profound temple ruin stalls on the spot, and he has no choice but to follow Qiu Jishuan back to Spring Blossom Pavilion. He endures half the night listening to her sing before finally slipping away with an excuse. Once free, Jiang Yifeng rushes out under cover of night and heads for the Evergreen Mountain Range. A trip that should take only a few days drags into half a month because every time he meets people, the aura sparks some fresh absurd delay. Some men pick fights over nonsense like his speed, his clothes, or which foot he used first, while random young women fall for him at first sight and make the mess even slower. The good news is that none of it causes serious damage, so Jiang Yifeng grits through the wasted time and eventually reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins. At the ruins he cleans the site as usual, buries the bones, and retrieves the heavenly profound art again. After that, he settles back into cultivation and spends another half-year quietly refining his golden core. Then one day a voice suddenly calls his name, and when he opens his eyes, Qiu Jishuan is standing there in the ruins. The sight shocks him because this never happened in earlier simulations, and he only calms down a little after confirming she came alone. Since Qiu Jishuan appears to be only at peak foundation establishment like him, Jiang Yifeng quietly gathers spiritual energy and decides to kill her before she can expose his cultivation. But before he moves, Qiu Jishuan looks at him with teary affection and complains that he has ignored her songs for 2 months and hidden in this deep mountain like a man who wronged her. Jiang Yifeng refuses to be swayed and attacks immediately, because to him she is still an immortal slave who cannot be allowed to leave alive. To his surprise, Qiu Jishuan slips away with excellent movement, dodging the ambush far more cleanly than the Foundation establishment immortal slaves he killed before. That miss puts Jiang Yifeng on guard, because he has raw power but no real combat techniques, and her bodywork is clearly dangerous. Yet even while he keeps attacking, Qiu Jishuan only dodges and stares at him with streaming tears, never striking back once. After several minutes of this, Jiang Yifeng realizes something is deeply wrong, because a woman who can move like that could have escaped or killed him already. That is when the terrifying possibility hits him. The intelligence reduction aura may have twisted even an immortal slave so badly that she no longer wants to complete her mission. He still does not trust her, so he stops attacking only long enough to question why she came while secretly gripping the teleportation jade plate in case he needs to flee. Qiu Jishuan brightens at once and sweetly says she knew Brother Yifeng could not bear to really hit her. Her words send a chill through him, because the truth is the exact opposite. Jiang Yifeng wants to kill her, he just cannot land the hit. Qiu Jishuan explains that when Jiang Yifeng stopped visiting her, she carried his portrait across town and beyond, searching for half a year until she finally found him. Hearing that absurd story, Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the intelligence reduction aura is to blame, because no sane hidden immortal slave should chase a pleasure house young master that hard. He tests her by casually asking how she started cultivating, using the question to probe her real background. Qiu Jishuan glances around and quietly warns him never to expose his cultivation in front of other people. When Jiang Yifeng plays dumb and asks why, Qiu Jishuan unexpectedly spills the immortal arrival sex secret and admits immortal slaves hunt local cultivators. That honesty leaves Jiang Yifeng feeling a little guilty, and for the moment he abandons the idea of killing her. He decides to keep Qiu Jishuan alive and observe her instead, hoping she can still reveal more about the Immortal Arrival sect. But after more questioning, he finds that Qiu Jishuan actually knows less than Bai Ruoxue, and the one useful truth is that immortal slaves hunt cultivators for rewards, not faith. Then Qiu Jishuan sweetly gives him a pile of spirit stones and a body technique manual called Wind Chasing Art, saying his movement skill is too weak and too dangerous. Jiang Yifeng had planned to use her and then ambush her, but that sudden kindness throws his resolve badly off balance. In the end, he reluctantly accepts both the spirit stones and the wind chasing art. Over the following days, Qiu Jishuan stays with him in the Evergreen Mountain Range while he adds wind chasing art to his daily training. By the middle of the second year, Jiang Yifeng grows uneasy again because Bai Ruoxue's arrival is getting close. He knows that if Bai Ruoxue sees him beside an immortal slave, the situation could explode on the spot. He considers killing Qiu Jishuan to erase the risk, but in this simulation she has been wholeheartedly good to him, and he cannot bring himself to do it. In the third year, he leaves the heavenly profound temple ruins with Qiu Jishuan and gives up on trying to exploit Bai Ruoxue this time. In the fourth year, Jiang Yifeng focuses on body techniques and polishing his golden core, and Qiu Jishuan's absurd stockpile of spirit stones keeps his cultivation funded. The intelligence reduction aura keeps dragging trouble to him that year, but every time, Qiu Jishuan steps in and solves it first. Those repeated rescues make Jiang Yifeng feel like he is living under ridiculous protagonist treatment. In the fifth year, the two of them move to a remote hidden retreat because all that trouble is ruining his cultivation. Even in seclusion, trouble finds them in the sixth year when other immortal slaves come looking for Qiu Jishuan after she stops reporting back and stops hunting cultivators. Jiang Yifeng's identity as a cultivator is exposed at once, and the visitor turns out to be a 9th level core formation immortal slave. Jiang Yifeng reaches for his teleportation jade plate to flee, but the woman only looks at him and blurts out that he is handsome. Instead of getting hunted down, Jiang Yifeng ends up with another admirer, and his two-person retreat becomes a very awkward home for three. By now he is convinced the intelligence reduction aura is outrageously broken, and he even starts thinking the benefits might be worth getting it for real. Outside the simulator, the real Jiang Yifeng's face turns dark because he realizes the aura was not just warping other people, it was making his simulated self stupid too. He starts picking apart the evidence, beginning with the pointless fights from earlier, which now look like the aura dragging everyone into irrational hostility. He also realizes that leaving Green Hills City in broad daylight made no sense, because sneaking out at night would have avoided most of that mess. The biggest problem hits him next. In the simulation he kept overlooking who Qiu Jishuan really was, even though in reality Eye of Insight had already exposed her dangerous background. He knows she is the granddaughter of an immortal arrival sect elder, and even her perfect foundation establishment realm and easy piles of spirit stones should have set off alarms. Jiang Yifeng still believes Qiu Jishuan's feelings in that simulation were genuine under the aura, but that changes nothing about the danger of a talent that even clouds his own judgment. He decisively rules it out and thinks to himself that he absolutely cannot take intelligence reduction aura as a reward. Back in the simulation's 9th year, an old man suddenly appears at the secluded home, and Jiang Yifeng instantly uses Eye of Insight and prepares to run. The old man is revealed as Qiu Kuang, a first-layer tribulation crossing immortal slave and Qiu Jishuan's grandfather. Jiang Yifeng senses that this explains something huge he should have noticed earlier, but under the aura he lets the thoughts slide and focuses only on escaping. He teleports away again and again, but Qiu Kuang crosses each 1,000-mile jump almost instantly and burns through all three of Jiang Yifeng's escapes. After the third jump fails, Qiu Kuang catches Jiang Yifeng, and it finally looks like the farce is over. Then Qiu Jishuan rushes out, drops to her knees before her grandfather, and sobs that if he kills Brother Yifeng, she will not live either. Qiu Kuang hesitates for a long time, and in the end he spares Jiang Yifeng and takes both of them away instead. The only one left behind is the unnamed young immortal slave who fell for Jiang Yifeng at first sight, now standing alone in stunned silence. A few days later, Qiu Kuang brings Jiang Yifeng and Qiu Jishuan to the capital of the Great Abyssal Kingdom. Qiu Kuang lays down a blunt condition. If Jiang Yifeng wants to stay with Qiu Jishuan, he must pass a test and join the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng agrees immediately, partly because he has no real choice, and partly because joining the sect could let him cultivate openly without being hunted or struck by heavenly thunder. Qiu Jishuan lights up with joy, convinced he agreed because of her. But the plan hits a wall fast, because the Immortal Arrival sect has never accepted a cultivator from the southern regions before. Even with his status, Qiu Kuang's repeated applications are rejected, and some immortal slaves flatly demand that Jiang Yifeng be killed instead. Then the mood flips the moment more people see Jiang Yifeng in person, because the intelligence reduction aura tears the entire sect into opposite extremes. One side finds him unbearable and insists on killing him, while the other treats him like family and fights to keep him alive and accepted. The arguments turn into daily factional clashes, all because of one man standing in the middle of this ridiculous aura-driven mess. The farce ends in one stroke when purple heavenly lightning crashes down and kills Jiang Yifeng at age 29. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng can only call the whole simulation a farce, with the only real gain being that the Immortal Arrival sect seems tied to the Great Abyssal Kingdom's capital. When he checks the rewards, they are unusually thin, which fits a simulation where non-stop chaos left him little time to cultivate properly. The one bright spot is wind-chasing art, because it finally gives him a proper body technique to cover a weakness in combat. He rejects the dangerous aura without hesitation and chooses the heavenly profound art together with wind-chasing art instead. A moment later, both manuals appear in his hands, and he feels a quiet sense of completion when the heavenly profound art is finally redeemed at last. After storing the manuals away, he heads out again to keep up his playboy image, but for now he carefully avoids Spring Blossom Pavilion because he is still wary of Qiu Jishuan. A week passes, his simulation count refreshes, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his room ready to start again. This time he draws a new purple talent called Random Enlightenment, which can suddenly multiply cultivation speed and help him break bottlenecks. The 13th simulation begins, and now that he already has an immortal Dao method, Jiang Yifeng decides he can head straight to the heavenly profound temple ruins to cultivate in peace. He leaves Green Hills City at night this time, making sure the streets are empty before slipping away. On the third day, he reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins again. Even though he no longer needs the old manual here, he still buries the bones and cleans the ruins before settling down. After that, he starts a new cultivation routine focused on polishing his golden core while spending 2 hours a day training wind-chasing art. By the end of the first year, the 10th pattern on his golden core still has not appeared, but wind-chasing art has reached entry level. Even at entry level, the technique nearly doubles his running speed, which makes the value of real combat techniques impossible to ignore. That result makes him decide he needs to collect more offensive and defensive techniques in the future. The second year passes without any obvious breakthrough, despite all his effort. In the third year, Bairuoshu arrives at the ruins and puts Jiang Yifeng through another round of questioning. Once she confirms he is not an immortal slave, Bairuoshu shows a little appreciation for his talent, though she still keeps her distance. 3 days later, Bairuoshu leaves behind a storage ring, and inside Jiang Yifeng finds 100,000 spirit stones and another freshly written copy of annotations on cultivation knowledge. After leaving the heavenly profound temple ruins, Jiang Yifeng skips the desert of death this time and hides away to cultivate alone. In the 5th year, a burst of random enlightenment hits while he trains the wind-chasing art, and his cultivation speed suddenly surges 8-fold. That enlightenment makes his mind unusually clear, and for one precious instant he catches the rhythm of the wind itself. With that flash of insight, his wind-chasing art jumps from entry level to minor achievement, and he realizes this feeling is the key to the technique. 10 days later the enlightenment fades, and although he has improved a lot, the missing wind rhythm leaves him frustrated. In the years that follow, he keeps polishing his golden core and body techniques, but progress only creeps forward. By the 13th year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hills City in disguise and watches from the shadows instead of going home. He came back for one reason: to use the Eye of Insight on the shadowy attacker who once ruined the Jiang family, and finally confirm what that enemy really is. He also wants to see how his father survived this disaster before, trusting that distance and his teleportation jade plate should keep him safe. After 2 months of waiting, a violent blast finally erupts from the Jiang family mansion. Jiang Yifeng sees the mansion already smashed apart, with a lone shadowy figure floating above the wreckage. He immediately reads the attacker with the Eye of Insight and learns it is Yangzhua, an immortal slave of the Immortal Arrival sect at the 9th level of core formation. That result catches him off guard, because Yangzhua is much weaker than the terrifying monster Jiang Yifeng had imagined back when he was still powerless. For the first time, he can smile at the thought that this enemy will not stay a threat to him for long. Then the situation flips completely when Jiang Fushan arrives from the sky with several cultivators behind him. One of Jiang Fushan's allies strikes with a sword, and Yangzhua is killed on the spot. After that, Jiang Fushan starts organizing the battered Jiang family survivors to evacuate while the cultivators guard the area. Watching from afar, Jiang Yifeng realizes his old theory was too narrow. His father was never just planning to save one son, he was trying to save the whole family. Even so, the ruined mansion and wounded survivors make it clear Jiang Fushan still arrived a little too late. Jiang Yifeng steadies himself with one hard promise: in reality, things will not end like this because he still has himself and the simulator. But another shock comes fast when he inspects Jiang Fushan's allies and finds several local cultivators are actually in the tribulation crossing stage. What truly stuns him is their age, because these people are over 1,000 years old and should have died to heavenly thunder long ago. He briefly suspects they might be immortal slaves too, but the Eye of Insight does not show any connection to the Immortal Arrival sect. That mystery destroys his old plan to leave again, because now he needs answers from these survivors. When he approaches the mansion, the guarding cultivators stop him before he can get closer. With no other choice, Jiang Yifeng calls out for his father. Jiang Fushan rushes over with red eyes, clearly carrying years of pain, and all he can manage to say is, "It's good that you're back." That one line hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because he knows he vanished for more than a decade after leaving behind only a letter. He quickly forces himself steady again, reminding himself that only ruthless effort in this simulation can prevent worse tragedies in reality. A few days later, he evacuates Green Hills City with Jiang Fushan and the other cultivators, following them to a hidden place called Spine Mountain. From the outside, Spine Mountain feels barren and thin in spiritual energy, like the last place cultivators would choose to gather. But once inside, Jiang Yifeng finds a hidden refuge packed with local cultivators and even their families, and the Jiang family settles there too. Not long after arriving, a 7th-stage tribulation crossing elder called Oldly sees straight through Jiang Yifeng's breath-concealing talisman. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised, because a tribulation crossing expert like Bai Ruoshu at creating the talisman also means another expert at that level might unravel it. When Jiang Fushan learns his missing son is actually a cultivator, he is so overjoyed that he tries to hand over all of his resources. Seeing only a few thousand spirit stones in that pouch, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels just how poor the local cultivators really are. He refuses the stones and instead presses Jiang Fushan for answers about the cultivators gathered on this mountain. Jiang Fushan can only explain the basics. This world is a sealed land, the immortal arrival sect hunts ordinary cultivators, and everyone here survives under Old Li's protection. So Jiang Yifeng starts following Old Li around the refuge, asking question after question until the old expert begins filling in the missing truth. Old Li first explains spirit stones. In the southern regions they are basically monopolized by the immortal arrival sect, so local cultivators have to steal or rob them from sect mines. When Jiang Yifeng asks how anyone survives heavenly thunder, Old Li can only answer with a bitter smile that people like them have no real solution of their own. He says their hope comes from their ancestors, especially 2 legendary figures remembered in old stories, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. According to Old Li, millions of years ago Mo Jingtian withstood heavenly thunder and broke open the sealed land, but he did not do it alone. A formation genius named Lu Wuya helped tear several openings in the seal, but he likely died because his own strength was not enough to escape. Before dying, Lu Wuya may have left behind a sheltering formation in the southern regions, and that hidden formation is the reason local cultivators still have any path to survive. Those who live through heavenly thunder do it by hiding inside that formation before the storm arrives. Then Old Li's face darkens as he reveals the worst part. After countless years, that life-saving formation is already close to collapse. He warns that when heavenly thunder comes again, it may finally be the end for old survivors like him. That explanation instantly solves one of Jiang Yifeng's old simulation mysteries. The local cultivators who later rushed into the desert of death were fleeing because their last shield had failed. In the days that follow, Jiang Yifeng remains at Spine Mountain and cultivates while absorbing everything he has learned. By the 14th year, he runs out of spirit stones completely. In the 15th year, he joins a raid on a small immortal arrival sect mine with the local cultivators. The mission turns bloody, with 3 companions dying and Jiang Yifeng himself coming out badly injured. Even after all that, the reward is only 2,000 spirit stones, showing how brutally expensive every bit of cultivation here has become. Old Li later admits that these raids happen often, and some of them end in total annihilation when the wrong immortal arrival sect elder shows up. Besides those group raids, some lone wolves survive by roaming outside and robbing isolated immortal slaves one by one. The one person who never leaves to seize resources is Old Li, because his mere presence is what keeps Spine Mountain from being crushed. Old Li explains that he could kill the current immortal arrival sect members, but stronger replacements would only come down after them. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the real problem. These sect members are just lackeys, and killing minions changes nothing while the powers above remain untouched. In the 16th year, he leaves Spine Mountain on his own because the mountain's spiritual energy is too thin to keep refining his golden core. A year later, he passes through a small town and ambushes 2 Foundation establishment immortal slaves, taking more than 5,000 spirit stones from them. He burns through those stones by the 18th year, and even then his long golden core refinement still gives no clear breakthrough. After another dry year, he decides in the 20th year to repeat what the local cultivators already do and rob more low-level immortal slaves when needed. From then on, his life settles into a harsh cycle of borrowing spirit stones from weak immortal slaves, hiding, and returning to cultivation again and again. With the Eye of Insight and the breath-concealing talisman, he stays disguised as immortal, scouts carefully, and usually avoids trouble for decades. But usually is not always, and his worst close call comes when a nascent soul expert from the immortal arrival sect happens to pass by in the middle of one operation. He uses a teleportation J-plate once, but the nascent soul pursuer still catches up, covering miles in an instant. Only by triggering teleportation twice in a row does Jiang Yifeng finally shake the pursuit and disappear for good. In year 35 of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng's random enlightenment suddenly triggers and his golden core refining speed jumps tenfold. While studying his Qi, he realizes the dragon essence might count as the rare chance needed for a true 10th grade golden core. He cannot command the dragon essence directly, so he stubbornly compresses the spiritual energy around it and starts forcing it closer to the core. After 10 hard days, he finally presses the dragon essence onto the golden core. The dragon essence melts into the core and leaves behind a faint 10th dragon pattern, just before the enlightenment ends. Jiang Yifeng is thrilled, because one burst of insight finally showed him the road forward after so much blind refining. 2 years later he heads back into the desert of death, now with a new plan for the demonic dragon's lair. By year 39 he reaches the desert oasis, and by year 43 he is staring at the sky every day, waiting for the dragon to appear. When the desert finally trembles and the demonic dragon bursts into the air, Jiang Yifeng sprints straight for the lair. 2 hours later he reaches the lair entrance and sees Jiang Fushan still keeping the demonic dragon busy in a distant sky battle. Knowing he has a small window, Jiang Yifeng dives into the lair and heads straight for the southwest corner from memory. He starts smashing through the thick golden wall, and this time his stronger cultivation lets him break in much faster. Through the opening he spots the hidden chamber and the giant dragon egg at its center. Anxious dragon roars echo from outside, warning him the mother has noticed, so he hits even harder. He widens the gap to a dog-sized hole and awkwardly squeezes himself into the chamber. Instead of roasting the egg like before, he follows his new idea, pulls out a hammer, and smashes it open on the spot. He buries his head in the broken egg and gulps it down, betting that more dragon essence will strengthen the faint 10th pattern. The gamble works immediately as his body grows stronger, and his martial Dao cultivation breaks into the second level of Qi motion realm. At the same time, dragon essence rushes through his Qi Si and starts making the 10th pattern on the golden core clearer than before. The demonic dragon keeps roaring outside, but Jiang Yifeng ignores it and keeps consuming the egg as fast as he can. 3 minutes later the wall explodes inward, and a great ascension black python lunges in and swallows him whole. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 63, and back in reality he bitterly realizes the dragon must have used its roars to summon that python. Even so, he perks up when the reward list confirms he has finally reached a so-called 10th grade golden core. The wording bothers him though, because the simulator still adds the total refining years, making him suspect this 10th grade is not truly complete. He decides to claim the new enlightenment talent and the immortal cultivation reward first, and sort out the mystery after. As the reward settles into his body, all the dragon essence in his Qi Si pours into the golden core, and even more appears from nowhere to finish the 10th pattern. But the moment he looks closely, his mood drops because the new 10th pattern sits apart from the other 9 instead of joining them. After reading Bai Ruoxue's notes, he knows disconnected patterns are useless for the next realm, so this flashy 10th grade is effectively still only a 9th grade core. He can only laugh at himself and mutter that maybe refining an unheard of 11th grade core will turn this mistake into a bigger future. A week passes with Jiang Yifeng lounging in the pleasure house as usual, but the moment his simulation count refreshes, he goes back to start again. He spends energy on another purple draw and gets Calamity Body, a talent that doubles his cultivation speed but brings accidents to everyone and everything around him. The effect sounds so nasty that he decides to test it in the next simulation before ever taking it as a real reward. Inside the 14th simulation, he stays at the Jiang Manor on purpose to see just how bad Calamity Body really is. The first sign comes immediately when Little Peach trips at his doorway and scalds herself with the hot water she was bringing him. On the second day a patrol passes his courtyard, and the wall suddenly collapses and injures 3 guards. On the third day the wall collapses again during repairs, and this time Jiang Dafu takes a blow to the head. The disasters keep spreading beyond the courtyard, and soon he hears the Jiang family business is dumping shops to cover losses from a ruined shipment. Then the blow turns personal when a poisonous snake slips into Jiang Fushan's room at night and leaves him unconscious from venom. By the 6th day Jiang Yifeng is terrified enough to stop testing, because staying any longer might destroy his whole family. Before leaving, he sneaks into his father's room at night and quietly uses spiritual energy to cleanse the poison. He leaves Green Hill City under cover of darkness, choosing distance over risking one more disaster at home. By the 8th day he reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins and settles back into his lonely routine there. He cleans the ruins and buries the bones again, then starts cultivating alone at the gravesite. In the first year he burns through more than 20,000 spirit stones, because his stronger realm and the Calamity Body both make him cultivate much faster. The same cursed talent also starts feeding him, as injured animals keep turning up near the ruins after bizarre accidents. He feels guilty, but he still grills the unlucky animals and keeps cultivating, because survival comes first. By the 2nd year his spirit stones are gone, his cultivation slows, and even the plants around him begin to wither under the same misfortune. In the 3rd year the whole area around the temple has turned lifeless, with yellow weeds and broken dead trees everywhere. That creates a new problem, because Jiang Yifeng knows Bai Ruoxue is due soon and worries this ruined place will scare off the one person who might help him. He hurriedly starts cleaning the dead weeds and broken trees, trying to make the wrecked place look less hopeless. Bai Ruoxue arrives while he is still busy, and he does not even notice her at first. Instead of focusing on him, Bai Ruoxue looks over the dead landscape in sorrow, remembering when this place was once green and full of life. She wrongly blames the damage on Heavenly Thunder, then grabs Jiang Yifeng and demands to know who he is. After hearing his answer, Bai Ruoxue examines him inside and out, and the moment she checks his golden core her expression turns into pure disbelief. A 20-year-old with a wrongly cultivated 10th-grade golden core should not exist, and to Bai Ruoxue he suddenly looks like a miracle that might still be saved. Her shock quickly becomes excitement, because if she can help him fix this flaw, he might become the first true 11th-grade golden core in history. In her mind, that future power could surpass old legends, break the sealed land, and one day let her take revenge on the immortals above. But just as she gets carried away with that plan, Bai Ruoxue's face suddenly darkens and she throws Jiang Yifeng aside. While investigating him, Bai Ruoxue suddenly realizes Jiang Yifeng has the legendary Calamity physique, and the discovery genuinely scares her. The old records say this physique brings disaster to everything nearby, and even the person who kills its owner will meet a terrible end. Unwilling to keep him close and unwilling to kill him, Bai Ruoxue chooses the safest option and leaves almost immediately. Jiang Yifeng cannot figure out why she left so fast, and what annoys him most is that she did not leave him any spirit stones this time. Since she is gone, Jiang Yifeng spends a day gathering food and gets ready to leave on his own. Then a white-robed figure suddenly appears, and Jiang Yifeng brightens at the thought that Bai Ruoxue might finally be back to compensate him. He does not even get a word out before Bai Ruoxue binds him with a flick of her sleeve and carries him away in an instant. Dragged through half a day of terrifying high-speed flight, Jiang Yifeng catches the feeling of the rushing wind and triggers random enlightenment. He empties his mind and sinks completely into that sensation, pushing his wind-chasing art from novice level straight to minor accomplishment. Bai Ruoxue notices the breakthrough and can only sigh at how talented he would be if he were not carrying such a cursed constitution. When the flight finally stops, the enlightenment ends too, and Jiang Yifeng is left regretting that such a perfect cultivation chance was so short. He opens his eyes expecting answers, only to find that Bai Ruoxue has already disappeared again. The only thing she leaves behind is a storage ring, and Jiang Yifeng immediately grabs it with a flash of hope. That hope dies fast when he finds no spirit stones inside, just enough food to keep him alive. 2 hours of walking later, he realizes something is wrong because every path loops him right back to the same place. Jiang Yifeng bitterly figures out that Bai Ruoxue sealed him inside a formation and stocked food so he would not starve while locked away. He spends half a month searching for an exit, gets nowhere, and finally gives up on escape for now. With no better option, he settles inside the prison and turns the place into a long-term cultivation site. Years pass, and by the 4th year he has fully steadied his mind and devoted himself to cultivation. In the 5th year, his body technique improves again under that lonely routine. In the 6th year, the first formation suddenly cracks apart on its own, and Jiang Yifeng is so thrilled that he praises his calamity physique out loud. His celebration lasts one moment, because the instant he steps out, he runs straight into a second formation outside the first. Now he finally understands. Bai Ruoxue must have discovered his constitution and locked him away from the world so he could not drag everyone else into disaster. He admits she was trying to protect others, but being the one buried alive in these formations still feels deeply unfair. By the 7th year he forces himself to calm down again and returns to cultivation inside the second prison. In the 9th year, a strange cry like a phoenix reaches him during cultivation, but he dismisses it as an illusion. The second formation starts cracking in the 10th year, but this time Jiang Yifeng stays calm and assumes there are probably even more layers waiting outside. In the 20th year, the phoenix cry returns clearly and sounds pained, making Jiang Yifeng wonder what exactly Bai Ruoxue trapped him beside. During the 23rd year, random enlightenment triggers again while he refines his golden core, and this time the boost raises his cultivation efficiency 7-fold for half a year. The phoenix keeps crying over the years, first sorrowfully in the 26th year and then more and more often until the prison no longer feels isolated at all. By the 43rd year, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees many cultivators flying overhead, which makes no sense if he is still supposed to be sealed away. He first thinks of the desert of death and the planned battle with the demonic dragon, but the land around him looks nothing like a desert, so the scene in front of him has to be real. Then the cry rings out again, and a giant half-bald phoenix finally bursts into view above him. A green-robed fighter rises to meet the beast, and Jiang Yifeng is stunned to recognize that figure as his father, Jiang Fushan. The whole scene feels wrong enough that Jiang Yifeng even wonders if he has fallen into some kind of illusion. Before he can sort it out, Old Li appears in front of him. An eye of insight confirms the old man is exactly the same person Jiang Yifeng met in a previous simulation. Old Li sees that Jiang Yifeng is a cultivator too and bluntly tells him to flee with the others at once. When Jiang Yifeng asks what is happening, Old Li explains that this is the Valley of Flames, and its flames have been mysteriously dying out for decades. That news told the local cultivators something had happened to the guardian beast, so when they were forced to flee the southern regions, they chose this valley as their breakthrough point instead. Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes he has spent decades cultivating right beside this escape route, and the absurd luck of it leaves him almost speechless. He immediately suspects the dying flames are another effect of his calamity physique, because he was probably the only one trapped here all those years. That idea leads to a darker guess. Bai Ruoxue may have left him here on purpose to use his constitution against the valley's guardian beast. He cannot prove her motive, but knowing how much Bai Ruoxue hates the immortals and their forces, the theory feels disturbingly plausible. Even so, Jiang Yifeng refuses to flee with the group, because he knows his calamity physique could doom anyone who stays near him. Old Li does not argue. He simply gives Jiang Yifeng one look and leaves with the lower-level cultivators. Watching the sky, Jiang Yifeng sees his father overpower the bald phoenix while the other cultivators keep advancing deeper into the valley without resistance. The route looks far easier than the Desert of Death, which leaves Jiang Yifeng genuinely confused about why everyone chose the deadlier path in earlier simulations. Not knowing that his own calamity physique weakened the phoenix and extinguished the flames, Jiang Yifeng decides this is a rare chance and moves to escape the sealed land himself. Half a day later, the phoenix lets out one long final cry and falls. Right after that, someone grabs Jiang Yifeng, and he turns to find his father holding him. Jiang Fushan is badly wounded. An eye of insight shows his cultivation has already fallen from the peak of the 8th tribulation layer down to the 7th. There is no time for explanations, so father and son say nothing and race toward the exit together. A day later, they finally reach the border formation and the ancient crack torn open long ago by Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. Jiang Yifeng is just beginning to feel excited about finally leaving the southern regions when heavenly thunder explodes overhead. Jiang Fushan smiles once, then throws Jiang Yifeng through the crack and rises alone to intercept the thunder. Jiang Yifeng breaks down in tears, because he instantly understands his father is using his own life to shield him. He lands outside the southern regions in a completely unfamiliar place and waits there for half a day, still hoping his father will follow. When Jiang Fushan never appears, Jiang Yifeng accepts that the worst has probably happened and leaves before the area becomes dangerous. Nearly 2 years pass on the road, and even after escaping the sealed land, Jiang Yifeng still sees no real trace of human life. In the 48th year, he finally finds a small village and enters hoping to learn where he has ended up. Most of the villagers know almost nothing, and only the old village chief can tell him this place is called the Great Wilderness. Even the chief cannot explain what the Great Wilderness really is, because the name was only handed down from older generations. Jiang Yifeng had wanted to rest in the village longer, but after just one day his calamity physique starts hurting the place around him. Unable to bear the thought of ruining such a simple village, he leaves again and continues the road alone. In the simulation's 49th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches a large tribe and finally learns what the Great Wilderness really is, a colossal desert linking several major regions. The tribe makes it clear that crossing this place will take far too long, so Jiang Yifeng drops the idea of rushing onward and decides strength matters more than wandering blindly. He picks a secluded spot in the wilderness, builds a simple residence, and settles in to turn the years he bought with his escape into pure cultivation time. Years pass in hard training, and by year 70 his wind-chasing art finally reaches great accomplishment. With the technique fully polished, Jiang Yifeng can move like a gust of wind, crossing ground several times faster than before. At year 100, a random enlightenment suddenly hits while he refines his golden core, and his cultivation speed explodes for half a year. When the enlightenment fades, he sees the breakthrough he has chased for years. A new faint pattern has appeared on the golden core and begun linking the separated dragon pattern to the other 9. That tiny link is enough to light a fire in him, and he throws himself back into cultivation with renewed hope. By year 120, all 11 patterns are connected, even if the newest one is still faint and not fully solid. At year 138, the 11th grade golden core is finally complete, and Jiang Yifeng stands on the edge of an unheard-of core formation breakthrough. Knowing he may become the first person ever to enter core formation with an 11th grade golden core, he cannot help laughing at how absurdly high he has climbed. He starts the breakthrough at once, drawing in spiritual energy to build the bridge between heaven and earth. The moment the bridge starts forming, strange signs appear in the sky and announce to outsiders that something extraordinary is happening below. High above, several tribulation crossing elders spot the disturbance, and immediately judge that whoever is breaking through below refined an unusually high-grade golden core. One elder takes responsibility with a grim sigh and tells the others that he will handle it himself. As Jiang Yifeng keeps building the bridge, a gigantic seal suddenly crashes down from the sky to crush him. He reacts instantly and triggers his teleportation jade plate, but the escape fails on the spot. The surrounding space has already been sealed, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this was not bad luck at all but a planned assassination. Only after the fact does the truth come out. During nearly a century in the Great Wilderness, his calamity physique has spread disasters across thousands of miles and put him under Wildlands sect surveillance. The sect hesitated because ancient records warn that killing a calamity physique bearer brings terrible backlash, but his breakthrough convinces them they cannot let him keep growing. The righteous sect chooses the world over Jiang Yifeng's life, and under a tribulation crossing strike he is crushed before he has any chance to survive. The simulation ends at age 158, with an 11th grade golden core reward now within Jiang Yifeng's reach. He sighs over the wasted ending, frustrated that he was hunted down for a talent he never asked for, even though he knows how dangerous that physique truly is. Then the bigger truth sinks in and his mood lifts. After several simulations and more than 200 years of accumulated effort, he has finally reached an 11th grade golden core. He also understands the limit of his own miracle. Most of that time went into refining the 10th pattern, and the dragon pattern that pushed him higher was still a lucky break. When it comes time to choose, he takes the cultivation reward and wind-chasing art, and leaves the calamity physique behind despite how useful it once was. He refuses that talent for one simple reason. In real life it would expose him and drag disaster onto everyone around him, and he does not want to end up alone. The extraction succeeds, and the 11th pattern appears inside his real golden core at once. He cannot immediately feel the body technique upgrade, but he knows the great accomplishment when chasing art is now his too. By the time he finishes, dawn has arrived, and Jiang Yifeng stretches, walks outside, and greets the morning like nothing unusual happened. And true to form, his next stop is still the pleasure house to listen to music. A week later, he shuts himself in early and waits for the simulator to refresh, already certain this next run should finally carry him into core formation. The moment the attempt returns, he starts a new simulation without hesitation. This time the simulator gives him a purple talent called Formation Dao Genius, and Jiang Yifeng immediately sees how valuable that could be. He remembers how often teleportation arrays saved him before, and his thoughts jump straight to the sealed southern regions, and the possibility of tearing open an exit through formation mastery. Because he no longer has the calamity physique in this run, escaping the sealed land rises back to the top of his priorities, even if in real life he still plans to hide his cultivation completely. The 15th simulation begins, and on the very first night Jiang Yifeng slips out of Green Hills City under cover of darkness. On the second day he reaches the ruins of Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range, and the great accomplishment when chasing art gets him there in a single day even while holding back. He clears the ruins again, buries the skeletons there, and turns the abandoned temple into a clean breakthrough site. Before risking a breakthrough, he spends days scouting the surrounding few hundred miles because last time sky signs taught him that this process may expose him. After confirming the area looks empty, he decides the risk is low enough and returns to the temple ruins to begin. On the 11th day he sits down with a spirit stone in hand and starts building the Heaven-Earth Bridge for his core formation breakthrough. As his spiritual energy connects the golden core to his meridians, the first anomaly bursts into the sky as a true dragon and true phoenix rising together. The dragon and phoenix vision fades, but it is only the beginning, and more anomalies begin chaining across the heavens one after another. Jiang Yifeng's safety plan collapses right there, because the signs spread so far that the entire southern regions can see them. The immortal arrival sect immediately starts converging on the source, and even sect master Shenhuo moves in person. Jiang Yifeng knows none of that and keeps focusing inward, finally completing one of the two heaven-earth bridges. Then the real accident hits from inside his own body. His martial primordial energy suddenly surges toward the golden core through the completed bridge. He is stunned because this was supposed to be an immortal cultivation breakthrough, not a martial one, and he scrambles to suppress the interference. It does not listen at all, and soon even his spiritual energy slips from his control until he can only watch as both powers move on their own. While he is trapped inside that crisis, the sky outside turns even more absurd as a giant figure wielding an axe appears and splits open chaos itself. After that come even more impossible visions, from the chaos golden lotus to the 3,000 demon gods, until only a majestic golden figure shaped like Jiang Yifeng remains in the heavens. Jiang Yifeng barely notices the outside spectacle because inside his Qi, the martial primordial energy has started engraving another pattern onto the golden core. Then that same martial energy entwines with spiritual energy and begins building the second heavenly Dao bridge for him. At that moment he sees the impossible answer and is left shocked and thrilled all at once. This is the sign of a 12-grade golden core. Before he can process it, the ground suddenly starts shaking beneath him. His foreboding gets worse when he realizes he still cannot stop the breakthrough, and with both energies moving on their own he cannot even use his cultivation to run. Then he sees the source of the quake. A huge battle has erupted nearby between immortal slaves and another large group of cultivators, hundreds on each side. The sight leaves him baffled, because he personally scouted this area and found no one at all, yet now armies have appeared around his breakthrough site. And before he can make sense of any of it, an unidentified white-haired old man suddenly appears right in front of him. In the simulation, even without using cultivation, Jiang Yifeng's eye of insight lets him identify the man rushing in to help him, and he is stunned to see it's Oldly at the 7th layer of Tribulation Crossing. Jiang Yifeng cannot understand why Oldly would leave Spine Mountain, since the old man normally stays there to protect the southern region's ordinary cultivators and their families. Oldly speaks with rare urgency and relief, telling Jiang Yifeng to focus on breaking through while he and the others protect him with their lives. He quickly forms hand seals and raises a transparent shield around Jiang Yifeng before vanishing back into the fight against Shenhuo. Several local cultivators rush in to stand guard around the shield, making it even clearer that this whole force came specifically to keep Jiang Yifeng alive. Though confused, Jiang Yifeng chooses to trust Oldly, because every past simulation has shown the old man is genuinely the one holding the southern region's weak cultivators together. So he calms himself and turns inward to watch the changes in his Qi, while the battle outside drags on around his breakthrough. The breakthrough is painfully slow, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the mixed and martial Dao primordial energy is probably what is making this core formation so difficult. At the same time, the story reveals why Oldly came at all. The sky omen made him think a legendary 10-grade golden core had appeared, something seen only once in a million years with Mo Jingtian. That miracle gives Oldly real hope that the southern regions might finally produce someone who can break the seal, so he mobilizes everyone from Spine Mountain to protect Jiang Yifeng at all costs. Half a day later, Jiang Yifeng finally bursts through and reaches the core formation stage. When he looks up, Oldly is already waiting outside the shield, and the immortal arrival sex people have clearly been driven back. Oldly wastes no time and tells Jiang Yifeng to come with him immediately, warning that the area is still not safe. Jiang Yifeng does not understand the danger, but he trusts Oldly enough to go. Far away, the real threat is revealed when Shinwuyo massacres an entire town and turns the place into a sea of blood. Using the town's blood, Shinwuyo builds a fresh altar and begins a forbidden blood sacrifice ritual. A cold unseen voice answers from the altar, and Shinwuyo reports that a possible 10th-grade golden core has just appeared in the southern regions. The voice scoffs that this tiny place keeps producing chosen, complains that rules stop direct action, and finally says it will handle the matter itself. When the altar shatters, Shinwuyo is visibly relieved, because he wants nothing to do with another fight against Oldly. Meanwhile, Oldly escorts Jiang Yifeng back towards Spine Mountain at top speed, and his growing tension makes Jiang Yifeng realize the danger is getting closer. As Spine Mountain finally comes into view, Oldly relaxes for the first time, and Jiang Yifeng starts to hope there is a hidden fallback waiting there. That hope dies instantly when a purple flash rips across the sky and a thunderclap shakes heaven and earth. Jiang Yifeng first thinks it is heavenly thunder, but the moment it strikes, he understands this attack is even worse. Oldly throws himself in front of Jiang Yifeng, but even a 7th-layer tribulation crossing expert is instantly blasted into serious injury. Half collapsed and bleeding, Oldly shouts for Jiang Yifeng to run into Spine Mountain's belly, where a formation might still save his life. Another purple bolt crashes down on Oldly, and Jiang Yifeng can see the old man is at the end of his strength. Heart-heavy but not daring to waste a second, Jiang Yifeng activates wind-chasing art and races for Spine Mountain. As he runs, Jiang Yifeng realizes Oldly must be pointing him toward Lu Wuya's hidden formation, the same ancient protection that once kept Oldly alive for thousands of years. But Jiang Yifeng already knows the truth. No movement technique can outrun thunder, especially when this monstrous purple lightning is clearly hunting him. A few seconds later, the purple thunder catches Jiang Yifeng and kills him at age 20, ending the simulation on the spot. Back in reality, the short, brutal simulation leaves Jiang Yifeng shaken, especially after learning Shinwuyo can report him to celestial beings. He is even more confused by the reward list, because besides Formation Dao Genius and Ordinary Core Formation, the simulator now offers a new path called Divine Dao. After reading the description, Jiang Yifeng figures out that Divine Dao is a stronger path that fuses Immortal Dao and Martial Dao, with harder breakthroughs and heavy body requirements. He is ready to take the stronger reward, but a new fear stops him cold. If that terrifying breakthrough omen appears in real life too, he will be exposed immediately. Right then, the simulator helpfully reveals a hidden function. For 1 billion energy, it can conceal breakthrough anomalies. That settles it, and Jiang Yifeng immediately chooses Formation Dao Genius and Divine Dao Cultivation, then pays extra to hide the anomaly. The rewards drop into place at once, and Jiang Yifeng feels spiritual energy and primordial energy start circulating on their own inside his body. The bridge between heaven and earth forms by itself, a 12th-grade golden core takes shape, and Jiang Yifeng officially steps into the core formation realm through Divine Dao. Now able to fly, Jiang Yifeng excitedly heads for the door, eager to test it in the real world for the first time. He stops himself at the last second, retreats awkwardly, and reminds himself over and over not to be reckless enough to expose his cultivation. In the end, he decides to keep acting like a carefree playboy and not reveal his real strength until he can survive the powers watching the southern regions. Then the simulator gives him another surprise. Entering Divine Dao unlocks a hidden achievement and a personal data panel. Jiang Yifeng scans the new panel with a pleased nod, seeing his talents. Divine Dao cultivation split between Immortal Dao and Martial Dao, the heavenly profound art, and his mastered wind-chasing art. Satisfied and back in character, he heads straight to Spring Blossom Pavilion as if nothing unusual has happened. A week later, after keeping his head down, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself in again and starts his 16th simulation. He spends for another purple talent and gets longevity of the Southern Mountain, which adds 1,000 years of lifespan but barely excites him. Since lifespan has never been his real bottleneck, he sighs and moves on to the simulation itself. In the new simulation, Jiang Yifeng sticks to his proven plan and sneaks out of Green Hills City at night to head for the heavenly profound temple ruins first. He reaches the ruins, cleans the place up, buries the bones there, and settles in to wait for Bairuashua like he has planned. He even jokes to himself that Bairuashua is basically his spirit stone lifeline in these simulations, so waiting for her is part of the strategy. A full year passes, his spirit stones run dry, and he only crawls closer to core formation stage 2 through ordinary cultivation. In the second year, his growth slows badly until random enlightenment suddenly triggers and boosts his cultivation speed 8-fold for 11 days. That short burst is enough to push him into core formation stage 2. In the third year, Bairuashua finally arrives at the ruins and immediately demands to know who he is. This time Jiang Yifeng does not bother lying about being a heavenly profound temple disciple and simply gives her his real identity. She does not believe him right away and examines him closely from head to toe. The moment she senses his extraordinary 12th-grade golden core, Bairuashua looks at him like he is some impossible monster. After a long silence, Bairuashua makes a startling offer and asks if Jiang Yifeng is willing to become her disciple. Jiang Yifeng accepts on the spot, because for him this is an unexpected chance too good to refuse. For 2 days after that, Bai Ruoxue quietly mourns her senior brother before turning to Jiang Yifeng's future. On the 3rd day, Bai Ruoxue sits down with Jiang Yifeng and explains the truth again. The southern regions are not normal territory but a sealed land under punishment. Then she gets to the real point and asks whether he wants to leave the southern regions with her. By taking him as her disciple, Bai Ruoxue has already decided to risk one breakout attempt, because his terrifying talent is the first hope she has seen of someday defeating that celestial being. She is not worried about whether Jiang Yifeng would oppose that celestial enemy, because as someone born in the southern regions, he will be hunted sooner or later anyway. At first Jiang Yifeng is tempted, because if he can escape the sealed land in simulation, his future runs could become far longer and far more profitable. But he quickly remembers the hard limit he has seen before. Even his father Jiang Fushan usually failed to break through the Phoenix-guarded pass unless the calamity physique happened to weaken the beast. Since Jiang Fushan and Bai Ruoxue are both at the 8th layer of tribulation, Jiang Yifeng cannot help doubting whether she can really carry him out alive. Even if they only try to flee, he knows taking him along would make the attempt much more dangerous. After thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng finally grits his teeth and agrees to leave with Bai Ruoxue anyway, treating the whole thing as a high-risk experiment inside the simulation. His logic is simple and ruthless. If this escape works, he gains a whole new route for future simulations, and if it fails, he dies once and tries again next time. Bai Ruoxue carries Jiang Yifeng south for days, and when the vast sea finally comes into view, her expression turns tense. A hoarse voice suddenly orders them to stop, and a massive mystic turtle rises from the sea to block their path. Jiang Yifeng is stunned that this sea beast can speak, because even the demonic dragons and phoenixes from earlier simulations never did. Trying the same trick she used to enter the sealed land, Bai Ruoxue politely throws over a storage ring and asks Senior Turtle to let them pass. Jiang Yifeng hopes the bribe might work, but he knows taking a native out of the southern regions should be far harder than sneaking an outsider in. The mystic turtle accepts the ring, checks it, and calmly says Bai Ruoxue may leave but Jiang Yifeng cannot. Disappointed but unwilling to give up, Bai Ruoxue grabs Jiang Yifeng and prepares to force a breakthrough. The mystic turtle answers with an overwhelming aura that crushes them in place and instantly shows Bai Ruoxue she guessed its strength very wrong. Jiang Yifeng uses the Eye of Insight and nearly gives up on the spot when he sees the turtle as a severely injured but still terrifying mystic immortal. With both of them pinned helplessly, the mystic turtle remarks on their impatience and names a price, 10 billion spirit stones for Jiang Yifeng's release. Before Jiang Yifeng can even process that the bribe might actually work, the turtle flings Bai Ruoxue straight into a crack in the sea formation and sends her out alone. Left alone at the sea barrier, Jiang Yifeng is relieved that 10 billion spirit stones might buy his freedom, but he is also deeply confused about why the turtle dares to bargain around a celestial seal. The mystic turtle seizes Jiang Yifeng and bluntly declares that he is now its cargo, so he will not be leaving on his own terms. The turtle carries him to a tiny island in the endless sea, then settles beside it, and goes to sleep as if Jiang Yifeng barely matters. A full year passes with the turtle unmoving, but Jiang Yifeng does not dare test whether that sleep is real. By the 5th year, he finally dares to walk around the island, and when the turtle still does nothing, his fear eases a little. With no spiritual energy anywhere on the island, Jiang Yifeng survives the long years by fishing and catching shrimp like an ordinary castaway. 10 years in, the mystic turtle finally wakes and stares at the fishing Jiang Yifeng with open disappointment. Instead of killing him, the turtle scolds him for being a useless fool despite cultivating the ancient divine Tao, which makes Jiang Yifeng even more suspicious about what it really wants. The turtle suddenly takes to the sky, and only then does Jiang Yifeng see the massive rune-carved iron chains shackling its body. Now the turtle stops hiding the truth and tells Jiang Yifeng that everyone here, including itself, is a prisoner of the sealing formation. It admits the 10 billion price was just a lie to fool Bai Ruoxue, because no native of the southern regions can truly cross the endless sea. The formation crack itself is a trap, because the spirit of the entire sealing formation sits here and marks every aura born inside the sealed land. The turtle warns that even if it let him pass, the formation spirit would sense Jiang Yifeng and strike him dead with heavenly thunder. Only outsiders like Bai Ruoxue can slip in and out before the formation spirit fully notices them, and if they stay too long, even they get trapped. Jiang Yifeng is left sweating, because the sea route he hoped for was never an escape at all. Then the turtle reveals why it bothered explaining any of this. It does not want to remain a gatekeeper forever, and it thinks Jiang Yifeng might break the seal if he reaches the divine Tao. Jiang Yifeng can only force an awkward smile, because inside he is fuming that the turtle never said they were on the same side sooner. Seeing that frustration, the turtle points out that it had already stopped restricting him, so why did he never even try to study the surrounding formation? Jiang Yifeng fires back that talent alone is useless when he does not even know the basics of formations. That answer actually stuns the turtle, which never expected someone chosen for the divine Tao to be this lacking in formation fundamentals. In the end, the turtle helplessly tosses him a divine sense jade slip packed with basic formation knowledge and explains that he should press it to his forehead. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng immediately realizes this jade slip stores memories, so he decides to use deep simulation to absorb it directly and save a reward choice. He starts a deep simulation for several extra days just in case, since the energy cost is worth the shortcut. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng sees the chained mystic turtle in full, and the sight is even more shocking than the written log ever was. He wastes no time and presses the jade slip to his forehead, letting a flood of formation knowledge pour into his mind. 3 days later, he finally digests the basics and grasps just how deep and difficult the path of formations really is. The sudden knowledge leaves him dizzy enough that he immediately ends the deep simulation and returns to his room in the Jiang family mansion. Back in the simulated timeline, the turtle does not keep him at the sea any longer and rushes him off to the mainland before the formation spirit can notice too much. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng heads north, because he knows the endless sea marks the southern edge and Green Hills City lies far back the other way. It takes him 2 whole years to do what Bai Ruoxue crossed in a few days, even with his core formation cultivation letting him fly. In the 12th year, Green Hills City finally comes back into view, and Jiang Yifeng returns in disguise instead of going home openly. He rents a small courtyard near the Jiang family mansion and quietly watches from the shadows. In the 13th year, a sudden loud blast tells him trouble has found the Jiang family again. Looking up, he sees a shadowy figure attacking the Jiang family from the sky. The crisis ends almost immediately when Jiang Fushan arrives with a group of cultivators, and one tribulation crossing expert casually kills the attacker. Once the mansion is safe, Jiang Yifeng reveals himself and calls out to his father. As expected, Jiang Fushan brings him back to Spine Mountain, where Jiang Yifeng settles into cultivation again. This time Jiang Yifeng puts most of his effort into formations, using the turtle's jade slip as the foundation he never had before. After 2 years of hard study, he reaches the level of a 3rd-grade formation master in the 15th year. Only now does he fully understand how precious that jade slip was, because it spared him years or even decades of stumbling through formation theory from scratch. By the 16th year, after growing familiar with everyone at Spine Mountain, Jiang Yifeng finally approaches Oldly with the request he came for. He asks Oldly to let him study the formations left behind by Senior Lu Wuya, hoping those thunder-avoiding arrays will push his formation path even further. Oldly tells Jiang Yifeng the ancient formation inside Spine Mountain is no secret here, but it is guarded every day so no immortal slave can slip in and ruin it. Since Jiang Yifeng asks to see it, Oldly personally escorts him into the heart of Spine Mountain instead of trusting him to go alone. At the formation itself, Jiang Yifeng stares hard at Lu Wuya's work for days, but all he gets is dizziness and frustration. He finally admits the problem is not the formation but his own low skill, because he cannot even see the basic symbols hidden inside it. So Jiang Yifeng leaves the chamber and decides he will only return after raising his formation Dao to a much higher level. In the 17th year, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself away and even pauses both immortal and martial cultivation so he can pour everything into formations. His goal is simple and urgent. Lu Wuya's formation will not survive the next heavenly thunder, so if he can repair it, he can hide inside and stretch this simulation much longer. By the 23rd year, Jiang Yifeng successfully builds a mid-grade gathering spirit array and steps into the rank of 4th-grade formation master. That breakthrough also humbles him, because 6 full years for 1 grade makes it obvious that cracking high-level formations is far harder than he first imagined. When Oldly learns Jiang Yifeng has reached 4th grade, he gets even more excited than Jiang Yifeng and immediately asks if he wants to see Lu Wuya's formation again. Oldly's real request soon comes out. He wants Jiang Yifeng to build more mid-grade gathering spirit arrays all across Spine Mountain. Jiang Yifeng quickly understands why Oldly asked. Spine Mountain has so little formation talent that even ordinary formation masters are rare, so most people can only rely on basic gathering spirit arrays. With spiritual energy already thin here, the lack of strong arrays explains why Spine Mountain's cultivators keep risking raids for the immortal spirit sex spirit stones. Jiang Yifeng agrees without hesitation, seeing no reason to refuse help that also lets him practice the craft he needs most. In the 24th year, Jiang Yifeng spends the entire year laying hundreds of mid-grade gathering spirit arrays throughout Spine Mountain. The work deepens his understanding of formations and wins heartfelt thanks from the cultivators living there. Even though each person can only spare a little, thousands of grateful hands add up to 580,000 spirit stones, a huge fortune by Southern region standards. Years of steady study push him further, and by the 31st year he reaches 5th grade formation master. By the 39th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches 6th grade formation master, strong enough to contend with a void refinement cultivator if he has time to set a proper formation. His progress finally slows, but Jiang Yifeng is not shocked, because a path this strong was never going to stay easy forever. In the 40th year, he returns to the core of Spine Mountain and finally begins to see some of Lu Wuya's hidden symbols. What opens before him is overwhelming, because the visible symbols alone number in the millions and weave through each other in dizzying combinations. Jiang Yifeng estimates the full formation would need at least 1 billion symbols, and the sheer scale makes Lu Wuya feel almost unimaginable. That awe quickly turns grim when he thinks about the border seal outside the southern regions, because anything that cages the whole region must be even more monstrous. He forces himself to settle down and studies the visible rune patterns anyway, refusing to waste the chance he still has inside the simulation. After one brutal day of observation, the complexity leaves him with a splitting headache and no way to fully grasp the formation yet. Still, he does not come away empty-handed, because even one day's study gives him valuable new symbol combinations to digest later. In the 41st year, a burst of random enlightenment hits, sharpening his mind and multiplying his progress for 10 straight months. He rides that chance all the way into 7th grade Formation Master, a level of skill that already stands above his actual cultivation realm. In the 42nd year, Old Li brings urgent news that Lu Wuya's formation is showing signs of disturbance. Because Jiang Yifeng is now Spine Mountain's best Formation Master, Old Li asks him to inspect it at once, and Jiang Yifeng is already ready to go. Jiang Yifeng knows why this matters, because in his simulation memories the trouble starts now, 1 year before Old Li's group heads into the Desert of Death. Back in the formation chamber, he can now see even more symbols and starts tracing the operating paths with everything he has learned. 3 days vanish in hard calculation, and by the end Jiang Yifeng is drenched in sweat from the mental strain of analyzing such a high-level formation. At last he deciphers one cluster of runes, but what he finds is deeply wrong. The pattern looks like guidance, not defense. He repeats the word guide to himself until the real horror clicks into place. This formation does not destroy heavenly thunder, it redirects it. The next question hits even harder, because if millions of years of heavenly thunder was redirected somewhere, that somewhere must still be hidden on Spine Mountain. He blurts out that this is bad just as the formation itself begins to crack. Arcs of electricity race across the formation lines, and Jiang Yifeng turns to flee before the chamber erupts. But he is still standing at the center when Lu Wuya's formation explodes and swallows him in a sea of lightning. Jiang Yifeng struggles uselessly inside the lightning storm and dies at 60, ending the simulation in a way he never expected. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng looks over the simulation rewards and immediately locks onto the 7th grade Formation Master as the one he cannot pass up. He dismisses the Formation Dao Jade Slip, because he already absorbed that knowledge in the simulation and still remembers the headache it caused. The real dilemma is between 1,000 extra years of lifespan and 580,000 spirit stones that could speed up every future simulation from the start. After thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng chooses the 7th grade Formation Master and the spirit stones, deciding immediate strength matters more than a longer life he may never safely reach. The simulator deducts a huge amount of energy value, and Jiang Yifeng feels gentle waves of formation knowledge pour into his mind without the old crushing pain. Then a new problem appears. His current storage space is too small to hold all 580,000 spirit stones. He does not hesitate and spends another billion energy value to expand the storage ring 100 times, because leaving that wealth outside would be reckless. When the expansion finishes, the ring looks ordinary from outside, but inside it has become a massive space with a small mountain of spirit stones piled to one side. The sight makes him smile for a moment, but that smile turns a little painful when he remembers how much energy value those stones actually cost. With only about 3 billion energy value left, Jiang Yifeng considers having Jiang Dafu start buying gold, silver, and jewels again to refill his reserves. He quickly talks himself out of it, remembering the Jiang clan firm nearly choked on cash flow last time and has not had long to recover. In the end, Jiang Yifeng decides the remaining energy is still enough for a few more simulations as long as he does not splurge again. Even after everything is settled, he skips his usual trip to the pleasure house because his head is too full of fresh formation knowledge to relax yet. After the last simulation ended, Jiang Yifeng keeps up his routine at the pleasure house for days, then quietly waits in his room for the next simulation refresh. The refresh arrives, and Jiang Yifeng immediately spends for a purple talent draw. He pulls him a divine body, a self-healing talent so strong that it instantly makes him think about pairing it with brutal martial Dao body tempering. Even so, Jiang Yifeng reins himself in and decides this run still has to focus on formation Dao, because repairing Lu Wuya's formation is the key to surviving longer simulations. The 17th simulation begins, and under cover of night he slips out of Green Hills City toward the heavenly profound temple ruins. At the ruins, he cleans the broken temple grounds and buries the scattered bones before settling in to study formations. A whole year of pure comprehension gets him almost nowhere, so in the 2nd year he changes methods and starts building formations by hand every day. In the 3rd year, Bai Ruoxue arrives, examines him, and offers to take him as her disciple. Jiang Yifeng agrees at once, and when Bai Ruoxue soon offers to bring him out of the sealed southern regions, he says yes without hesitation. His real goal is not escape yet, but another trip to the Endless Sea so he can study the sealing formation by the Mystic Turtle. As soon as they reach the Endless Sea, the Mystic Turtle surfaces, and Bai Ruoxue bribes it with spirit stones. The turtle takes the money, suppresses them both, and then throws Bai Ruoxue out of the southern regions while demanding an absurd 10 billion spirit stones to get Jiang Yifeng back. Jiang Yifeng knows the turtle is lying, but he keeps quiet and lets himself be taken to the island. The moment the turtle seems to fall asleep, Jiang Yifeng boldly heads straight for the sealing formation hidden deeper on the island. The Mystic Turtle opens its eyes, annoyed by how fearless this human is on the very first day. Before Jiang Yifeng can reach the formation, the turtle catches him and threatens to eat him if he keeps acting recklessly. The threat is real enough to scare him straight, even though the turtle actually sees him as a future hope for breaking the seal and escaping its own chains. After that scare, Jiang Yifeng spends the 4th year on the island doing almost nothing except occasionally fishing at the shore and staying obediently out of trouble. Watching this from reality, Jiang Yifeng is exasperated because his whole plan has stalled over the turtle's unpredictable temper. He decides he cannot waste another year like this and launches a one-day deep simulation to interfere directly. Inside the deep simulation, he walks toward the island's inner formation again, this time fully aware the turtle's annoyance is more warning than murderous intent. An hour later he finally reaches the formation, but the runes are so profound that just trying to analyze them makes his head feel like it will split open. Realizing brute force will only wreck his mind, Jiang Yifeng cuts the deep simulation short and leaves the hard analysis to his simulated self. Back in reality, he resumes watching, and his simulated self suddenly finds itself deep on the island with a vague, unsettling sense that reality just interfered. The simulated Jiang Yifeng decides not to dwell on the mystery, notices the turtle is ignoring him, and throws himself into studying one tiny piece of the ceiling formation. Even narrowed down to one pattern, the work is brutal, so he can only study until his mind throbs, rest, and start again. A full year later, he has only parsed a tiny fraction of that single pattern, but his grasp of formations has already deepened sharply. He keeps grinding through the 5th and 6th years, and by the 8th year he finally finishes analyzing that one formation pattern. That satisfaction dies fast when he looks up and realizes one pattern took 5 years, while hundreds of thousands more are still visible in this area alone. Still, he reminds himself this trip was never about solving the whole seal yet, only about raising his formation Dao high enough to repair Lu Wuya's thunder-blocking formation later. In the 9th year, he stops studying new patterns and concludes that his understanding has finally reached the level of an 8th grade formation master. He immediately tries to build an 8th grade formation, but after drawing only a few symbols his chi runs dry and the attempt collapses. The failure confirms what he suspected. His skill is high enough, but his current cultivation cannot supply the spiritual energy an 8th grade formation needs. Instead of getting discouraged, he takes it as proof that his trip was worth it, because repairing an existing formation may demand insight more than raw output. In the 10th year, the mystic turtle finally brings him out of the endless sea and reveals that it too is a prisoner. It explains that its earlier scare was a lesson. When facing an unbeatable enemy, he has to judge the situation first instead of charging in blind. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng makes it back to Green Hills City. That calm shatters in the 13th year when a shadowy immortal slave descends and smashes the Jiang family residence with a single palm. Jiang Fushan arrives with reinforcements, kills the attacker, and rushes the surviving Jiang family members into evacuation. Jiang Yifeng also makes it in time and leaves with the others for Spine Mountain. Once at Spine Mountain, he does not ask to see Lu Wuya's formation right away and instead quietly cultivates while showing just enough 7th grade formation skill to earn trust. In the 14th year, Oldly comes to him with a request for high-grade gathering spirit arrays to speed up everyone's cultivation, and Jiang Yifeng agrees immediately. Because 7th grade arrays still strain his spiritual reserves, each one is slow and exhausting, and he has to recover after almost every setup. By the 16th year, 2 years of work leave 5 high-grade gathering spirit arrays spread across Spine Mountain. The effect shows fast. By the 17th year, spiritual energy around Spine Mountain thickens enough that local cultivators no longer need to risk ambushing immortal slaves for spirit stones. Grateful for that change, the cultivators showered Jiang Yifeng with gifts, including more than 900,000 spirit stones. By the 18th year, Jiang Yifeng has fully won everyone's trust, so he finally goes to Oldly and asks to study the formation left behind by Senior Lu Wuya. At Spine Mountain, Oldly quietly takes Jiang Yifeng to the hidden formation site and leaves him there without hesitation. That trust is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, because if Oldly stayed to watch, he would never let anyone touch Lu Wuya's lifeline formation. He spends a full year studying the array and realizes it is far beyond ordinary formations, likely something Lu Wuya left at an immortal level. The more he studies, the more Jiang Yifeng suspects everyone has underestimated Lu Wuya, because a formation this deep should not have been made by a weak man. Still, Jiang Yifeng does not need to understand all of it. He only needs the guiding routes that carry heavenly thunder into the mountain's depths. He works from what he learned before. The formation is collapsing because years of redirected heavenly thunder have built up underground. His answer is simple and dangerous. Find that buried thunder, set a small array beside it, and bleed the power out little by little. After 3 more years of tracing the routes, he finally locks onto the exact place where the underground thunder is sealed. In the 23rd year, Jiang Yifeng lays down an inverted 7th grade lightning guiding formation aimed straight into the earth. The moment the array takes shape, a green bolt erupts from underground and slams directly into him. The hit tears his body apart, but he had already calculated the risk and steps into it on purpose. Then the Imu divine body shows its worth, as his ruined flesh visibly knits back together while his martial Dao starts climbing. After that, he lets the thunder batter him every day, suffering through the pain because the gains are too good to ignore. To Jiang Yifeng, the plan feels almost perfect. The mountain survives longer, and his martial Dao grows at a ridiculous pace. The results come fast, with his martial Dao breaking through the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Qi Motion realm in 3 straight years. But once he reaches the 6th level, the old thunder stops hurting enough, and his progress suddenly slows. So in the 27th year, he rewrites the array to drag up stronger thunder from below. The adjustment works, and his martial Dao surges again until he reaches the 7th level and eventually the peak of the Qi Motion realm. At the peak, he runs into a wall, with his 12th grade Golden Core and Divine Dao Path. A major breakthrough now needs both martial Dao and immortal Dao to peak together. His martial Dao is ready, but his immortal Dao is only at the 1st level of core formation, so he has to shut the thunder array down. That leaves a new problem hanging over him, because once he stops draining the underground thunder, Lu Wuya's formation is back on borrowed time. Jian Yifeng goes to Old Li and bluntly tells him that Lu Wuya's formation has a real hidden flaw. Old Li already knows the formation is nearing collapse, but Jian Yifeng is the first to point at a concrete reason. A few days later, Old Li gathers Spine Mountain's elders to decide whether they will trust Jian Yifeng's proposal. When the meeting ends, Old Li comes back with a polite refusal. Jian Yifeng is skilled, but they will not gamble with Lu Wuya's formation on his judgment alone. Jian Yifeng understands why they are afraid, but he also knows waiting until the danger is obvious will already be too late. In the 32nd year, the mountain's people turn wary of him, and someone always appears whenever he gets near the formation. Once he realizes they are afraid he will act on his own, Jian Yifeng stops going out much and turns fully to immortal Dao cultivation. With more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in hand, his immortal Dao starts advancing at a much steadier pace. The years pass, and he climbs from the 2nd level of core formation to the 3rd, then all the way to the 5th by the 40th year. But in the 40th year, Jian Yifeng leaves Spine Mountain early because he no longer trusts Lu Wuya's formation to hold until the last minute. He is trying to stretch the simulation's lifespan, so he chooses distance over blind faith in a failing defense. By the 43rd year, he reaches the 6th level of core formation and keeps pressing forward. Then in the 45th year, random enlightenment suddenly triggers and throws his cultivation speed into overdrive for a full year. That burst of insight carries him straight to the 8th level of core formation. By the 51st year, Jian Yifeng finally reaches the 9th level of core formation, but he knows the heavenly thunder is now only 2 years away. Normal training is no longer enough, so he heads back towards Spine Mountain to see whether Lu Wuya's formation is somehow still standing. If the formation survived, he might still be able to hide behind it and squeeze out a little more time. When he reaches Spine Mountain in the 52nd year, all he sees is scorched ground and stray arcs of electricity licking through the black earth. That one look tells him the truth. Lu Wuya's formation failed anyway, and the end of this simulation is now close. With no real answer left for the heavenly thunder, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hills City in the 53rd year. The city is gone. Green Hills has become ruins and scattered bones, and the sight chills him even though he already guessed what happened. He pieces it together at once. After immortals were exposed here years ago, the immortal arrival sex slaves must have erased the mortals who knew too much. With nothing else to do, he sits cross-legged on the ruins of the Jiang family mansion and waits for the heavenly thunder to come. When the sky finally fills with lightning, a bolt of purple heavenly thunder crashes down toward him, and he does not even try to dodge. He could have hidden behind formations a little longer, but in the end Jiang Yifeng only smiles faintly and faces death head-on. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 73, but he is not especially bitter because this run already gave him what he wanted. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng even thinks his final calm looked a little cool, though he is still annoyed that Spine Mountain refused to act. He quickly sorts out the lesson. If he wants future runs to last longer, he must either become strong enough to absorb more buried thunder himself or push his formation Dao even higher. Then he turns to the rewards and weighs them by one hard rule. Right now, what he lacks most is raw strength. He passes on the martial Dao reward because Spine Mountain already gave him a fast way to train that path, while immortal Dao still has no real shortcut. That makes the answer obvious to him. Imu Divine Body is essential, and 9th level core formation is the best immediate boost. Jiang Yifeng calmly makes the selection and locks in those two rewards without hesitation. A surge of power floods into him as the talent and cultivation are extracted, and within seconds his strength rises sharply. When it is over, Jiang Yifeng steps out of the Jiang family mansion, finally ready to let his mind rest after this long run. With tired eyes and a lighter mood, he heads straight for the Spring Blossom Pavilion to listen to music and unwind. A week later, Jiang Yifeng's simulation attempts refresh, and he immediately starts another run in his room. He spends 1,000,000 energy on a purple talent, and draws Hand of God, a strange gift that says key items will appear in his hand. The description sounds useful enough, so Jiang Yifeng enters simulation number 18 expecting a normal start. Inside the simulation, he waits until evening in Green Hills City, and quietly packs to leave the Jiang mansion under cover of night. Before he can leave, Little Peach screams outside, and a soft piece of cloth suddenly appears in his hand. One glance tells him the item is Little Peach's doo-doo, and the timing is so bad that he instantly feels guilty. Little Peach runs in crying that there is a pervert nearby, while Jiang Yifeng hurriedly hides the doo-doo in his storage ring. When he asks what happened, Little Peach explains that she was about to sleep when her duda suddenly vanished. That is when Jiang Yifeng finally connects the disaster to Hand of God and realizes this talent's idea of key items is completely warped. He spends hours calming Little Peach down, and only around midnight does she finally return to sleep. Left alone at last, Jiang Yifeng grimly accepts that this talent is real and mutters that calling it Hand of God is a joke. He leaves Green Hills City that same night, but the cursed talent keeps dropping bizarre objects into his hand along the road. After seeing dudas, cucumbers, eggplants, and even fire sticks pop out of nowhere, he starts to understand the filthy pattern and is thoroughly revolted. He stops at a river to scrub his hands like they have been contaminated, trying to wash off the whole experience. Only after he reaches the remote evergreen mountain range do the strange appearances finally stop, and he can breathe again. By the third day, he calms down enough to rethink his route, and the first thing he rules out is asking Bai Ruoxue for help. If Hand of God targets Bai Ruoxue, offending an expert at the 8th layer of tribulation would end the simulation on the spot, so he decides to avoid her completely. He briefly stops at the heavenly profound temple ruins, clears the wreckage, and buries the bones before moving on. After that, he heads south alone because he still needs the Endless Sea and its sealing formation to sharpen his formation knowledge. He knows other sealed places exist, but the Endless Sea is the safest choice because the mystic turtle there has treated him as friendly before. The journey drags into the first year, and because of Hand of God he avoids towns and keeps to empty paths. Even so, female immortal slaves keep finding him at the worst moments, usually when their missing dudas have just appeared in his hand. Most of those women are only foundation establishment stage, so Jiang Yifeng can beat them back, but the humiliating encounters spread a ridiculous new name across the land. In the second year, the talent finally drags him into real danger when a nascent soul female immortal slave's dudu appears in his hand. That mistake turns into a brutal 3-day fight, and although she has higher cultivation and more spells, Jiang Yifeng's dual cultivation foundation lets him outlast her. He wins by exhausting her to death, but he comes out of the fight badly injured himself. In the third year, that battle catches up to him when the immortal spirit sect sends experts to hunt him down. The sect still underestimates him and mostly sends core formation to nascent soul pursuers, so he survives a string of close calls and fights his way onward. At last he reaches the edge of the Endless Sea, and the immortal slaves stop there instead of following him into beast territory. He touches the seawater and waits for the mystic turtle to appear like before, but this time nothing happens. After several dead days he decides waiting is useless and starts shouting into the sea while launching attacks to get the turtle's attention. That works a little too well, because the mystic turtle erupts from the sea in a foul mood and immediately tries to swallow him. In sheer desperation, Jiang Yifeng blurts out that they are both prisoners here, so there is no need to make life hard for each other. That one sentence makes the mystic turtle stop cold, and the giant beast catches Jiang Yifeng in its claw instead of eating him. The turtle laughs, calls him an interesting chosen, and is impressed that someone from the sealed land seems to know its background. Jiang Yifeng panics inside because he was bluffing, but the mystic turtle does not press him and simply asks why he came. He admits he wants to study the sealing formation here to improve his formation mastery. The mystic turtle agrees but sets a hard limit of 7 years, because after that the formation spirit may wake up. Knowing that danger already, Jiang Yifeng quickly promises to leave on time. The mystic turtle carries him to an island in the Endless Sea, and Jiang Yifeng heads straight for the part nearest the sealing barrier. While Jiang Yifeng studies the island, the mystic turtle silently rethinks everything and starts viewing him as a possible pawn in a game between heaven-level powers. Its thoughts reveal a darker truth. Even a mystic immortal like it was captured and placed here as a chess piece to help break the southern region's seal. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng reads those thoughts from the simulation and realizes the southern regions are a far deeper trap than he imagined. That revelation hardens his resolve, and he decides to use deep simulation to force real formation knowledge out of those 7 years. He had avoided this before because even a glance at the seal once felt like it would split his head open, but now he chooses to endure it. He launches a 1-hour deep simulation of those 7 years, paying an enormous energy cost to dive straight into the study. Inside the deep simulation, he throws himself at the sealing formation, and the complexity is so savage that his head feels ready to explode almost immediately. He grits his teeth through the pain until half an hour later, when he finally collapses unconscious. When he wakes half a day later, he can already feel his formation theory has advanced, proving the suffering is worth it. So he keeps going, day after day, spending more time fainting than actually studying as the years grind past. After more than 6 years of this punishment, he finally deciphers one formation pattern and reaches theory on the level of an 8th grade formation master. His knowledge has soared, but his spiritual energy still is not enough to actually build an 8th grade formation himself. With the 7-year promise nearly up, he ends the deep simulation and snaps back to his room in Green Hills City. He checks his mind, confirms the 8th grade theory really came back with him, and breaks into open laughter at the success. Back in the ongoing simulation timeline, the 7th year ends with the mystic turtle keeping its word and sending him from the island back to the coast. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng has returned to Green Hills City in disguise, but his arrival stirs up the old Dudu immortal legend all over again. He can only look at the small mountain of stolen dudas in his storage and sigh, because none of this was ever his choice. In the 13th year, a shadowy immortal slave slips into the Jiang family again, and Jiang Yifeng ambushes him from behind before the man can make his move. He fights this hard because he has finally reached 9th level core formation 2, and this time he refuses to stand by while the Jiang family is destroyed. The ambush misses when the shadowy man slips away with body techniques, and the two 9th level core formation cultivators are forced into a direct clash. Jiang Yifeng should have the stronger foundation with dual cultivation and a 12th grade golden core, but he has barely trained real combat techniques. So even with the upper hand, Jiang Yifeng still cannot finish the shadowy immortal slave quickly, and the fight stays locked in a dangerous stalemate. Not long after Jiang Yifeng started fighting the shadowy attacker, Jiang Fushan rushed back with reinforcements and found his long-lost son alive. Jiang Fushan had only recently gained his inheritance, so he did not force the fight himself and immediately called on the others to kill the enemy. With the threat gone, father and son quickly turned to evacuating the Jiang family. But on the road, the mood turned strange when dudas kept popping into Jiang Yifeng's hands as he flew with the group. Jiang Yifeng kept trying to explain himself, but the others barely believed him, and even Jiang Fushan privately assumed his old playboy habits had simply gotten stronger with cultivation. Nearly in tears, Jiang Yifeng started keeping his distance from everyone he could, relieved that at least this travel group was all men. In the 14th year, they reached Spine Mountain, and Jiang Yifeng revealed that he was a formation master. He spent 2 full years building high-grade gathering spirit arrays for the locals and won real gratitude from some of them. The trouble did not disappear though, because some women still glared at him and a few angry men even threatened to kill him over the Dudu incidents. Old Li had to step in and calm everyone down, but the condition they pushed was simple: Jiang Yifeng should leave Spine Mountain. Jiang Yifeng could not accept that, because he still needed the heavenly thunder beneath Spine Mountain for his martial Dao training. So he proposed a test instead and asked Old Li to personally watch him until the truth was clear. For 6 months, Old Li practically stayed glued to him, using divine sense over and over to check whether Jiang Yifeng was secretly using some technique. In the end, Old Li confirmed the absurd truth: the dudas really were appearing out of thin air, and Jiang Yifeng was not doing it on purpose. That cleared Jiang Yifeng's name, but it made Old Li's problem worse, because keeping him in Spine Mountain still meant endless chaos for the women and their partners. Jiang Yifeng solved the deadlock himself by offering to live inside Senior Lu Wuya's old formation, far away from everyone else. Old Li agreed, especially after noticing that the weird theft only happened when Jiang Yifeng stayed close to other people. In the 17th year, Jiang Yifeng moved into Lu Wuya's formation, though Old Li still watched him for another year to make sure he behaved. By the 18th year, Old Li finally left, not knowing that Jiang Yifeng had already found the exact place where the underground heavenly thunder was being channeled. Even then, Jiang Yifeng stayed cautious and spent the 19th year pretending to study the formation, because he guessed Old Li might come back to check on him. His caution paid off, because Old Li really did return twice before finally stopping his inspections. In the 22nd year, Jiang Yifeng decided the waiting was over and secretly built an inverted 7th grade thunder conduction formation at the fixed thunder point. The moment the array took shape, lightning slammed into him and nearly tore him apart. But the Imu divine body dragged him back from the brink, and every cycle of destruction and recovery pushed his martial Dao higher. He threw himself into that brutal training day after day, using thunder to temper his body again and again. By the 23rd and 24th years, his martial Dao advanced to the 4th and then 5th layers of the Qi motion realm. In the 25th year he reached the 6th layer, but the old lightning stopped hurting him enough, and his progress began to stall. So in the 26th year he started modifying the formation to make the thunder even more violent. The stronger array worked, and in the 27th year his martial Dao surged into the 7th layer of the Qi motion realm. Several more years passed under the thunder until, in the 30th year, he finally reached the peak of the Qi motion realm. With martial Dao pushed as far as it could go for now, he dismantled the thunder array in the 31st year and turned all his focus to immortal Dao cultivation. By the 36th year, his immortal Dao also reached the peak of the core formation stage, leaving both paths balanced on the edge of a breakthrough. Jiang Yifeng knew the time had come, so he walked out of Lu Wuya's formation at last. The moment he reappeared, the women of Spine Mountain remembered the old disasters and panicked so badly that many did not even dare step outside. He ignored the commotion and went straight to Old Li, asking him to stand guard while he broke through. Old Li thought Jiang Yifeng was making too much noise over an ordinary nascent soul breakthrough, but he still agreed to help. Jiang Yifeng asked for protection anyway, because his cultivation path had already caused abnormal trouble once before, and he did not trust this breakthrough to stay quiet. He began by pushing his martial Dao first, and that part went smoothly as a protective primordial shield formed around him and carried him into the true core realm. But when he turned to his immortal Dao, he was stunned to find that his golden core now had the same kind of shield wrapped around it. That meant he had to break through an extra layer before he could shatter the core into a nascent soul, making the whole process much harder than normal. He even wondered if he had chosen the wrong order, but this was simply the price of the divine Dao. Greater power meant a harsher road no matter what. After a full month, he finally forced the breakthrough through and reached the first layer of the nascent soul stage. Inside him, the new nascent soul looked like a tiny copy of himself, and even that miniature body carried a protective primordial shield. In the end, nothing catastrophic happened, so Oldly left half amused and told Jiang Yifeng not to make such a fuss next time. Jiang Yifeng thanked him sincerely and returned to steady cultivation in the 37th year. In the 38th year, Jiang Yifeng warned Oldly that Senior Lu Wuya's formation might be failing and asked to bring in someone who could repair it. The answer was still no, and to stop him from interfering on his own, they moved him to a remote place to live outside Lu Wuya's formation. 3 years later, Oldly came rushing back in alarm because Lu Wuya's formation was finally showing visible signs of collapse. Jiang Yifeng took one look at the situation and said flatly that it was already too late for repairs, so everyone needed to evacuate immediately. Most of Spine Mountain still doubted him, and people came to his hill begging him not to hold a grudge because they thought he was refusing to help out of resentment. Only after Jiang Yifeng repeated himself again and again did Oldly finally accept that the disaster was real and start the evacuation. Even so, the order came too late, and the formation collapsed mid-escape, killing many family members of Spine Mountain's cultivators. Jiang Yifeng's warning still saved most of the cultivators themselves, but the refuge they depended on was finished. In the 42nd year, Oldly found Jiang Fushan in seclusion and told him Spine Mountain had fallen, leaving the southern region's cultivators with almost no path left but the fierce beast lands or death under heavenly thunder. Jiang Fushan answered without hesitation that he would draw the fierce beasts onto himself so the others could try to break through alive. He added one condition before anything else: Oldly had to protect Jiang Yifeng. This time Jiang Yifeng did not slip away alone, because he had already achieved what he wanted from the simulation and now wanted to see with his own eyes whether anyone could survive the desert of death. In the 43rd year, the remaining cultivators of Spine Mountain set out under Jiang Fushan's lead and marched straight toward the desert of death, with Jiang Yifeng among them. On the way, the immortal arrival sect ambushed them several times, trying to stop the escape. That harassment ended the moment Jiang Fushan severely wounded sect leader Shenwuyo with a single palm strike. After that, the immortal arrival sect only dared to trail them from afar, and Jiang Yifeng finally understood they had never been able to stop this rout by force in the first place. Once they entered the desert of death, Jiang Fushan looked at his son one last time and headed off alone toward the demonic dragon's lair. Jiang Yifeng wanted to stop him, but he forced himself to remember this was only a simulation and could not quite speak the words. In the end, Jiang Yifeng ran up and gave Jiang Fushan one tight hug before letting him go alone. Soon after Jiang Fushan left, the desert began to churn, and Jiang Yifeng knew the demonic dragon had come out. A moment later, everyone could see Jiang Fushan already battling the demonic dragon in the distance while demonic pythons started surfacing all across the desert. Oldly stepped forward and gave the order they had agreed on before the journey: scatter into small groups and try to cross the desert of death however you can. No one argued, and the whole group broke apart at once, each cluster gambling on its own survival. Jiang Yifeng did not separate with the others, because Jiang Fushan had already arranged for Oldly to take him along personally. No one objected, because everyone knew Jiang Fushan was trading his own life against the demonic dragon to give Jiang Yifeng the best chance to live. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng follows Oldly deep into the desert of death, leaving his father behind with tears still in his eyes. Demonic pythons keep lunging out of the sands, but Oldly cuts through them so easily that Jiang Yifeng can only keep running with him. After 2 days of flying at full speed, the ceiling gap is still nowhere to be found, and the desert feels far bigger than anyone expected. Another 2 days later, a demonic dragon's roar rolls in from far away, and Oldly goes tense the moment he realizes what is coming. Oldly throws Jiang Yifeng away and shouts for him to run, making it painfully clear he is staying behind to die buying time. As Oldly charges the dragon, Jiang Yifeng realizes his father must already have fallen, and grief turns straight into desperate escape. Jiang Yifeng runs for half a day, but the dragon catches up anyway, and the simulation ends with his death at 63. Back in reality, the simulator offers rewards, but Jiang Yifeng is caught off guard by a harsh divine Dao rule: martial Dao and immortal Dao breakthroughs must be taken together. That restriction makes his choice simple, and he gives up on the useless divine hand talent without regret. He chooses both cultivation rewards, and power surges through his body as his divine Dao advances in both paths at once. Once the enhancement ends, Jiang Yifeng looks back on the failed escape and decides it was still worth it because the desert route might work if he can find the exact formation gap. He even settles on a possible lead, thinking the mystic turtle in the endless sea might know where that hidden opening is. With a week left before the next try, he decides to stop overthinking for the moment and relax before the simulation refreshes. A week later, the simulation count returns, and Jiang Yifeng immediately starts again from his room. This time he spends a purple draw and pulls a new luck talent called Child of Fortune. The description is exactly what he wanted, so Jiang Yifeng instantly marks this talent as a must-keep reward if the run goes well. The 19th simulation begins, and on the very first night he slips out of Green Hills City under cover of darkness. The new talent starts showing off immediately when he finds a silver note lying right in the street, but he does not even bother picking up such a small windfall. By the next morning he reaches the ruined Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range and clears the site before burying the remains there properly. He settles into cultivation, and on the 10th day the luck talent turns absurd when a spirit stone suddenly drops beside him out of nowhere. Instead of celebrating, Jiang Yifeng looks up to find out who dropped it, and prepares to judge whether he is about to spare someone or rob an enemy. When the newcomer turns out to be an immortal slave far below his level, Jiang Yifeng smirks and lunges first. The fight is barely a fight at all, and Jiang Yifeng crushes the immortal slave so easily that he can only sneer at how weak the man was. He takes the storage ring and burns the corpse to ash so no other immortal slaves are drawn in by the body. The first year passes quietly, but Child of Fortune keeps feeding him little advantages, from random spirit stones to wild beasts arriving when he needs food. By the end of that year, cultivation with found resources leaves him richer than when he started instead of draining his stash. Year 2 stays just as dull on the surface, with Jiang Yifeng doing nothing flashy and simply stacking more cultivation time. In the 3rd year, Bai Ruoxue finally arrives, examines him, and offers to take him as her disciple. Jiang Yifeng agrees at once, because becoming Bai Ruoxue's disciple is exactly the kind of chance he came here hoping to catch. 3 days later, Bai Ruoxue says she can help him leave the sealed land, and Jiang Yifeng agrees before she can even finish the idea. A few days later, she brings him to the Endless Sea, where the huge mystic turtle rises the moment they approach. Bai Ruoxue tries to bribe the turtle, but the mystic turtle suppresses both of them instantly and makes it clear who actually controls this place. Instead of taking Jiang Yifeng out, the turtle throws Bai Ruoxue out alone and demands 1,000,000,000 spirit stones if she wants to return for him. The mystic turtle takes Jiang Yifeng to an island in the Endless Sea, and Jiang Yifeng immediately drops the polite act and says he came here specifically to find it. The turtle studies him, bursts into laughter, and clearly takes Jiang Yifeng for some bigger player's pawn from beyond the sky. Jiang Yifeng ignores that misunderstanding and asks the real question he came for: where is the sealing rift in the desert of death? After glancing warily at the sky, the mystic turtle finally gives him the answer in 4 words: at the bottom of the desert. That answer thrills Jiang Yifeng, because now the impossible escape route finally feels like something he might actually plan around. Instead of leaving right away, he asks to stay and study the island's sealing formation so he can sharpen his formation Dao first. The mystic turtle allows it with only one condition: Jiang Yifeng must leave in 7 years. In reality, Jiang Yifeng sees exactly the setup he wanted and immediately launches a 7-year deep simulation to harvest formation knowledge efficiently. His consciousness returns to that island, and he heads straight into the depths to dissect the sealing formation instead of wasting a moment. 7 years flash by in study, and when the deep simulation ends, Jiang Yifeng returns to reality knowing his formation Dao has jumped sharply even if he cannot measure the full extent yet. He guesses he may be close to setting an 8th grade formation, but instead of dwelling on it, he turns straight back to the simulation panel to keep the run moving. Back inside the simulation, the mystic turtle returns him to land in year 10, and Jiang Yifeng leaves with both the desert clue and years of formation insight in hand. 2 years later he returns to Green Hill City, only for the ground to rupture beneath him and drop him into a hidden underground bronze hall. Inside that hidden hall, a green light orb waits like a prize, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes this is the inheritance that should have gone to his father. He understands at once that Child of Fortune pulled the inheritance to him this time, and that leaves him with an ugly choice. If he takes the inheritance, he risks losing the reward flexibility he needs later, because Divine Dao cultivation still forces him to advance both paths together. He also knows this run is supposed to secure Child of Fortune and support the later desert escape, so stealing his father's chance now could wreck the whole plan. In the end, Jiang Yifeng refuses the inheritance and turns away from it. The green orb vanishes the moment he rejects it, leaving only a wrecked Green Hills city above and proof that the inheritance chose to move on. Because he had hidden in a remote part of the city, the damage does not slaughter the whole population, and Jiang Yifeng can focus on the next move he already prepared. 2 days later, the shadowy immortal slave Yangzhou finally appears at the crack, exactly where Jiang Yifeng expected him. Jiang Yifeng has been waiting for this, because Yangzhou always follows the inheritance trail, and this time there is no teleportation to interrupt the ambush. The moment Yangzhou steps in range, Jiang Yifeng launches a full-power sneak attack and cripples him in one blow. He does not let Yangzhou recover for even a second and buries him under relentless spiritual attacks until the man is reduced to ash. For the first time across all these runs, Jiang Yifeng kills Yangzhou with his own strength, and the victory finally gives him a real smile. But that clean kill exposes his strength, so he immediately starts hunting down every other hidden immortal slave in Green Hills City before they can react. 2 months later, Jiang Fushan comes back alone, and Jiang Yifeng immediately sees that his father still received the inheritance and reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. That confirms Jiang Yifeng's guess that refusing the inheritance only redirected it to his father, but the relief does not last long. Jiang Yifeng suddenly remembers the hidden cost of his revenge. If Yangzhou never hunted his father, Jiang Fushan may never meet the Spine Mountain people at all. He smacks his own forehead and groans that his moment of satisfaction may have ruined the route to Spine Mountain afterward. By year 13, nobody from Spine Mountain ever came to Green Hills City, and Jiang Yifeng realized waiting there was pointless. Since he was not planning to train Martial Dao this time, he decided Spine Mountain was no longer worth chasing and prepared to leave the city for good. The night before leaving, Jiang Yifeng secretly slipped back into the Jiang family mansion and left 600,000 spirit stones for his father. He did not stay to explain himself, because he trusted Jiang Fushan's talent and wanted those resources to push his father even higher. He also had another motive. If his father became stronger, Jiang Yifeng could ask for help later when the Spine Mountain group tried to break through the Desert of Death. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng headed west, guessing the last sealed direction should be the Forest of 10,000 Swords. He did not just travel on the road. He kept cultivating the immortal Dao all along the way. In year 15, he passed Sunset Mountain and unexpectedly discovered a hidden pool of spirit liquid. Remembering Bai Ruoxue's notes, he knew spirit liquid was far more precious than spirit stones and too valuable to waste on hesitation. After a brief struggle over whether to save it, Jiang Yifeng chose the direct path and started cultivating beside the pool. That same year, the spirit liquid pushed his immortal Dao to the second layer of nascent soul. The retreat kept paying off, and by year 17 he reached the third layer of nascent soul. By year 20, he climbed again and entered the fourth layer. Then in year 22, his random enlightenment talent suddenly triggered and his cultivation speed exploded for half a year. When that burst of insight ended, Jiang Yifeng had jumped all the way to the sixth layer of nascent soul. The spirit liquid pool was completely drained, so he set off west again. By year 24, after crossing countless mountains and rivers, he finally reached the outskirts of the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Even from far away, clashing sword sounds and freezing killing intent rolled out of the forest, warning him not to get closer. He had already decided to back off when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. To his shock, the man looked exactly like Wu Dao, who should never have been able to reach this place as an ordinary mortal. Jiang Yifeng used Eye of Insight on him and got a terrifying answer. Wu Dao was the White Tiger's reincarnation, with awakened memories and golden body realm strength. That instantly connected everything for him, because the fourth sealed beast had to be the tiger guarding this forest. Before he could react, Wu Dao flashed in front of him and hurled him straight into the Forest of 10,000 Swords. The moment Jiang Yifeng landed inside, the killing intent flooded his mind and dragged him toward blind violence. He barely kept control at the outer edge and scrambled back out, only for Wu Dao to slap him right back into the forest. Jiang Yifeng was baffled at first, but then he guessed Wu Dao might have escaped this prison by reincarnating as a human, and was trying to tell him something. Once he decided Wu Dao probably was not trying to kill him, Jiang Yifeng gave up on escaping and started cultivating inside the killing intent instead. By year 25, he could finally endure the forest's outer killing intent, though it was clearly making his temperament harsher. In year 26, Wu Dao returned, grabbed him without ceremony, and threw him much deeper into the forest. This time the killing intent was far beyond his limit, and Jiang Yifeng instantly lost himself to the urge to kill everything. Wu Dao smacked him awake, but the madness kept coming back, and Jiang Yifeng finally shouted at him, asking why he was doing this. Wu Dao answered with contempt, saying Jiang Yifeng had talent but not the mind to endure it. Then the real training began, as Wu Dao kept dragging him back from madness again and again for more than 10 years. At the end of that long ordeal, Jiang Yifeng finally grasped a sliver of killing intent of his own. He still could not enter the central region, but everywhere else in the Forest of 10,000 Swords was now within his reach. At that point, Wu Dao finally explained the key secret. No guardian beast remained here, so this forest was actually the safest way out of the southern regions if you could endure the central killing intent. Then Wu Dao dropped a book at Jiang Yifeng's feet and turned to leave. When Jiang Yifeng opened it, he discovered the so-called nameless method had only been the introduction to the full war god art. The complete manual contained proper martial Dao cultivation methods and matching combat techniques, exactly what he had been missing. Looking at Wu Dao's back, Jiang Yifeng felt the debt clearly, because this man had guided him early, forged his killing intent, and now handed over a priceless inheritance. Realizing Wu Dao might be leaving the southern regions for good, Jiang Yifeng quickly called out and asked to be taken along. Wu Dao only waved him off and told him he had to rely on himself. So Jiang Yifeng judged the forest route impossible for now, because without much deeper killing intent mastery, even top experts would be turned into puppets there. Since 40 years had already passed in the simulation, he gave up on staying longer and chose to rush toward the Desert of Death instead. Before heading into the desert, he returned to Green Hill City to find his father, hoping Jiang Fushan could help hold off the demonic dragon. In year 42, he reached Green Hill City and found the Jiang family gone, having moved away long ago. That convinced him the Spine Mountain people had probably found Jiang Fushan after all, so he stopped wasting time and rushed straight for the Desert of Death. In year 43, he arrived at the Desert of Death just in time to see the Spine Mountain cultivators trying to break through again. And just like before, the one fighting the demonic dragon at the front was Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood his father had joined forces with Spine Mountain, exactly as he had hoped might happen. This time, though, Jiang Fushan had reached the 9th layer of Tribulation Crossing, almost certainly because of the spirit stones Jiang Yifeng left him. Watching the two fight on nearly equal terms, Jiang Yifeng finally saw a real chance that the demonic dragon might be beaten this time. In the simulation, while Jiang Fushan was still locked in battle with the demonic dragon, Jiang Yifeng rushed to Old Li and told him the ceiling crack was at the bottom of the desert of death. He could not check it himself, because his cultivation was too low to see through the desert, and he had no way to search such a massive place alone. Old Li did not fully trust this stranger, but the lead was too useful to ignore, so he kept Jiang Yifeng's warning in mind. Because he arrived late and Old Li did not know his tie to Jiang Fushan, Jiang Yifeng was left behind when Old Li went to verify the crack. Jiang Yifeng stayed calm, because all he really needed was proof that the desert route was real. 2 days later, Old Li found the crack at the desert floor and sent the coordinates out to everyone, including Jiang Yifeng. When Jiang Yifeng reached the site, he found the sand stripped away to reveal blue stone and a crowd of Spine Mountain cultivators waiting around the formation crack. The group hesitated to go in without Old Li, so Jiang Yifeng also held back instead of gambling on the unknown alone. 3 days later, Old Li returned, and with Jiang Fushan still fighting outside, everyone else followed Old Li through the crack full of excited hopes about the world beyond. But the moment they crossed over, their dream collapsed into darkness, bones, and giant dragon corpses scattered across a dead stone plain. Jiang Yifeng was stunned, because this place felt nothing like the great wilderness he had reached before through the Valley of Flames. Before he could sort it out, Old Li suddenly warned that something dangerous was already closing in. Nothing happened for half an hour, and the uneasy silence made people start doubting Old Li's warning. Then the real danger hit from inside the group, as several Spine Mountain cultivators suddenly turned on their own allies and butchered them without warning. Jiang Yifeng was targeted too, but the attackers around him were too weak to break the nascent soul barrier protecting his body. Old Li finally cut at the empty air, and a resentful dragon soul was forced into view in front of everyone. Seeing it, Old Li shouted for everyone to flee at once, because the resentment here was already twisting their minds, and then he charged the dragon soul himself. Jiang Yifeng used Eye of Insight on the dragon soul and instantly realized it was at the 8th layer of tribulation, even stronger than Old Li. That was enough for Jiang Yifeng to make the only sane choice and run before the graveyard swallowed him too. He had barely gotten away when another resentful dragon soul rose ahead of him, weaker than Old Li's opponent but still far beyond what he could fight. He changed direction at once, trying to slip through the death ground instead of fighting a losing battle. A full day of running only made things worse, and by then a whole pack of resentful dragon souls had closed in around him. With no road left to escape, Jiang Yifeng was forced into a final fight and died at age 63, ending the simulation in that dragon graveyard. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stared at the result and realized that escaping the southern regions through the desert had led not to freedom, but to another deadly unknown. He started doubting the old assumption that the 4 fierce beast routes all led to other parts of the 9 mystic realm. Bai Ruoshua's information suddenly felt shaky to him, because the endless sea already seemed impossible to cross and the desert route had opened into a graveyard of dragon resentment. He calmed himself and decided that hearsay and ancient records were not enough, so future simulations would have to uncover the truth step by step. Then he turned to the reward list and quickly ruled out the nascent soul 6th layer, since this run had not been a strong cultivation run anyway. The other 3 rewards all tempted him. Child of Fortune looked absurdly useful, the Killing Dao true meaning was hard won, and War God Art promised the martial techniques he badly needed. He especially knew how valuable the Killing Dao insight was, because even Wu Yu Dao had needed more than 10 years to help him reach that level in the simulation. In the end, he picked Child of Fortune and War God Art, deciding that immediate martial growth and outrageous luck were too good to pass up. The reward settled in, and instead of a cultivation boost, Jiang Yifeng simply gained the Child of Fortune talent and a copy of War God Art in his storage ring. When he checked his current status, Jiang Yifeng saw clearly that his next weak point was not resources or realm labels, but real combat methods. With War God Art finally in hand, he decided the next simulation should focus on training combat skills unless some even better talent appeared. Then a more practical problem hit him. With only a little over 600 million energy left, he needed to refill his reserves fast. He immediately summoned Jiang Dafu and ordered him to buy huge amounts of gold, silver, jewels, and even valuable minerals for conversion. This time Jiang Dafu agreed without complaint, because the Jiang clan firm had already recovered and could afford the spending. Jiang Yifeng also thought through the risk of hunting energy outside the city and rejected it, because devouring mountains would quickly attract the immortal arrival sect's hidden eyes. After giving the orders, he headed out for his usual stop at Spring Blossom Pavilion, still keeping up his carefree daily routine. But the moment he stepped out, a few spirit stones landed at his feet, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realized this lucky talent could get him killed in real life. He remembered too late that Child of Fortune in reality came with danger, because those lucky spirit stones usually meant an immortal slave had dropped them nearby as bait. So he ignored the windfall and walked right past it, deciding a few spirit stones were not worth exposing himself as a cultivator. Over the next 7 days, Child of Fortune kept showing its absurd side, with spirit stones appearing whenever he went out, and even lost silver notes, somehow turning up in his room. At the same time, Jiang Dufu delivered even better news by finding tens of thousands of tons of cheap minerals with surprisingly high energy value. Jiang Yifeng had the mineral stockpile moved to an uninhabited area and converted it all, pulling in a huge 6 billion energy points in one sweep. By the time the simulation count refreshed, Jiang Yifeng was already waiting in his room, prepared to move the second the chance returned. The moment the cooldown ended, Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate and started the next simulation at once. Back in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng spends 10 million energy on a purple talent draw and pulls Heaven Rewards Diligence. The simple description hits him immediately, because Jiang Yifeng knows this is the kind of top-tier talent that rewards effort and could smooth out future cultivation bottlenecks. Satisfied with the draw, he starts his 20th simulation and changes his route, slipping out at night to head west instead of toward the Evergreen Mountain Range or the Endless Sea. The simulation passes quickly through the early years until he reaches the Forest of 10,000 Swords in year 3. Seeing the forest appear, Jiang Yifeng immediately launches a 7-year deep simulation because he wants to seize killing intent directly instead of waiting for slow reward exchanges. His consciousness drops into the simulation, and even before entering the forest, the eerie killing intent makes his skin crawl. He forces himself forward with a quick pep talk, deciding this reckless dive is worth the cost if it lets him grasp killing intent at the level of mind and will. The moment he enters, the killing intent swallows him whole, and in less than a minute Jiang Yifeng loses himself completely. For years he wanders the Forest of 10,000 Swords as a madman, doing nothing but roam and scream kill over and over. When the deep simulation finally ends, his consciousness snaps back to the mansion, and the memory of that madness leaves him shaken. Then his fear flips into delight when he realizes the simulator kept the benefit but not the madness, leaving him with entry-level killing intent and a crude bit of control. He shamelessly calls the whole reckless stunt part of the plan and goes back to the simulator to see how his mad simulated self kept stumbling forward. The simulation reveals that his mad self eventually wandered deep enough to find a giant white tiger corpse radiating terrifying killing intent. Still mindless, he later drifts to a crack in a formation and crosses into a vast mountain range outside the southern regions. When a man suddenly appears in front of him, the maddened Jiang Yifeng attacks on instinct. Wu Yudao only sighs and presses 2 fingers to Jiang Yifeng's forehead, instantly calming the madness that the forest left behind. 3 days later Jiang Yifeng wakes with his awareness restored, facing Wu Yudao and a blunt lecture that recklessness is not the same as bravery. The joke lands even harder in reality, because the simulated Jiang Yifeng can clearly tell his outside self was the one who botched the deep simulation plan and looks down on him for it. After confirming he is fine, Wu Yudao hands over the war god art and prepares to leave again. Jiang Yifeng quickly stops him to ask how to reach other regions now that he knows he accidentally crossed out of the southern regions. Wu Yudao tells him that going farther west will lead to other regions, but warns that many places on that road are packed with killing intent, and he is not ready yet. Jiang Yifeng accepts the warning and decides not to push west yet, choosing instead to build strength with the techniques inside the war god art. The manual offers 3 combat techniques, but sort of killing intent is beyond his current grasp and war god body needs constant battle, leaving Silent Destruction Fist as his only real option. He throws himself into training for years, trusting Heaven Rewards Diligence to carry him through a technique that is clearly far above his level. By year 32, all that grinding finally pays off and Jiang Yifeng reaches the entry level of Silent Destruction Fist. His first real strike with the fist is absurdly strong, blasting the ground into a huge deep crater and reducing the nearby plants to ash. Staring at the damage, he realizes this battle technique boosts his power far beyond ordinary spiritual energy attacks and could wipe out groups of enemies in one blow. Instead of getting carried away, he settles down and keeps training, determined to squeeze even more out of the terrifying fist art. In year 47, random enlightenment suddenly triggers and gives him a huge burst in training speed, pushing his Silent Destruction Fist much farther in a single year. The fist does not break through yet, but its power jumps several times over, leaving him itching for a spar that this empty wilderness still cannot provide. That long isolation breaks in year 50 when a gust of wind packed with violent killing intent suddenly lashes toward him. Jiang Yifeng barely dodges with wind-chasing art, and the murderous wind only grazes him instead of tearing him apart or driving him insane. He stays on guard for half a day before realizing the attack was just a passing current, but the different, more violent killing intent makes the place feel much more dangerous than the forest. He spends the next month clearing the lingering influence from his mind, then goes right back to his monotonous fist training. 20 more years pass, and although the fist is still climbing toward a breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng has to keep dodging those killing winds whenever they sweep through. In year 73, random enlightenment triggers again, and this longer burst finally pushes Silent Destruction Fist into the minor accomplishment stage. 2 years later the killing winds become so frequent that he can no longer train in peace, so he finally decides to move west again. That choice leads him to a horrifying sight in year 76, a vast sea of killing intent churning ahead of him. The place is worse than the depths of the Forest of 10,000 Swords, and as he watches, hurricanes of killing intent peel off and drift in every direction, while more killing intent keeps gathering here. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands that these storms are the source of the deadly winds he has been dodging for years, and he knows he needs to retreat at once. Before he can escape, a tiger's roar shakes the air and the entire sea of killing intent starts condensing into the shape of a white tiger. The white tiger-shaped killing intent fixes its gaze on him and roars, sending a shockwave of killing intent straight at Jiang Yifeng. Knowing he cannot outrun it, Jiang Yifeng plants himself and throws out his newly improved silent destruction fist to block the first wave head-on. For a brief second the white tiger actually hesitates, as if confused by the fist art he used. But the pause only turns into anger, and when the white tiger roars again, Jiang Yifeng's fist can no longer hold back the second wave. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 96, killed by the sea of killing intent after getting one glimpse of its true terror. Back in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator's reward list and weighs Heaven Rewards Diligence, Minor Accomplishment Silent Destruction Fist, a pool of pseudo-spirit liquid, and entry-level True Meaning of the Killing Tao. After reviewing the latest simulation, Jiang Yifeng realizes that even when he escapes the southern regions, violent winds still cut his safe cultivation time down to just 50 years. That pushes him toward a bigger conclusion. If he wants real room to grow, he probably has to reach another major region of the Nine Mystic Realm. He starts connecting clues from the sealed cracks and wonders if the lands beyond them are graveyards of the 4 Divine Beast clans. His guess turns darker when he imagines some immortal-level powerhouse slaughtering those clans, leaving one survivor each to guard the cracks from outside. Then he catches himself, because the facts do not fit cleanly at all. He remembers the great wilderness had living people and no phoenix graveyard, and by Ruashua entered from beyond the endless sea without ever revealing some mystic turtle cemetery either. In the end, Jiang Yifeng drops the mystery with an annoyed mutter, knowing he simply does not have enough clues yet. He turns to the simulation rewards and immediately rules out the Killing Tao insight, since he already pulled that through deep simulation before. The pond of pseudo-spirit liquid looks tempting, but he finally sees how brutally expensive physical rewards really are. Looking back, he realizes he burned absurd amounts of energy on spirit stones before, and the returns were nowhere near worth it. When he checks the reverse exchange, the simulator proves even stingier, paying back only a tenth of what each spirit stone originally cost him. So he gives up on the spirit liquid too and silently calls the simulator black-hearted for pricing it beyond reason. He makes the practical choice instead and takes the Heaven Rewards Diligence talent along with Silent Destruction Fist at minor achievement. The fist extraction hits differently this time, and Jiang Yifeng is dragged through a vivid training experience of throwing punch after punch in a mountain forest. When the vision ends, he is startled, because this reward felt like lived experience instead of the clean instant upgrades he got before. The simulator explains that stronger combat skills cannot be directly stuffed into him at its current level, so it has to use experience-based enhancement instead. That answer makes him think seriously about upgrading the simulator, because his current simulation paths are almost completely boxed in. He asks for the next upgrade requirement, hoping a better simulator might open a new way out before his own strength can. The answer hits him hard. Version 4.0 only needs 10 billion energy plus nascent soul or true core level, and Jiang Yifeng realizes with painful embarrassment that he had overcomplicated the realm requirement all along. The moment that sinks in, Jiang Yifeng rushes out to fix the energy problem as fast as possible. He finds Jiang Dufu and orders him to gather 10,000 tons of the same ore within a week, no matter what. Jiang Dufu immediately accepts, and that alone is enough to calm Jiang Yifeng, because he trusts this butler to deliver. With the plan set, Jiang Yifeng slips back into his playbook cover and heads to the Spring Blossom Pavilion to pass the wait listening to music. A week later, Jiang Dufu barely finishes in time and secretly moves the mountain of ore to the Jiang family's remote old residence. After clearing everyone out, Jiang Yifeng converts the entire shipment into energy and pushes his total past 11.9 billion, finally meeting the upgrade conditions. Back in his room, he does not waste another breath and orders the simulator to upgrade. Version 4.0 arrives with 3 huge changes at once: Orange Talent Draws, Divine Tao Cultivation bundled into one reward slot, and a new talent storage pool. Jiang Yifeng is flat out stunned, because every one of those changes solves a frustration that had been choking his growth. The Merge Divine Tao reward especially hits home, since he no longer has to waste limited reward slots just to keep both martial and immortal cultivation moving together. The new talent storage pool feels even more bittersweet, because if he had gotten it earlier, he could have carried the Calamity Physique into future simulations and forced safer openings out of the sealed land. He can only sigh over being a little too late, but once the simulation refreshes, he immediately moves on. This time he spends extra energy on the riskier orange draw, betting that a stronger talent will change the whole run. The gamble pays off immediately when he lands an orange talent, the 5 Elements Heavenly Spiritual Root. The new spiritual root automatically replaces his Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, and the old one gets pushed into the talent storage pool. When the simulator offers him a stored talent to equip, he refuses on the spot, because swapping back to the weaker root would be ridiculous. The 21st simulation begins, and with the top-tier new root in hand, Jiang Yifeng decides this run will focus on Immortal Tao cultivation. On the first night of the simulation, he quietly slips out of Green Hill City and heads for the heavenly profound temple ruins in the Evergreen Mountain Range. Once he arrives at the ruined temple, he cleans the place up and buries the scattered bones before settling in to cultivate. He chooses that spot for a simple reason: if Bairuashue shows up again, he wants to be exactly where her resources can fall into his lap. The first year passes quietly, and aside from some lucky spirit stones and a few immortal slaves he kills for drops, nothing major happens. By the second year, the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root shows its worth and pushes him to the second level of the elemental infant realm far faster than before. That speed leaves him genuinely impressed, because what used to take 5 or 6 years now takes only 2. In the third year, Bairuashue finally descends and directly asks whether he is willing to become her disciple. Jiang Yifeng agrees so fast it is almost shameless, because this is exactly the benefactor he had been waiting for. 3 days later, Bairuashue asks him to leave with her, but this time he declines and makes up an excuse to stay behind. She does not force the issue, and before leaving alone, she hands him a storage ring packed with resources. As soon as Bairuashue is gone, Jiang Yifeng leaves too and heads west, already aiming for the spirit liquid at Sunset Mountain. In the fourth year, a stray spirit stone drags him into trouble when its owner turns out to be an immortal slave at the third level of the elemental infant realm. Facing an enemy 1 level above him, Jiang Yifeng feels the pressure hard, but this time he does not run. He bets on everything he has built so far, trusting the ancient divine Dao, the minor achievement Silent Destruction Fist, and his entry-level Killing Dao Insight to let him fight above his level. He throws 1 full-force Silent Destruction Fist, and the result is so overwhelming that the third-level immortal slave vanishes without even leaving ashes. Jiang Yifeng stares at the empty space in shock, finally understanding that after so many weak runs, he has become genuinely terrifying. The realization hits all at once, and he cannot hold it back anymore as he shouts into the open wilds that he really is a genius. A sudden thunderclap makes Jiang Yifeng jump, and for 1 tense second he thinks deadly heavenly thunder has found him again. When the rain finally pours down, he exhales in relief, then immediately crushes his own rising swagger, and reminds himself to stay careful against enemies far stronger than him. In the 5th year, he reaches Sunset Mountain and finally finds the hidden spirit liquid pool he came for. Jiang Yifeng settles beside the pool and starts cultivating there without wasting a moment. The pseudo-spirit liquid works fast, and by the 6th year he pushes his immortal Dao cultivation from nascent soul's 2nd layer to 3rd. He keeps grinding there for years, and by the 9th year his cultivation has climbed all the way to the 6th layer of nascent soul. The pool is completely drained dry, and Jiang Yifeng stares at the empty basin with obvious disappointment after getting used to that rapid growth. Instead of gambling on another mad dash through the forest of 10,000 swords, he decides to return to Green Hill City and follow a steadier plan. He even mocks his own child of fortune talent on the way, feeling like it only finds resources and never truly changes the dangerous parts of his luck. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng finally returns to Green Hill City and this time walks straight back into the Jiang family home instead of hiding outside. Jiang Fushan is overjoyed to see his son alive after so many years, and the family immediately turns the reunion into a full citywide celebration. News of Jiang Yifeng's return spreads across Green Hill City, and soon old acquaintances start pouring in to see him. His old pleasure house friend goes all out and reserves the entire Spring Blossom Pavilion to welcome Jiang Yifeng back in style. Qiu Jishuan also visits Jiang Yifeng alone, but her calm conversation is really a probe for the immortal arrival sect. He feels her divine sense sweep over him, but the breath-concealing talisman leaves her seeing nothing but an ordinary mortal. That hidden cultivation is exactly why Jiang Yifeng dares to return to the Jiang family so openly in this run. Not long after, Jiang Fushan takes a major business trip to Liang Kingdom, and Jiang Yifeng immediately asks to go with him. His father agrees without much hesitation, trusting the son who has already survived on his own for years. In the 12th year, the Jiang convoy passes Yiyang Mountain when the ground suddenly starts shaking, and Jiang Yifeng instantly knows the inheritance is about to appear. To keep the situation under control, he knocks out everyone in the convoy except his father and wraps the sleeping group in spiritual protection. Jiang Fushan is baffled by what his son just did, but Jiang Yifeng only gives him a rough explanation and his doting father accepts it anyway. A huge crack opens in the ground, and after moving the others somewhere safe, Jiang Yifeng jumps down with his father into the inheritance hall below. Inside the hall, the inheritance light orb wavers between father and son as if it cannot decide which one to choose. Jiang Yifeng makes the decision himself and pushes Jiang Fushan toward the orb so the inheritance merges into his father instead. He had considered taking the inheritance, but he chooses the safer path because this run is about breaking through a major realm, not gambling everything on one reward. Since Divine Dao needs both Martial Dao and Immortal Dao to advance together, he plans to use the Thunder under Spine Mountain for his Martial Dao instead of risking a detour. Letting his father take the inheritance also gives him a clean way to connect with Spine Mountain's people later, so Jiang Yifeng leaves the inheritance secrets for a future self to explore. After the inheritance settles, he wakes the convoy, sends them onward, and comes back to guard his father inside the hall. 3 days later, Yangzhou finally appears and arrogantly declares that Jiang Fushan is not worthy to receive the Immortal Dao inheritance. Seeing that Yangzhou is only at the 9th layer of core formation, while he himself is already nascent soul 6th layer, Jiang Yifeng realizes this is the perfect chance to finally show off. He steps forward, sneers out a single insult, and casually slaps Yangzhou on the head. The result is absurdly one-sided, because Yangzhuo's head explodes on the spot and splashes blood all over Jiang Yifeng's expensive clothes. Instead of feeling satisfied, Jiang Yifeng just stares at the mess in disbelief and grumbles that he was not even serious. That tiny victory kills his fantasy of acting cool, and he gives up on showing off altogether, deciding he is better off staying low. Several days later, Jiang Fushan fully digests the inheritance, and finally understands the broader cultivation situation in the southern regions for himself. In the 13th year, father and son return to Green Hills City and both enter seclusion to cultivate. By the 14th year, Jiang Yifeng's steady accumulation pays off and he breaks through to the 7th layer of nascent soul exactly as expected. In the 15th year, a sudden wave of unease makes him open his eyes, and he sees strange celestial signs gathering above Green Hills City. At first he is alarmed that the sky signs might mean someone nearby is triggering a major breakthrough phenomenon like the one he once caused himself. When his divine sense reaches Jiang Fushan's seclusion room, Jiang Yifeng finally realizes the one breaking through is his father, and the relief on his face is immediate. He quickly accepts that this makes sense, because a man who can one day reach tribulation crossing so fast producing celestial signs at core formation is not strange at all. That calm shatters when his divine sense catches a flood of immortal slaves rushing into Green Hills City and pointing their blades straight at the Jiang family estate. His only instinct is to run, so he dashes to his father's seclusion room ready to drag Jiang Fushan away even if the breakthrough has to be ruined. Before he can even open the door, Jiang Fushan bursts through the roof himself and rises into the air to face the siege without a trace of fear. Jiang Yifeng is still trying to process it when his newly advanced father shouts at the enemy to come and fight. Jiang Yifeng checks with the eye of insight and nearly loses his mind when he sees spirit transformation experts, body integration experts, and even Shinwuyo himself among the attackers. He can only scream inside at how absurd this is, because his father has just reached core formation and is somehow acting like the strongest man in the sky. The immortal slaves answer that challenge by sealing off all of Green Hill City first, and Jiang Yifeng realizes with despair that his best option, running away, is gone. Since he cannot escape anymore, Jiang Yifeng stops pretending, walks up beside Jiang Fushan, and decides he might as well die fighting with some dignity. Just as he braces for the worst, Oldly arrives with cultivators from Spine Mountain and turns the entire situation upside down in an instant. Oldly crushes the immortal slaves so easily that Jiang Yifeng does not even get a turn. He is reduced to a stunned spectator while the enemy is beaten into retreat. After the clash, Oldly takes Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan with him and rushes them straight towards Spine Mountain. At the same time, Shinwuyo and the Sex forces start massacring another city for a blood sacrifice, trying to contact a celestial being. Half a day later, Spine Mountain comes into view, but the moment they approach it, deafening thunder erupts in the sky overhead. Jiang Yifeng recognizes the scene at once and remembers the heavenly thunder that struck during his own core formation breakthrough in an earlier simulation. He pieces the pattern together fast. This kind of intervention only happened when a celestial was warned that a 10-grade golden core might appear, so Jiang Fushan's core must be that monstrous. Even after realizing how dangerous this is, he is not panicking now. He wants to see how his father survived this death trap and all those other futures. Then the heavenly thunder finally drops, and it comes straight for Jiang Fushan. Oldly moves to block it, but Jiang Fushan shoves him aside and refuses the help. A white light flashes over Jiang Fushan's body, and his whole bearing changes so sharply that Jiang Yifeng can tell something else is speaking through him. With that borrowed presence in control, Jiang Fushan roars at the sky to back off and says the thunder is not worthy to touch his air, only its master is. The impossible happens next, because the heavenly thunder actually retreats. Jiang Yifeng is stunned, and while he guesses that terrifying voice came from the inheritance rather than his father, he also realizes the inheritance is far more frightening than he imagined. For a moment he even regrets not taking the inheritance himself, but he quickly reins that thought in because if it were really that simple, his father would have escaped the southern regions long ago. Before he can think any further, the white light vanishes, Jiang Fushan coughs up blood, and his aura suddenly drops hard. Jiang Yifeng rushes in to catch his injured father, and demands to know what just happened. Jiang Fushan finally explains the truth. The pressure that scared off the thunder was only the inheritance master's last remnant consciousness. He says that ancient master was once a major immortal realm figure, but now only his leftover aura remained, just enough to bluff the force controlling the heavenly thunder. The remnant was already almost gone, and if that thunder had really fallen just now, none of them could have stopped it. Jiang Yifeng puts it together at once. His father survived the breakthrough by borrowing that dying remnant's power, and that was also why he still could not truly leave the southern regions. After that, Jiang Yifeng, Jiang Fushan, and the Jiang family settled down at Spine Mountain. In the 16th year, Jiang Yifeng's talent for formations shocks everyone, and he starts laying high-grade spirit-gathering arrays for the mountain cultivators. The new arrays improve the place enough that the locals warmly repay him with a large pile of spirit stones. A year later, Jiang Yifeng triggers random enlightenment during immortal cultivation, and his mind suddenly starts moving far faster than before. That enlightenment lasts 10 full months and pushes his immortal Tao all the way to the peak of nascent soul. Now that his immortal Tao is capped for the moment, Jiang Yifeng decides it is finally time to push martial Tao too. Before starting, he hands all his remaining spirit stones to Jiang Fushan and urges his father to cultivate as fast as possible. Then Jiang Yifeng goes to Old Li and asks for access to Senior Lu Wuya's formations so he can study them himself. Old Li agrees, and Jiang Yifeng enters the old formations to investigate the mountain's buried secrets. After long observation in the 18th year, he finally pinpoints the source of the underground thunder beneath Spine Mountain. He still does not act, because Old Li comes by often, and Jiang Yifeng knows exposing his plan could get him thrown out of the one place perfect for martial Dao training. By the 19th year, Old Li rarely visits anymore, and Jiang Yifeng finally gets the opening he wanted. In the 20th year, he sets up an inverted 7th grade thunder conduction formation right over the buried thunder source. The moment the array completes, thunder explodes out of the ground and slams straight into Jiang Yifeng's body. The strikes leave him skin-torn and badly wounded, but the Imu Divine Body forces his body to heal almost immediately. That destruction and recovery loop becomes Jiang Yifeng's training method, and under the buried thunder his martial Dao keeps rising. By the 22nd year, he reaches the 2nd level of the true core realm in martial Dao. By the 24th year, that same harsh method pushes him to the 3rd level. Years keep slipping by, and the buried thunder lets him grind upward at a brutal but reliable pace. In the 39th year, Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the peak of the true core realm, with both his martial Dao and immortal Dao now at their respective limits. Remembering how hard immortal breakthrough became last time, he chooses to advance immortal Dao first this round. To step from nascent soul into spirit transformation, he uses the nascent soul to refine divine sense itself into a true primordial spirit. The process drags on for 2 months before he finally breaks through to the 1st level of spirit transformation. But the moment he checks himself, Jiang Yifeng feels something deeply strange about his new state. He realizes he does not seem to have just one primordial spirit like normal cultivators. One primordial spirit sits in his sea of consciousness, and another seems to be inside his nascent soul itself, as if the nascent soul is becoming sentient. He cannot make sense of it, so he shelves the question and moves on to his martial Dao breakthrough instead. This time he aims for the Unity Realm, where the true core's primordial energy shield must be fully merged into the body. The breakthrough twists again when even his nascent soul starts absorbing and integrating that martial protection into itself. 3 months later, Jiang Yifeng steps into the 1st level of the Unity Realm. When he checks again, his so-called nascent soul now looks less like a fragile soul baby and more like a tiny complete cultivator. He still cannot explain it, but since it came from his own cultivation, he decides to leave it alone. What he does not know is that this strange divine Dao state makes him much harder to kill, because his spirit and defense are both folded into that unique nascent soul. After stabilizing his cultivation, Jiang Yifeng goes back to Old Li and warns him that Lu Wuya's formation has a serious hidden problem. Old Li quickly gathers the mountain's cultivators to hear Jiang Yifeng's proposal to fix it together. In the end, the group rejects his warning, and Jiang Yifeng can only smile helplessly and go back to cultivating. A year later, the disaster he predicted arrives when Lu Wuya's old formation collapses and Spine Mountain suffers heavy casualties. Jiang Yifeng can only watch in frustration, knowing he warned them a year ago but never had enough influence to make them listen. In the 43rd year, Old Li leads the survivors to Jiang Fushan and asks to break out through the desert of death together. Because Jiang Yifeng gave him spirit stone resources years ago, Jiang Fushan has now reached the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing and steps up to lead the breakout himself. With a powerhouse like that willing to charge first, the group immediately wants to set out across the desert. Jiang Yifeng quickly steps in to stop them, because in this simulation he already decided to delay that desert attempt. He knows the heavenly thunder will not descend for another 10 years, so he wants everyone to wait and let Jiang Fushan grow even stronger first. In Jiang Yifeng's mind, if his father can become a celestial first, breaking the seal and surviving the dragon souls beyond it will be far safer. The others stare at him with open hostility, because if they stay, many of them may just die under the future thunder. Only Jiang Fushan keeps smiling gently, and tells his son not to worry about his safety. That almost makes Jiang Yifeng feel guilty, because deep down he knows this is only a simulation and he was never truly afraid for his father. He quickly steadies himself and argues that the guardian beasts beyond the seal are too strong, so everyone should cultivate longer before trying to break out. People can see his point, but since no one knows exactly when the heavenly thunder will come, almost nobody wants to gamble on waiting. Jiang Yifeng knows the true timing, but he has no way to explain how, and the room falls into an awkward deadlock. In the end, the escape plan is postponed for one simple reason: Jiang Fushan dotes on his son enough to follow his lead, and nobody dares move without him. 7 years pass, and by the 50th year Jiang Yifeng has slowly advanced his immortal Dao to the 3rd level of spirit transformation. The speed does not look flashy, but Jiang Yifeng knows it is impressive because he reached it using no resources at all, only natural spiritual energy. He gave every resource to Jiang Fushan instead, betting that a stronger father would be the safest way to push this simulation farther. In the 51st year, Jiang Fushan comes out of seclusion after reaching the peak of Tribulation Crossing and immediately begins his final push toward the celestial realm. He rises into the sky, his aura shaking the void itself as thunder starts gathering overhead. Jiang Yifeng stares upward, unable to tell whether the lightning above is normal celestial tribulation or the deadly heavenly thunder controlled by higher beings. Jiang Fushan stays completely calm and meets the descending tribulation lightning head-on. Half an hour later, the tribulation ends, and Jiang Fushan successfully breaks through into the celestial realm. Jiang Yifeng relaxes for one breath, thinking the danger passed because that first storm was only proper tribulation lightning. Then the sky rumbles again, and this time a purple-red heavenly thunder crashes down straight at Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes he should have expected this, because if a 10th-grade core could attract that kind of punishment, a celestial breakthrough definitely would too. But Jiang Fushan only laughs and roars for it to come, meeting the purple-red heavenly thunder with brute force. A few minutes later, Jiang Fushan is still standing unharmed, and the purple-red heavenly thunder has been smashed into nothing. Watching that, Jiang Yifeng is thrilled and thinks this simulation is finally about to become stable with such a terrifying father backing him. Then everything flips in an instant when the void tears open above the southern regions. From that tear, a giant hand large enough to cover the sky descends from above. As the hand falls, the entire southern region starts collapsing, and no one there survives. The simulation cuts off with Jiang Yifeng dead at 71, and he jerks back in shock as the wipeout ends. He had just watched Jiang Fushan become a celestial and thought the path ahead was secure, so this ending makes even less sense to him. Jiang Yifeng concludes that the sky-covering hand had to come from some immensely powerful celestial being. But that is exactly what confuses him, because everything he learned before suggested those top celestial players should not have interfered so directly. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng gives up trying to understand the problem for now and turns to the simulation rewards instead. He is pleased that this run only left two useful options, exactly the focused outcome he planned for before entering the simulation. Jiang Yifeng reminds himself why he keeps narrowing each run. Too many practice paths would waste reward slots he cannot afford to bring back. He also realizes upgrading the simulator saved him from a major bottleneck, because Divine Dao breakthroughs would otherwise eat multiple reward choices at once. Deciding there is nothing to hesitate over, he orders the simulator to exchange everything. The simulator grants him the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root and extracts his Divine Dao cultivation, burning through a huge chunk of energy points in one shot. Power rushes through Jiang Yifeng so fast that for a moment, he feels almost terrifyingly strong. The memory of the simulation quickly cools his ego, and he reminds himself he is still only at the beginning of the path. He opens his status panel and checks the result. A stronger talent lineup, higher Divine Dao cultivation, and all his key arts still in place. Then he removes Child of Fortune from himself and stores it in the talent pool, finally getting rid of the luck that kept exposing him in Green Hills City. He feels relieved, because every dropped spirit stone that talent brought him in real life was basically bait for a fight and a blown cover. With that problem handled, Jiang Yifeng summons his butler Jiang Dufu and orders him to keep buying up ore, gold, and silver for more simulator fuel. Even with more than 1.6 billion energy points left, Jiang Yifeng already feels that it is nowhere near enough. Afterward he heads for the Spring Blossom Pavilion, and for once the road is blessedly free of random money and spirit stones. That small bit of peace makes him feel much safer, and he slips back into his easygoing cover life of music and leisure. 7 quiet days pass, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his room early to wait for the next simulation charge to refresh. Because Jiang Dufu has not gathered much new material yet, Jiang Yifeng decides not to bother exchanging resources before starting. As the refresh arrives, he quickly settles on a rough plan and starts his 20-second simulation. This time he pays for the orange draw chance, gambling on a better talent even though it could still land on purple. The draw lands on the purple talent Heart of Rationality, and Jiang Yifeng immediately dislikes how cold and machine-like it sounds. Jiang Yifeng immediately dislikes the sound of it, because the talent feels less like wisdom and more like becoming a cold machine. Still, he admits absolute rationality could be useful inside simulations, where he can borrow the mindset without living with it in reality. He makes one thing clear to himself right away: if he keeps this talent at all, it stays in the pool and never touches his real mind. When the simulator asks him to pick a stored talent for the run, he chooses Child of Fortune without hesitation. The new simulation opens with a sharply rational Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizing that he is inside a simulation. He even tries to open the simulator from inside the simulation to nest another run, but that loophole fails immediately. On the first day he goes to Spring Blossom Pavilion as usual, but now every move is calculated to reconnect with Qiu Jixuan. On the second day he meets Qiu Jixuan again and starts gently steering their talks toward romance. By the 10th day, sensing that she no longer dislikes him, Jiang Yifeng confesses and gets rejected exactly as expected. He does not back off, and over the following years he keeps pressing with one carefully chosen move after another until her defenses finally wear down. 3 years later, Jiang Yifeng succeeds, and in the 4th year the two of them begin openly living together as lovers. In the 5th year, he starts trying seriously for a child and even coldly regrets not having chosen a more useful talent for that goal long ago. In the 7th year, Qiu Jixuan shyly tells him she's pregnant, and for the first time his smile is truly real. Qiu Jixuan is deeply moved by that smile, never realizing that all his earlier tenderness had been calculated and only this reaction was sincere. In reality, Jiang Yifeng watches this unfold and is so disgusted by his own simulated self that he blurts out, "Pa, scumbag." He quickly figures out the scheme. This perfectly rational version of him is using Qiu Jixuan to secure a path into the immortal arrival sect. That was never his original plan, and the way absolute rationality has pushed his simulated self in a new direction leaves him badly unsettled. After forcing himself to calm down, he decides he will have to seriously reconsider whether this talent is worth keeping after the simulation ends. He can admit the plan may be efficient, but emotionally he still cannot stomach seducing and exploiting Qiu Jixuan just to survive. Even so, he keeps watching, wanting to see just how far an absolutely rational Jiang Yifeng will go. Inside the simulation, Year 9 begins with Jiang Yifeng openly cultivating in front of Qiu Jixuan, while pretending to be only a beginner qi refining cultivator. Because he is actually in the divine transformation realm, Qiu Jixuan at Foundation Establishment has no chance of seeing through the fake act. In Year 10, he raises his displayed cultivation to the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, and lets Qiu Jixuan see him as a startling genius. Instead of feeling secure, Qiu Jixuan starts shrinking back, convinced that his talent will soon leave her behind. Jiang Yifeng expected this reaction, because before meeting her grandfather he needs her to believe his future leaps in strength happen naturally in front of her. He knows her grandfather is far too strong to fool directly, so he is building a believable story around his talent before that meeting ever happens. But he also knows he cannot let Qiu Jixuan drift too far, so he moves to pull her emotionally back in. He tells her he does not want to cultivate anymore, claiming he only started for her sake and hates that it is now pushing them apart. The line works perfectly, and Qiu Jixuan breaks down in tears all over again. Their relationship turns close again afterward, but now Qiu Jixuan trains even harder because she wants to keep up with him. By Year 8 of the relationship, Qiu Jixuan gives birth to their child, and Jiang Yifeng names the baby Jiang Lianqiu. That naming choice hits Qiu Jixuan hard, and she is moved to tears once more by how devoted he seems. Jiang Yifeng decides the timing is finally right and launches the next step of his plan while Qiu Jixuan is with the baby. He tells her he has found a chance to cultivate and become immortal, then says he wants her to walk that path with him so they can stay together forever. Qiu Jixuan bursts into tears, overwhelmed that the first person he thought of after finding an immortal path was her. She feels ashamed of herself for hiding the truth while he seems ready to share eternity with her, exactly the guilt and trust he wanted to create. In the end, Qiu Jixuan confesses that she is really an immortal slave and reveals the identity she had hidden from him. After saying it aloud, she anxiously waits to see whether he will now look at her as a monster. Jiang Yifeng answers without hesitation that he does not care about her past and only wants to stay with her forever. That answer breaks her last restraint, and Qiu Jixuan throws herself into his arms, sobbing that she wants the same future with him. In Year 9 after that, Jiang Yifeng begins openly cultivating in front of Qiu Jixuan again, still carefully managing what she thinks his level is. By Year 12, Jiang Yifeng fakes another breakthrough and publicly reaches the same visible perfect Foundation Establishment level as Qiu Jixuan. Then one day the ground starts shaking, and Jiang Yifeng immediately knows the long-awaited immortal Dao inheritance is about to appear. A huge fissure tears open through Green Hill City, and Jiang Yifeng grabs Qiu Jixuan and their child as all three plunge into the opening together. They land safely inside the inheritance hall, where a beam of white light immediately shoots straight toward Jiang Yifeng. This time he does not resist at all and deliberately accepts the inheritance in front of Qiu Jixuan. To Qiu Jixuan, it looks like the inheritance is directly raising his cultivation, and she can only stand guard in awe as his aura keeps climbing. But Jiang Yifeng already knows the inheritance does not actually grant instant cultivation, so this whole display is just his final setup for meeting Qiu Jixuan's grandfather with a believable story. The inheritance turns out to be mostly knowledge, the immortal technique devouring spirit art, other immortal arts, and the fading consciousness of its original owner. 3 days into the transfer, Manhwa finally appears, but Qiu Jixuan steps in front of Jiang Yifeng before he can make a move. Manhwa recognizes Qiu Jixuan, but being an immortal slave does not stop him from wanting Jiang Yifeng dead. Knowing she cannot beat a core formation cultivator, Qiu Jixuan pulls out her grandfather's communication jade and shouts that Manhwa is trying to kill her. Qiu Kuang's anxious voice answers that he is coming at once, and for the first time Manhwa looks genuinely rattled. Manhwa decides not to rush. He has not harmed Qiu Jixuan yet, and he assumes Jiang Yifeng is doomed anyway. In truth, this whole crisis is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, because Manhwa's attack gives him the perfect reason to draw Qiu Kuang here without raising suspicion. Jiang Yifeng quietly lays out the next step in his head: let Qiu Jixuan beg for him, meet Qiu Kuang naturally, and use that opening to enter the immortal arrival sect. Watching the simulation in reality, Jiang Yifeng suddenly wonders if he is actually this clever, and the answer in his head is a very smug yes. More than 2 hours later, Chiu Kuang finally reaches the inheritance site just as Jiang Yifeng uses the inheritance to push himself into the 3rd level of divine transformation. Chiu Kuang ignores Jiang Yifeng at first and checks his granddaughter for injuries before asking what happened. Before Chiu Jishuan can explain, Yang Zue reports what he saw, and Chiu Kuang quickly realizes the inheritance is at the center of everything. The moment Chiu Kuang notices Jiang Yifeng has already reached the 3rd level of divine transformation, he attacks without hesitation. Chiu Jishuan throws herself in front of Jiang Yifeng with the baby in her arms and declares that if Chiu Kuang wants to kill him, he will have to kill all 3 of them. That shock forces Chiu Kuang to yank back his own strike so hard that he spits blood on the spot. Chiu Kuang is furious that his granddaughter is protecting Jiang Yifeng over him, but with her standing there, he cannot kill the man he hates on sight. With nowhere else to put that anger, Chiu Kuang slaps Yang Zue into a cloud of blood and kills him instantly. It is not just temper, Yang Zue knows far too much, so Chiu Kuang has already decided he cannot be left alive. After that, Chiu Kuang pulls Chiu Jishuan aside and demands every detail about Jiang Yifeng from the moment she first met him. The first part of her story only makes Chiu Kuang angrier, because it paints Jiang Yifeng as a shameless romantic who used to chase pleasure houses and women. But when Chiu Jishuan reaches the part where Jiang Yifeng found a cultivation opportunity, and immediately shared it with her, Chiu Kuang starts looking at him much more favorably. By the end, Chiu Kuang accepts that Jiang Yifeng is probably not a schemer at all, just an unusually talented local cultivator with luck, desire, and a real attachment to his granddaughter. Everything after that goes the way Jiang Yifeng hoped, because Chiu Kuang finally agrees to let him try joining the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng even pretends to hesitate before accepting, while Chiu Kuang warns him that outsiders can only enter by surviving a harsh set of tests. Jiang Yifeng already knows those tests from an earlier simulation, and this time he is confident things will not spiral out of control because the intelligence reduction aura is not involved. Chiu Kuang brings Jiang Yifeng, Chiu Jishuan, and little Jiang Lianqiu to the Great Abyssal Kingdom's capital, where an Immortal Arrival sect branch is based. Once there, Chiu Kuang shuts Jiang Yifeng in a separate courtyard and bluntly tells him not to wander, because an unrecognized outsider could be killed here at any time. Jiang Yifeng has no intention of testing that warning, because he knows an immortal slave could kill him the moment he steps out of line. Half a year passes with Jiang Yifeng living quietly, staying close to Chiu Jishuan and helping care for Jiang Lianqiu under Chiu Kuang's secret watch. That long quiet stretch eases Chiu Kuang's suspicion, and eventually he returns with the sect examiner who will decide Jiang Yifeng's fate. Chiu Kuang says he has spoken to the sect master, and that if Jiang Yifeng passes, he will receive the Immortal Arrival sect token. Jiang Yifeng secretly uses the Eye of Insight on the stranger and learns that Gu Qing is a 3rd-level tribulation crossing expert, even stronger than Chiu Kuang. That revelation tells Jiang Yifeng just how seriously the sect treats local cultivators trying to slip inside. Gu Qing takes Jiang Yifeng away alone, making it clear the tests will happen far from Chiu Jishuan and Chiu Kuang's protection. 3 days later, Gu Qing gives the first test, and it is pure brutality: massacre a city. After only a moment of calculation, Jiang Yifeng does something even Gu Qing did not ask for and slaughters 3 cities in a row. Gu Qing only looks at him coldly and remarks on his ruthlessness, still refusing to say whether he passed. The second test is to kill 10 cultivators, a harder task that still ends with Jiang Yifeng hunting them down in 5 days. Once that is done, Gu Qing brings him back, and Jiang Yifeng assumes the worst is over. Instead, Gu Qing points at Chiu Jishuan and orders Jiang Yifeng to kill her, turning what looked like the end of the exam into a direct attack on the family he wanted to protect. Jiang Yifeng feels no emotional hesitation, but the task itself feels wrong, because Chiu Kuang would never have allowed this test if it were genuine sect procedure. Because the order is too unreasonable, Jiang Yifeng refuses. Gu Qing erupts with terrifying pressure, saying either Chiu Jishuan dies and Jiang Yifeng joins the sect, or Jiang Yifeng dies instead. Jiang Yifeng still refuses and says that even if he dies, he will not let Chiu Jishuan be harmed. Gu Qing mocks him for thinking this is a test of feelings and fires the spell anyway, which makes Jiang Yifeng waver for one dangerous instant. For one dangerous heartbeat, Jiang Yifeng wonders if he guessed wrong, then closes his eyes and bets his life that this order was never a real sect test. The attack never lands, and Jiang Yifeng knows he won the gamble. Jiang Yifeng's gamble pays off. Massacring cities and killing cultivators were the sect's real tests. But ordering Chiu Jishuan's death was Chiu Kuang's extra check after hearing how brutally he handled the earlier trials. Now that he has passed both the sect and Chiu Kuang, Jiang Yifeng is taken to Immortal Arrival sect headquarters. At headquarters, Shenwuyo gives Jiang Yifeng the jade talisman that marks a true member of the Immortal Arrival sect. Chiu Kuang explains that once Jiang Yifeng drips blood on the talisman, sect members will recognize him as one of their own and the recurring heavenly thunder will stop targeting him. This is the goal Jiang Yifeng has been pushing toward all along, so he immediately drops his blood onto the jade talisman and becomes a member of the Immortal Arrival sect. In the 13th year of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng slaughters so many southern region cultivators that he finishes decades of Immortal Arrival sect kill quotas in one brutal stretch. Because every Immortal Arrival sect member must kill 3 targets a year, his massacre effectively buys him a century of freedom from routine missions. A year later, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Great Abyssal Kingdom with Xiu Jixuan, still playing the part of a devoted husband as they travel together with their child. By year 16, Jiang Yifeng reaches the Forest of 10,000 Swords alone, because he has already left Xiu Jixuan behind in a remote village. He had once planned to kill Xiu Jixuan outright, but he worried Xiu Kuang might be able to sense her death. So instead, he lies smoothly and tells Xiu Jixuan he needs years of secluded Dao comprehension, asking her to wait for him there. Xiu Jixuan falls for it completely, and Jiang Yifeng knows her devotion is exactly what makes this deception work. Facing the sword-filled forest, he suddenly looks into the empty air and calls for his real self outside to enter a 7-year deep simulation. Reading that line in the real world, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator in disbelief and fumes that a tool is trying to order him around. After the brief outrage, he admits the timing is smart, because deep simulation would give him absolute rationality and make killing intent training much safer and more efficient. Still refusing to admit the simulator made the choice for him, Jiang Yifeng declares that starting the deep simulation is his own decision. The simulator deducts a massive amount of energy, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops straight into the new simulation. Inside the 7-year deep simulation, absolute rationality settles over him, and he walks into the Forest of 10,000 Swords without hesitation. Because his killing intent was already at the entry stage, the forest's outer layer barely shakes him now, and he steadily pushes deeper toward the middle zone. 7 years flash by in relentless cultivation, and the deep simulation finally ends. Back in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng checks his progress and finds his killing intent has climbed all the way to the peak of minor achievement. The result is far better than last time, but the price is ugly, because absolute rationality feels less like clarity and more like losing his humanity. What he did to Xiu Jixuan in the simulation is the proof that unsettles him most, but he forces himself to keep reading. By year 23 in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows Wu Yudao will soon appear near the forest, so he leaves before they can meet. He does not want Wu Yudao to discover his identity as an immortal slave, especially since Wu Yudao may already be hostile to the immortal spirit sex side. In year 24, he returns to the village and finds Xiu Jixuan still waiting exactly where he left her. Their son Jiang Yanqiu is already 16 by then, and Jiang Yifeng calmly sizes up the family he only means to use. Jiang Yifeng steps back into their lives, acts affectionate for a while, and smoothly restores the illusion that he never abandoned them. Soon after, he shuts himself away to cultivate again, but this time he abandons the heavenly profound art and starts using the immortal Dao's devouring spirit art instead. The new technique lives up to its name, because it does not gently absorb spiritual energy at all, it devours it. With devouring spirit art, his immortal Dao cultivation speed jumps several times over, and his progress starts to surge. By year 26 he reaches the 4th level of spirit transformation, and by year 28 he climbs to the 5th. Another decade passes, and in year 38 his immortal Dao finally reaches the 9th level of spirit transformation. His spiritual power has also grown enough to support 8th grade formations, making him an 8th grade formation master too. Even with all that progress, Jiang Yifeng is dissatisfied, because it still looks painfully slow compared to his father reaching Tribulation Crossing in just over 30 years. That gap makes him realize the inheritance was not the whole answer, and Jiang Fushan must be hiding some other secret. He decides the only way forward is to return to Green Hills City and see what changed there. The moment he emerges, Xiu Jixuan runs to him smiling, because his occasional affection over the years has only made her more attached. Xiu Jixuan has already sent their grown son away to Qiu Kuang, turning him into an immortal slave too. After a brief show of tenderness, Jiang Yifeng tells Xiu Jixuan he wants to go home, and she follows him without hesitation. In year 39, the two of them finally return to Green Hills City. But when Jiang Yifeng searches the Jiang estate, he cannot find Jiang Fushan or anyone else from the family at all. After asking around, he learns the entire Jiang clan firm relocated decades ago in a sudden mass move, and nobody knows where they went. That answer hits hard, because even after Jiang Yifeng took the immortal Dao inheritance for himself, his father still abandoned Green Hills City anyway. He becomes sure that Jiang Fushan has another hidden secret, and that some sudden event must have forced the entire family to flee. Since he still has no evidence, Jiang Yifeng puts the mystery aside for a later simulation and leaves Green Hills City with Xiu Jixuan. He throws himself back into cultivation, but now that his immortal Dao is nearing a bottleneck, he resumes training his martial Dao too. Without the underground heavenly thunder from Spine Mountain, his martial Dao slows down sharply, even though the war god art still lets him improve. 3 full years later, his martial Dao is still stuck just short of the next small realm, only at the peak of the first layer of the Unity realm. Then in year 43, a rare summons from the Immortal Arrival sect suddenly orders both Jiang Yifeng and Xiu Jixuan to return at once. Xiu Jixuan is openly puzzled because even she has never seen a headquarters summons like this before, but Jiang Yifeng already suspects what it means. He remembers this as the year Spine Mountain's cultivators entered the Desert of Death, so he guesses the sect is mobilizing its immortal slaves for that crisis. A few days later, they return to the immortal arrival sect and Jiang Yifeng's suspicion proves correct. Sect Master Shinweo gathers the immortal slaves and orders them to drive the Spine Mountain cultivators into the desert of death rather than stopping them outside it. The real plan is viciously practical. Let the desert's demonic dragon wipe them out, and only kill whoever tries to escape alive. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands why earlier simulations had shown so little resistance at the desert border. Because the immortal slaves were never meant to truly block anyone. Soon the immortal slaves shadow Spine Mountain's people all the way to the outskirts of the desert of death. At the desert's edge, Jiang Yifeng sees Oldly and the Spine Mountain cultivators locked in a fierce fight against the demonic python on the ground. Then he looks up and sees the true shock of the battlefield. Because the one fighting the demonic dragon in the sky is his father, Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng is left stunned, because even after losing the inheritance in this timeline, Jiang Fushan still somehow has the power of the 8th layer of tribulation. 3 days later, the sky battle finally ends with Jiang Fushan defeated and crashing down into the desert, his life or death unclear. Once Jiang Fushan falls, the surviving Spine Mountain cultivators break and start fleeing toward the outer desert. That is the exact moment the immortal slaves move in, and Jiang Yifeng's rational mind keeps him from wavering even with his father down somewhere in the sand. He actively joins the slaughter of the fleeing Spine Mountain cultivators instead of freezing or turning back. Half a month later, most of Spine Mountain's people are dead, with only a few survivors slipping away. After the operation, the immortal slaves return to the immortal arrival sect to report in. Shinweo rewards the best performers, and Jiang Yifeng's aggressive killing during the mission earns him a promotion to elite disciple. Jiang Yifeng is satisfied, because this was exactly why he fought so hard in the first place. The promotion matters beyond pride, because ordinary disciples are just disposable tools, while elite disciples finally get yearly resources and access to sect techniques. He does not care much about ordinary rewards, but he knows climbing the hierarchy is the only way to reach information hidden from the lower ranks. What he really wants are answers, like who Shinweo contacted before and why a celestial power is plotting across the southern regions. Even so, Jiang Yifeng keeps his priorities straight, because every clue and rank still comes second to one thing: gaining enough strength to save himself. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into martial cultivation and keeps climbing for decades. By the 45th year, he breaks into the second level of the Unity Realm. 2 years later, random enlightenment suddenly triggers while he studies the war god art, and his mind turns razor sharp. That rare state lasts 8 months and pushes his martial cultivation all the way to the 3rd level of the Unity Realm. In the 52nd year, he reaches the 4th level of the Unity Realm and keeps pressing forward. Then in the 53rd year, lightning suddenly flickers across the sky, and Jiang Yifeng realizes heavenly thunder is coming for him again. A bolt locks onto him, but the immortal arrival sect Jade talisman on his body flashes red at the last second. The thunder instantly disperses, confirming that joining the immortal arrival sect really shields him from this danger. Jiang Yifeng studies the Jade talisman and wonders whether it can be copied or stolen to fool heavenly thunder. But after thinking it through, he rejects the idea and concludes countless predecessors would have tested that trick already. So he stops chasing loopholes and goes back to cultivating while the years race past. During those long years, he also keeps doing jobs for the immortal arrival sect, ruthlessly hunting down new cultivators across the southern regions. The southern regions still produce people who seek immortality, but without places like Spine Mountain or experts like Oldly protecting them, most are cut down early. Thanks to that relentless record, Jiang Yifeng rises to protector disciple in the immortal arrival sect. The promotion opens the sect records to him, and he learns the immortal arrival sect has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Most of what he finds is biased sect history, including records branding Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya as villains, so he gains little but decides higher rank should reveal more. With that in mind, he trains even harder because strength is the one thing still blocking his next promotion. In the 102nd year, his martial cultivation finally reaches the peak of the Unity Realm. Now both his immortal and martial paths stand at the edge of the next major realm, and the dual breakthrough takes half a year of grinding effort. He finally breaks through both paths at once, reaching the Golden Body Realm in Martial Dao and the Void Refinement Realm in Immortal Dao. His nascent soul even turns golden and radiant, but by now Jiang Yifeng is used to his cultivation being abnormal. Years later, just after reaching the second level of the Golden Body Realm, Jiang Yifeng spots lightning in the distant sky and assumes it is ordinary heavenly thunder again. Then he sees a green-robed figure standing in the void and instantly realizes this is not heavenly thunder at all, but an immortal ascension tribulation. The more he looks, the more a terrifying possibility takes shape in his mind, because the figure matches his father Jiang Fushan too well. When the tribulation clears, Jiang Yifeng sees the man clearly and confirms the impossible truth. It really is Jiang Fushan. Even with absolute rationality, Jiang Yifeng cannot stay calm as old questions explode back at him about his father's death, survival, and escape from heavenly thunder. Before he can make sense of any of it, the whole sky darkens and a giant hand descends from above. The southern regions collapse in an instant, no one survives, and the simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 130. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator's reward list, stunned that the run ended so abruptly even after he avoided Heavenly Thunder. He quickly rules out the 8th grade Formation Master reward, because he already has the theory and only lacks enough power and reality to use it. He rejects the unregistered Immortal Arrival Sect Jade Talisman too, realizing the simulator left him nothing but a useless decoration. That leaves Divine Tao Cultivation, Immortal Tao Inheritance, and Absolute Rationality, and he decides the Divine Tao Strength boost is non-negotiable. For the second reward, he leans toward Absolute Rationality because the Immortal Tao Inheritance might be recoverable later through another run or a deep simulation. But he hesitates hard, because Absolute Rationality is powerful and cost-effective while its cold, ruthless side effects are something he absolutely does not want on himself. He worries that if he exchanges for it first, the talent might affect him immediately and stop him from storing it in the talent pool afterward. Right then, the simulator offers a paid shortcut: spend an extra 1 billion energy, and it will place the exchange talent directly into the talent pool. Jiang Yifeng instantly curses the simulator for squeezing him again, but the offer neatly solves his problem. So he makes the call and orders the simulator to exchange Absolute Rationality and store it directly in the talent pool. The purchase goes through, but after paying 1,100,000,000 energy, he is left with only a little over 8 billion, still short of Divine Tao Cultivation. Thankfully, the simulator lets him delay the second exchange until before the next run, which gives him a few days to gather more energy in reality. He immediately seeks out the butler Jiang Dufu and asks for huge amounts of gold, silver, jewels, and tens of thousands of tons of ore within 7 days. Jiang Dufu cannot promise it, because most nearby ore stocks and valuables were already bought up earlier under Jiang Yifeng's own orders. Knowing the shortage is real, Jiang Yifeng does not force the issue and heads back to his courtyard in a low mood. Lying on his bed, he mutters to himself and finally faces the obvious answer: if he gathers energy personally, exposure to the Immortal Arrival Sect becomes the real risk. He knows the simulator will even absorb mountains, flowers, and trees, so with enough quantity the world around him can be turned into energy. At last he sits up and decides to do it, swearing he will not back down just because immortal slaves might notice. Even so, he refuses to move carelessly and starts preparing for the trouble he plans to cause. His first precaution is to store Child of Fortune in the talent pool, because he does not want that luck talent creating extra chaos during the operation. Then he spends several days carving jade by hand, quietly building his own escape tools. On the 4th day, he finishes dozens of teleportation jade plates and finally looks satisfied. These plates can only send him 1,000 miles at a time, but random teleportation is still safer than flying if someone starts tracking him. Once everything is ready, Jiang Yifeng slips out of Green Hills City under cover of night. He heads for Bright Moon City, because he learned its surrounding mountains are numerous, uninhabited, and full of abandoned mines, making it the best place to harvest energy. 3 days later, Bright Moon City erupts in panic when its mountain ring is suddenly gone, and the whole area has turned into flat plain. The immortal slaves stationed there immediately report the disaster upward, realizing something huge has happened. But by then Jiang Yifeng has already made it back to the Jiang family estate, leaving the uproar behind and his energy-gathering scheme successfully underway. Outside Bright Moon City, Jiang Yifeng converts whole mountains and even the surrounding plants into energy, and everything disappears so quietly that no one notices. When the operation ends without any alarm at all, Jiang Yifeng relaxes and realizes his emergency escape plan was never needed. The abandoned mines hidden in those mountains push his reserves to a ridiculous peak, giving Jiang Yifeng more than 120 billion energy and a burst of confidence. Back in his room, he finally redeems the Divine Tao Cultivation reward he had been saving, and his strength rises again. Before he can enjoy the breakthrough for long, the simulator suddenly announces that it can upgrade again for a brutal price of 100 billion energy. Irritated but knowing every upgrade matters, Jiang Yifeng grits his teeth and orders the simulator to upgrade anyway. The simulator jumps to version 5.0 and immediately rewrites the rules, converting his remaining energy into higher-level origin value at a harsh 10,000 to 1 ratio. The new settings do add perks, including a random one-time talent or ability at the start of every simulation and cheaper reward redemption afterward. Then the simulator adds one last mocking note that origin value cannot be traded for ordinary mundane items, making Jiang Yifeng feel targeted on the spot. Jiang Yifeng explodes and calls the whole thing a scam, convinced the simulator waited until he found an easy farming method just to shut it down. When he demands an explanation, the simulator coldly says his novice benefits are over and refuses to argue any further. After all his objections go nowhere, he can only swallow the loss and hope the upgrade's new bonus talent will eventually pay him back. With a sigh, Jiang Yifeng stops brooding and turns to the next simulation, deciding it should answer the bigger mysteries that have been haunting him. He keeps circling the same questions: how his father cultivated so fast, whether Shinweo is really the strongest in the Immortal Arrival Sect, and what hidden powers are still waiting behind the sect. His thoughts widen to the seal beast too, because the white tiger and mystic turtle never looked willing, and that makes him wonder whether the demonic dragon and phoenix were forced into the seal as well. What unsettles him most is the giant hand that struck when his father ascended, because if immortals from outside were not supposed to interfere directly, that attack changes everything. Before he can chase those answers any further, the simulator refreshes his count, and Jiang Yifeng immediately starts the next run. This time he spends origin value on the stronger draw and pulls the orange talent Late Bloomer, a powerful cultivation talent that only matters after age 100. The upgrade bonus also kicks in and gives him Wicked Navigation, a dangerous-looking one-time talent that passively guides him toward the worst places. Since he already knows he will need the Immortal Arrival sect again, Jiang Yifeng pulls Absolute Rationality back out of the talent pool for this simulation. The 23rd simulation begins, and with Absolute Rationality active, Jiang Yifeng spends the first day thinking instead of rushing to act. He quickly realizes this run is harder because without Child of Fortune, getting the inheritance cleanly becomes much more difficult to explain to Chiu Kuang and the sect. He also concludes that making the mountains near Bright Moon City vanish in reality has probably made the immortal slaves suspicious of every nearby city, including Green Hill City. Reading that cold judgment, the real Jiang Yifeng can only sit there looking awful while the simulation practically calls him an idiot for putting himself in this position. He knows the criticism is fair, but it still stings, because he only went to Bright Moon City in the first place after weighing distance, time, and the risk of being exposed by immortal slave experts elsewhere. On the second day inside the simulation, he tests Wicked Navigation and finds that it works like a living danger map inside his mind. Every route is red, just with different shades, so Jiang Yifeng figures out the darker paths likely mean greater danger, and the talent can be used to avoid trouble instead of walking into it. The most dangerous direction points straight toward Bright Moon City, confirming that the fallout from his mountain theft is already spiraling there. His rational first instinct is to abandon Green Hill City and hide, but he forces himself to think past the simulation and look for a solution his real self can actually reuse. Instead of running, Jiang Yifeng decides this simulation will teach his real self how to rescue Green Hill City from the coming crackdown. By the third day he leaves Green Hill City, and on the fourth he appears deep in the northern mountains to begin laying down teleportation and self-destruct formations. He keeps pushing farther north, setting the same linked formations every few thousand miles until the whole trap network is ready. A month later, Jiang Yifeng steps into the chain and starts blowing up mountains one after another, deliberately turning the southern regions into a mess too big for the immortal slaves to ignore. The plan is simple and ruthless. If Bright Moon City's disappearance draws too much attention, he will create so many disasters elsewhere that the investigators have to split up. 2 days after finishing the sabotage, he returns safely to Green Hill City and finds the place crawling with unfamiliar immortal slaves. Thanks to Wicked Navigation, he slips around the dangerous patrol routes and avoids the experts hunting through the city. Once news of the mountain explosion spreads across the southern regions, the pressure on Green Hill City finally starts to ease. By the second month, most of the extra immortal slaves are gone, leaving only the local figures like Qiu Jishuan behind. With the city breathing again, Jiang Yifeng turns his attention back to the long game and starts pursuing Qiu Jishuan in the third month. By the first year, Qiu Jishuan clearly likes Jiang Yifeng, but she still keeps him at arm's length and refuses to become his official partner. Jiang Yifeng keeps pressing with every clever dating trick he can think of, and by the third year Qiu Jishuan finally falls for him completely. By the 7th year, their relationship has fully crossed that line, and Qiu Jishuan becomes pregnant with his child. In the 8th year, the baby is born, and when Jiang Yifeng names him Jiang Yanqiu, Qiu Jishuan is moved to tears. That same year, Jiang Yifeng claims he found a cultivation opportunity, and invites Qiu Jishuan to join him, deliberately cornering her into speaking honestly. Crushed by guilt and by how gifted he is, Qiu Jishuan finally confesses the identity she has been hiding from him. Because he knows he still needs Qiu Jishuan's protection in this timeline, Jiang Yifeng comforts her carefully and even acts like he will give up cultivation for her. In the 9th year, Qiu Jishuan pushes him to cultivate again so he can truly protect her, and Jiang Yifeng solemnly agrees. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng knows the hidden inheritance is about to appear, so when his father is assigned to the Liang Kingdom, he brings Qiu Jishuan along on purpose. Jiang Fushan surprisingly raises no objection, letting the trip proceed exactly how Jiang Yifeng wants. Then in the 13th year, while they are returning from the Liang Kingdom, the ground suddenly trembles and a huge fissure tears open ahead of them. Jiang Yifeng steps in at the right moment, saves the group from the danger around the crack, and urgently tells Jiang Fushan to turn the caravan around and leave. Jiang Fushan is stunned by his son's almost miraculous methods, but his disbelief never lasts. He just feels proud and trusts him completely. After warning Jiang Yifeng not to take risks, Jiang Fushan leads the caravan away, leaving Jiang Yifeng and Qiu Jishuan alone with the hidden entrance. With the others gone, Jiang Yifeng and Qiu Jishuan jump into the crack and enter the ancient inheritance hall below. Inside the hall, the glowing inheritance orb trembles as if judging the newcomers, then goes still and refuses to choose Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng keeps his real plan hidden and excitedly urges Qiu Jishuan to test the inheritance first, ready to abandon everything if she truly wants it. Qiu Jishuan looks at him softly, refuses the chance, and tells Jiang Yifeng to take the inheritance himself. After a brief show of reluctance, Jiang Yifeng walks straight to the orb and prepares to force the issue himself. In reality, he does not gamble blindly and immediately starts a 10-day deep simulation so he can test taking the inheritance safely. The simulator confirms that deep simulation now consumes origin values too, and Jiang Yifeng drops into the simulated hall at once. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng skips all hesitation and grabs the inheritance orb with his bare hand. A deep old voice warns him that the inheritance is not his, but Jiang Yifeng recognizes the speaker as a fading remnant and refuses to let go. The remnant consciousness blocks the transfer, and Jiang Yifeng ends up in a silent tug-of-war with the inheritance itself. To break the stalemate, Jiang Yifeng boldly declares that even if he was not chosen, he will surpass the chosen one. The consciousness scoffs that its true choice is blessed by heaven and born with a unique innate Tao body, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes it is talking about Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng fires back that talent only helps, but the will to reach the peak matters more, and he has that will. After that challenge, the remnant finally gives way and slams the inheritance memories into Jiang Yifeng's mind all at once. The inheritance hits far harder than he expected, leaving him drenched in sweat and bleeding from the 7 orifices as the overload tears at both soul and body. 3 days pass in agony, but absolute rationality keeps Jiang Yifeng from going mad and lets him endure the flood of memories. During Jiang Yifeng's long struggle with the inheritance, Yang Zue barges in with bad intentions, and Qiu Jishuan immediately blocks his path to protect the badly injured Jiang Yifeng. Qiu Jishuan immediately sends for help, and Qiu Kuang arrives fast enough to understand the scene in one glance. Qiu Kuang does not waste a word and kills Yang Zue with a single slap. 3 more days later, Jiang Yifeng finally finishes absorbing the inheritance and survives the entire transfer. Even with the inheritance secured by day 6, Jiang Yifeng keeps the simulation running and uses the extra time to dig for more useful information. When the 10th day ends, he wakes in reality with a sore head and one extra prize, the location of an immortal arrival sect branch. The next simulation starts with a hard reset, and Jiang Yifeng finds himself in a luxurious manner with no deep simulation memories left. Before he can panic, he notices a notebook in his hand and opens it. The notebook explains everything, including the copied devouring spirit art, and Jiang Yifeng in reality quietly admires how well his prepared self covered this weakness. Guided by the notebook, simulated Jiang Yifeng understands that Qiu Kuang has already brought him into the immortal arrival sect sphere, and everything is still on track. Over the following days, he keeps getting closer to Qiu Jishuan to secure that connection. 6 months later, Jiang Yifeng takes the immortal arrival sect assessment, passes cleanly, and receives the sect Jade Talisman. After joining, he goes on a brutal task point spree and slaughters hundreds of local cultivators to stack more than a century worth of rewards in one rush. Once that harvest is done, Jiang Yifeng leaves with Qiu Jishuan and entrusts his son Jiang Lianqiu to Qiu Kuang before they go. In the 14th year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hill City because he still cannot explain how Jiang Fushan walked the immortal Dao path without the inheritance. A year later, while cultivating at night, Jiang Yifeng suddenly senses something wrong and looks up. He sees a familiar ball of light streaking toward Jiang Fushan's room, and the shape is so similar to the old inheritance that it shocks him. Jiang Yifeng leaps up to intercept it, determined to find out whether this is another inheritance. He misjudges the speed completely, and the light shoots past him into Jiang Fushan's room before he can touch it. Inside, the orb merges into the sleeping Jiang Fushan, who remains peacefully unconscious through the whole thing. Watching that absurd luck, Jiang Yifeng can only think that his father's fortune is even more outrageous than the child of fortune talent he once used. That comparison pushes him into a darker thought. Maybe even the simulator's talents are all flawed copies of something real. He stops chasing that thread for the moment, and simply waits for Jiang Fushan to wake up and explain what happened. 3 days later, Jiang Fushan finally comes out and immediately tells Jiang Yifeng that he received an inheritance and learned the southern regions are a sealed land. The details hit Jiang Yifeng hard, because Jiang Fushan received the exact same devouring spirit art and supporting knowledge that he did. 2 identical inheritances feel too suspicious, and Jiang Yifeng starts doubting whether they were inheritances at all. His suspicion turns grim. Maybe cultivators in the heavens are dropping these techniques into the sealed land to bait and control pawns below. And if that is true, Jiang Yifeng realizes he may already be one of those pawns too, possibly watched at all times. Testing that terrifying guess, Jiang Yifeng walks up to Jiang Fushan and shatters his father's qi with a single palm strike. Jiang Fushan spits blood and stares at his son in confusion, not with hatred, but with stunned, wounded bewilderment. In reality, that scene shocks Jiang Yifeng so badly that he recoils from his own simulated self and decides he cannot casually use absolute rationality anymore. He tells himself that power and truth are not worth hollowing out his humanity, especially when the real crisis is not here yet. Even so, he keeps reading and sees his simulated self explain to the crippled Jiang Fushan that not cultivating is safer, because the truth matters more than the danger of provoking whoever may be above them. By the 16th year, Jiang Yifeng has quietly pushed his immortal Dao to the 4th tier of void refinement, while still living an active life. A year after destroying Jiang Fushan's qi, Jiang Yifeng sees that his father is still recovering and painfully does not hate him for it. That trust makes Jiang Yifeng feel guilty for a moment, but absolute rationality crushes the emotion almost immediately. In the 17th year, Jiang Fushan seems fully recovered and goes back to business like nothing happened. Then in the 18th year, Jiang Fushan happily tells his son that his ruined GC has somehow healed itself and he can cultivate again. Jiang Yifeng answers that innocent joy with brutal certainty and destroys his father's GC a second time. After that, Jiang Yifeng stays close to Jiang Fushan, pretending to protect him while secretly waiting to see how that impossible recovery happens again. By the 20th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches the 5th tier of void refinement, and Jiang Fushan's GC has healed yet again. The more Jiang Yifeng observes, the clearer it looks that nobody is helping from the outside and that Jiang Fushan's own physique is repairing the damage. That discovery turns ugly, and Jiang Yifeng starts thinking the safest answer may be to let his father die before he ever becomes an immortal pawn. The instant that killing intent forms, a terrifying pressure drops on him and cold sweat runs down his face. A cold voice warns him directly that if he harms Jiang Fushan again, he will die. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands that his actions have forced one of the hidden players behind Jiang Fushan to intervene. Instead of backing down in fear, he grows more certain that his father is a pawn from the immortal realm and finds the whole situation even more interesting. Since he can no longer touch Jiang Fushan, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hills City with Xiao Jishuan and looks for another path forward. Before he goes, he quietly tells his father not to cultivate unless he has no other choice, hoping even a delay will buy him more time. Back at the Immortal Arrival sect, Jiang Yifeng starts piling up merit by hunting local cultivators and anyone labeled a seeker of immortality. His kills push him up first to elite disciple and then, by the 23rd year, to protector disciple. In the 24th year, he finally enters real seclusion, and with his full attention on cultivation, his progress speeds up sharply. That focus pays off fast, and in the 25th year he breaks through to the 6th tier of void refinement. Then in the 27th year, random enlightenment suddenly triggers and his cultivation speed explodes 9-fold. The enlightenment lasts 9 straight months and carries him all the way to the 8th tier of void refinement. By the 33rd year, Jiang Yifeng reaches the peak of void refinement and turns his attention back to martial Dao. Martial Dao proves slower, and it takes him until the 41st year just to reach the 3rd tier of the golden body realm. In the 43rd year, the Immortal Arrival sect mobilizes to block Spine Mountain's people from entering the Desert of Death, and Jiang Yifeng joins the operation. When he reaches the battlefield, Jiang Yifeng sees Oldly fighting the demonic dragon and feels immediate relief that his father is nowhere in sight. That relief does not last, because Jiang Yifeng knows hidden forces may still find a way to drag Jiang Fushan back onto the path of cultivation later. The thought hardens his resolve, and he throws himself into the slaughter with even more urgency. With Oldly still pinning down the demonic dragon and the Immortal Arrival sect's immortal slave force sweeping the field, Spine Mountain's cultivators are nearly wiped out in just half a day. After the operation, Shenhuo openly praises Jiang Yifeng's performance and rewards him with another huge pile of merits. His merits are already enough for elder rank on paper, but the sect still requires far more strength, at least Great Ascension, before that title becomes real. Thinking he might actually reach that seat in this simulation, Jiang Yifeng abandons steady training and chooses a riskier shortcut. After explaining things to Qiu Jishuan, he leaves alone for the Valley of Flames to temper his body in Phoenix Fire. He also carries a second hope with him. If the demonic phoenixes ignore immortal slaves the way the demonic dragon did, he might get close enough to the crack seal to escape the southern regions. 3 months into the trip, Jiang Yifeng passes through Green Hills City and decides to visit the Jiang family once more. At the Jiang family mansion, he finds Jiang Fushan old, gray, and completely without cultivation. Jiang Yifeng realizes he was wrong. Repeated damage did not merely delay his father, because Jiang Fushan truly gave up immortality after hearing that single warning from his son. For a rare moment, the sight of his father's sacrifice shakes Jiang Yifeng so badly that he nearly blurts out the truth. But he remembers the unseen watcher who once threatened him and swallows the truth before it can leave his mouth. He also knows wicked navigation cannot help here, because it only marks danger that already exists, not killing intent someone might develop after hearing him speak. After a few quiet days at home, Jiang Yifeng leaves again and continues toward the Valley of Flames. In the 44th year, he reaches the outskirts of the Valley of Flames and sees wicked navigation turn faint red before he even steps inside. That warning tells him the place is dangerous, but the even, pale color also suggests the demonic phoenixes themselves are probably not planning to attack him. With that judgment made, Jiang Yifeng steps straight into the Valley of Flames. The moment he enters, the phoenix fire burns his clothes to ash and starts splitting his body apart. Imu Divine Body keeps rebuilding him as fast as the flames destroy him, letting him turn the agony into martial Dao training. The gamble works, and by the 46th year his martial Dao reaches the 4th level of the golden body realm. Years of flame tempering push him even further, and by the 53rd year he reaches the 7th level of the golden body realm. That same year, heavenly thunder descends over the valley, but the Immortal Arrival sect Jade Talisman on him keeps the lightning from striking. By the 59th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches the peak of golden body realm, with both his martial Dao and immortal Dao now ready for a bigger breakthrough. Before breaking through, he makes one last effort to push deeper into the Valley of Flames and reach the cracked seal, but the deeper phoenix fire still drives him back every time. So in the 60th year, he withdraws to a secluded place and begins a major breakthrough instead. After more than half a year, he succeeds, stepping into the immovable realm in martial Dao and the body fusion realm in immortal Dao. The only odd detail is that his nascent soul feels more agile than before, but Jiang Yifeng barely spares it a thought. After breaking through, Jiang Yifeng returns to the Immortal Arrival sect, planning to stay visible there and preserve his useful ties to Qiu Jishuan and Qiu Kuang. He settles into decades of quiet cultivation in the sect, meeting Qiu Jishuan from time to time but otherwise keeping to himself. 19 years later, in the 79th year, his immortal Dao only reaches the 3rd level of body fusion, a reminder that higher realms are painfully slow. Then the late bloomer talent finally activates in the 80th year, and doubles his cultivation speed. With that boost, he breaks through to the 4th level of body fusion in the 84th year, and the 5th level in the 89th. In the 90th year, late bloomer strengthens again as he reaches 110 years old, making Jiang Yifeng's already rising cultivation speed surge even harder. The talent's power becomes obvious fast, and by the 95th year Jiang Yifeng has already reached the peak of the body fusion realm. Amazed by how strong late bloomer can become, he leaves the sect once more and returns to the Valley of Flames to push martial Dao again. Even with Phoenix Fire and late bloomer helping, martial Dao still lags badly, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his body path simply does not have the same talent support as his immortal Dao. Then in the 100th year, late bloomer strengthens yet again and raises his cultivation speed to triple. That new boost finally drags martial Dao forward, carrying him to the 2nd level of immovable realm in the 102nd year. 7 years later, in the 109th year, he reaches the 3rd level of immovable realm as his long gamble keeps paying off. In the 110th year, Jiang Yifeng looks up at the sky and confirms the most important result of all. The giant hand that once covered the heavens still has not appeared. Inside the simulation, years race by until Jiang Yifeng reaches 158, and late bloomer pushes his martial Dao to the peak of the immovable realm. He gets genuinely excited, because one more breakthrough could put him in the Great Ascension stage and finally make him an elder-level core member of the Immortal Arrival sect. In year 139, he leaves the Valley of Flames to find a secluded place for his breakthrough, but before he can begin, violent lightning rips across the sky. For one panicked instant he thinks he triggered heavenly thunder himself, then realizes the truth is worse. Someone else is facing the tribulation to become an immortal. He instinctively assumes the one becoming immortal is his father Jiang Fushan, but when he looks carefully, the figure in the storm is a woman in red instead. She is too far away for Eye of Insight to read, and Jiang Yifeng's dread deepens as he wonders whether that sky-covering attack will appear again. Half an hour later, the woman in red survives the tribulation, and for one brief moment it looks like she really made it. Then the entire sky turns dark, and Jiang Yifeng looks up in disbelief at a shape so huge he can barely process it. His wicked navigation goes completely crimson with no safe path at all, and he realizes the thing descending from heaven is a colossal foot. The giant foot comes down, the whole southern regions are crushed without a single survivor, and Jiang Yifeng dies at 158 as the simulation ends. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng snaps out of the simulation and immediately checks the rewards, remembering the upgrade promised much cheaper redemptions. When he sees the prices, he laughs out loud, because the cultivation reward is vastly cheaper than before and finally makes the painful upgrade feel worth it. He does not hesitate and chooses Late Bloomer and Divine Dao cultivation, treating the Jade Talisman as little more than decoration. A few seconds later the power settles into his body, and he clenches his fist with a rush of confidence that he can finally protect himself in the real world. Once he calms down, he starts picking apart what the simulation revealed, especially how close he came to Elder status before an outside force ruined everything. He realizes the orange Late Bloomer talent was far stronger than expected, but the bigger shock is that this time someone other than Jiang Fushan still reached Immortal Ascension. That makes him suspect the giant hand from before and this new giant foot belonged to different immortals, both ready to flip the table when the other side's pawn becomes immortal. He still cannot understand why one new immortal in the southern regions would make beings from the immortal realm act so petty, and that mystery stays unresolved. He forces himself to stop dwelling on the immortal realm and turns to the immediate problem, stepping outside and looking toward Bright Moon City. From the last simulation he knows that Exchange drew immortal slaves into the area, and if any tribulation crossing expert arrives, by Roashua's breath-concealing talisman may not hide him at all. He briefly considers recreating the simulation's distraction somewhere far away, but the thought dies fast because reality gives him no second try if that gamble fails. In the end he chooses the safe route, and decides to buy time with one more simulation instead of risking exposure now. He tells himself that if the next run gets him to high grade ascension, his dual divine Dao and martial Dao strength should at least let him survive the immortal arrival sex hunters. And if he can reach tribulation crossing, he grins to himself because those immortal slaves would stop being a threat entirely. With his nerves finally settled, he spends the next several days living cautiously, keeping up his usual music listening routine while pouring most of his time into making escape tools. He forges teleportation jade plates even better than by Roashua's, powerful enough to send him thousands of kilometers away if things go bad. 7 days later, The simulation count refreshes, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his room ready to start again at once. He spends the extra cost on an orange draw, and the simulator hands him a purple talent called Love Saint instead. Then he sees the one-time reward Death Substitute doll and brightens immediately, because it means a fatal mistake might not kill him outright. When the talent pool appears, he thinks it over for a long time and chooses Child of Fortune, deciding the luck and resources matter more than anything else right now. He rejects absolute rationality on purpose, because last time it pushed him so far that he even considered killing his own father, and that crosses a line he refuses to normalize. The 24th simulation begins, and on the very first day he goes straight to Jiang Fushan and urgently tells his father not to cultivate. Jiang Fushan thinks his son has been reading too many storybooks, but Jiang Yifeng insists hard enough that his father finally laughs and agrees to remember it. On the second day, Jiang Yifeng heads to Spring Blossom Pavilion and seeks out Qiu Jixuan again, this time still using charm but with real sincerity mixed in. By the 10th day, his approach works far faster than before, and he and Qiu Jixuan become lovers after a hard-earned but very successful pursuit. Jiang Yifeng smugly credits his own natural charm and conveniently ignores that Love Saint is probably doing a lot of the work. More years pass, and his relationship with Qiu Jixuan deepens enough that they now have a child together. During those years, Jiang Yifeng quietly tells Qiu Jixuan that a fortuitous encounter led him into the immortal Dao, and with Love Saint influencing her, she grows even more devoted and never presses him for details. His cultivation also keeps climbing in the background until he reaches first level Transcendent in Martial Dao and first level Great Ascension in Immortal Dao. In the 12th year, the ground starts shaking, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the underground inheritance is about to open again. He repeats the old plan and brings Qiu Jixuan into the inheritance hall, but this time Child of Fortune keeps the inheritance from rejecting him. He deliberately leaves Jiang Fushan outside this time, having already made arrangements for his father before entering the hall. 3 days later, Yang Zue arrives just like before, and Qiu Jixuan immediately calls for Qiu Kuang's help. Qiu Kuang rushes in, understands the situation at a glance, and kills Yang Zue with a single slap. Jiang Yifeng keeps acting according to the inheritance script and openly displays all his power, expecting the same outcome as before. But instead of smooth acceptance, he notices Qiu Kuang staring at him with a strange, skeptical look that immediately feels wrong. Jiang Yifeng is thrown off, because he followed the previous simulation exactly and still cannot understand why Qiu Kuang is suddenly suspicious. Then Qiu Kuang finally says it out loud with a sneer: an inheritance can boost someone, but no one jumps all the way to Great Ascension in 3 days unless they are hiding something. Qiu Kuang sees through Jiang Yifeng at once, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his current strength has made his old cover story too suspicious to work. Qiu Kuang gives him a brutal choice: cripple his cultivation and stay with Qiu Jixuan under protection, or die where he stands. Jiang Yifeng's mind goes blank under the threat, and for a moment, he can barely think of any way out. Then Qiu Jixuan suddenly drops to her knees in tears and begs her grandfather not to destroy Jiang Yifeng's cultivation or kill him. Qiu Kuang finally relents for his granddaughter's sake, but he warns Jiang Yifeng that if he ever betrays Qiu Jixuan, he will die. Several days later, Qiu Kuang takes Jiang Yifeng, Qiu Jixuan, and Jiang Lianqiu back to the Immortal Arrival Sect branch, but he still refuses to let Jiang Yifeng join it. Instead, Qiu Kuang keeps Jiang Yifeng confined in the palace, leaving him no choice except to shut up and cultivate. Years blur past in confinement, and by the 38th year Jiang Yifeng has only reached the 3rd layer of Great Ascension, steady progress but nowhere near the explosive growth he expected later. That slow pace unsettles him, because his real surge should start after age 100, and this imprisonment may stop him from ever reaching that turning point. In the 40th year, Qiu Jixuan rushes in with rare excitement and tells him her grandfather has finally agreed to help him get a chance to join the sect. Relieved and genuinely happy, Jiang Yifeng pulls Qiu Jixuan into a tight embrace. A year later, Qiu Kuang personally brings Jiang Yifeng to the Immortal Arrival Sect assessment. To clear the first trial, Jiang Yifeng forces himself through the horror of massacring 3 entire cities. The later test is easier on his conscience, and he kills the assigned cultivators without the same hesitation. Since Qiu Kuang only wants to spare his granddaughter heartbreak, he helps Jiang Yifeng no further than this. But that is enough for Jiang Yifeng to secure the sect's Jade Talisman. With a foothold finally secured, Jiang Yifeng decides to keep his head down and pour himself back into cultivation. In the 42nd year, a summons sends him with the immortal slaves to the Desert of Death to encircle the cultivators of Spine Mountain. Outside the Desert of Death, Jiang Yifeng spots Oldly fighting a demonic dragon and instantly realizes his warning to Jiang Fushan really changed what happened. The realization hits him so hard that tears almost come, because it means Jiang Fushan truly stayed away from dangerous cultivation paths. Half a month later the Spine Mountain cultivators are wiped out, and Jiang Yifeng returns to the sect with the rest of the force. Because he performed so well in the killing, Shen Wuyo promotes him to protector disciple and even hints that an elder seat may soon be within reach. That promise catches Jiang Yifeng off guard, because he had already assumed he lacked the backing to compete for elder. In the 43rd year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hill City and finds his father old, bedridden, and close to the end. Unable to bear that sight, Jiang Yifeng urges him to cultivate after all, saying a low level should still be safe. But Jiang Fushan gently refuses, saying he trusted Jiang Yifeng's earlier warning and only wanted to see his son once more before dying without becoming a burden. Jiang Yifeng stays home for 2 full years, quietly keeping his father company and trying to make up for the guilt he carries. In the 45th year, Jiang Fushan dies peacefully, leaving Jiang Yifeng with grief but no more words left unsaid. By the 46th year, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into the immortal arrival sect's work and begins hunting seekers of the immortal Dao on a large scale. 5 years later, his accumulated merit finally reaches the line for elder assessment. Shinwuyo tells him that elder promotion is handled only at the headquarters of the immortal arrival sect, not at the branch. Jiang Yifeng follows him without backing out, curious about the hidden headquarters but wary of how little anyone truly knows about it. Their route carries them straight into the desert of death, which immediately makes Jiang Yifeng suspicious. After a long flight, Shinwuyo lands at an oasis and calmly announces that they have arrived. Jiang Yifeng is baffled, because this is the very place where he once hid and cultivated in earlier simulations, yet he never found any headquarters here. Shinwuyo points toward a distant mountain range and reveals that the real headquarters lies there. That sight jolts Jiang Yifeng's memory, because he suddenly remembers getting lost toward those same mountains during an old simulation and mistaking them for Evergreen Mountain Range. Shinwuyo explains the trick next. The mountains only look close, and no one can reach them by flying because the oasis hides an ancient teleportation formation. Once Shinwuyo leads him to the concealed array, Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizes it as a teleportation formation far beyond ordinary 9th grade. The formation is so advanced that Jiang Yifeng judges it to be essentially immortal grade, confirming that the immortal arrival sect is far more terrifying than the branch ever suggested. That discovery makes him suspect Shinwuyo may not be the true sect master at all, but only a puppet placed on the surface. Shinwuyo activates the formation and steps in first, leaving Jiang Yifeng to realize he must be even more careful from this point on. Even so, Jiang Yifeng chooses to follow, because a sect this secretive and ancient might finally hold the deeper answers he wants. The transfer drags on for an unusually long time, and Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect they may have crossed beyond the southern regions entirely. Half a day later they emerge inside an ancient building, only to be stopped immediately by guards at the exit. Using Eye of Insight, Jiang Yifeng is stunned to find that every guard here stands at the 5th layer of tribulation. That means the branch sect master himself is only on the same level as ordinary headquarters gatekeepers, which makes the whole hierarchy feel even stranger. Once Shinwuyo reveals his identity, the guards let them pass deeper inside. Beyond the building lies a vast forested mountain range, and even with Shinwuyo leading, it takes another half day to cross it. At last Shinwuyo stops before a towering gate and tells him this is the true immortal arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng can only stand there in shock, because the headquarters is far grander and more powerful than anything he imagined. As they move through the headquarters, he sees black-robed sect members everywhere. An Eye of Insight shows that most of them are already above the 5th layer of tribulation. Seeing even 8th and 9th layer tribulation experts treated as normal here, Jiang Yifeng starts questioning why the southern region's branch has never simply crushed every local cultivator. He briefly wonders if the sect is holding back on purpose, then rejects that thought because too much evidence already proves how relentlessly it slaughters and suppresses the southern regions. Instead, he decides there must be some deeper restriction on the sect, or perhaps an even higher power deliberately limiting what it can do. Before long, Shinwuyo brings him to a side hall and tells him someone inside is ready to conduct the elder assessment. Jiang Yifeng obeys despite his suspicion, because after coming this far there is no way to turn back now. But when he enters, the hall is empty, and that only sharpens his bad feeling that something unexpected is waiting for him. He steadies himself by remembering the one-use death substitute doll he still carries as a last layer of protection. Looking around for clues, he notices that the bare hall walls are covered in murals. The first mural stops Jiang Yifeng cold. It shows a continent sealed beneath a transparent barrier while heavenly thunder strikes the cultivators inside and they desperately attack the seal to break out. The more Jiang Yifeng studies it, the more he realizes the mural looks eerily like the southern regions and its sealed, thunderstruck cultivators. A cold possibility hits Jiang Yifeng. These murals may be recording the southern region's real past, so he quickly moves on to search the next wall for answers. Jiang Yifeng studies the wall for a long time and finally realizes the 5 murals are one connected history, not random old pictures. The first mural shows the whole continent trapped inside a light shield while heavenly thunder keeps falling and slaughtering cultivators generation after generation. The second mural reveals that 2 supreme cultivators once blasted 4 cracks through that shield and escaped, though they were badly wounded doing it. Then the story turns darker as a shadowy figure appears above the continent and prepares to smash the southern regions apart in fury. The next mural shows a white-clad figure arriving just in time to block the shadowy being's blow, stopping the southern regions from being smashed apart. In the 5th mural, the shadowy being and the white-clad figure hold a long secret talk, and afterward the white-clad figure captures 4 fierce beasts to guard the barrier's cracks. That same mural also shows the shadowy figure controlling a southern region's cultivator and using him to establish the immortal arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng freezes because that founder somehow looks familiar, but the mural is too vague for him to be sure why. He forces himself to calm down, telling himself he must be overthinking it because the Immortal Arrival sect is far too old for its founder to still be alive. After seeing all 5 murals together, he becomes almost certain they really are the buried history of the southern regions. The murals convince him that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya really did escape, which is why stories about them survived for so long. He also realizes the Immortal Arrival sect did not even exist before that escape, which means the southern regions once faced heavenly thunder without being hunted by immortal slaves. That answer only leaves him more unsettled, because he still does not know why this elder assessment led him here to see all of this. Right then, a shadowy man appears out of thin air, and Jiang Yifeng is jolted because the newcomer looks just like Shinwuyo. A second look tells him this is not Shinwuyo at all, because the face is similar but the aura and manner are completely different. Jiang Yifeng snaps his eyes back to the 5th mural and realizes the stranger's expression matches the painted founder almost exactly. He can barely believe the possibility, because it would mean the founder of the Immortal Arrival sect has somehow survived for millions of years. He immediately uses the Eye of Insight on the stranger, hoping the talent will tell him what kind of monster he is facing. Instead of information, all he gets is meaningless gibberish, and for the first time even the Eye of Insight feels useless. That failure chills him, because this talent had exposed even the Mystic Turtle and Wu Yudao before, yet it cannot touch this man at all. Before Jiang Yifeng can recover, the stranger calmly says that using a fragment of the Insight rule on a true powerhouse is very impolite. Then he snorts once, and Jiang Yifeng instantly coughs up blood under the pressure. Jiang Yifeng is shaken not just by the injury, but because this man saw through his talent and called it a piece of Dao power. That one sentence makes him suspect the simulator itself may have a terrifying origin, but this is clearly the wrong moment to chase that thought. He stays on guard instead, silently wondering whether even his death substitute doll would work against someone this strong. Shin Wutian suddenly laughs and tells him to relax, asking if he wants to hear the real story behind the murals. Even frightened, Jiang Yifeng knows this may be his only chance to learn the truth about the southern regions, so he nods. The man finally names himself Shin Wutian and admits he is the true founder of the Immortal Arrival sect, a genius from the era of Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. He adds that the sect master outside, Shin Wuyo, is nothing more than a clone he created. Every time Shin Wutian mentions Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya, his voice turns raw with resentment, but Jiang Yifeng wisely keeps quiet. Shin Wutian says the southern regions became a living hell after those 2 escaped, because immortal realm power sealed the cracks with 4 fierce beasts. He says that as the strongest remaining cultivator in the south, he was chosen by those higher powers to become their pawn, and found the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng realizes that old bitterness comes from being left behind and turned into a tool after Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya fled first. Shin Wutian goes on to say that for a long time he had no self at all and lived like a walking corpse, slaughtering his own people every day. Everything changed when he found this ancient headquarters, because this hidden land could briefly shield him from that control. So he established the true Immortal Arrival sect headquarters here, using this place as a loophole to regain temporary self-awareness. He says the immortal realm powers were so arrogant they did not even care if he recovered his mind, as long as he kept doing their work. Then Shin Wutian fixes his eyes on Jiang Yifeng and says he is on the brink of another breakthrough that could finally free him completely. He asks Jiang Yifeng for help, and that simple request instantly feels more like a trap than a plea. Jiang Yifeng cannot even guess how someone beyond the Eye of Insight would need help from him, and the mismatch makes the danger worse. Shin Wutian suddenly bursts into eerie laughter and reveals the answer himself. He has finally found someone who cultivates the divine Tao. That makes Jiang Yifeng realize the elder assessment may have been bait all along, designed to find someone exactly like him. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the uglier truth. Every elder assessment candidate was screened, and anyone without the divine Tao was marked with a control restriction. He realizes Shin Wutian's terrifying strength came from a dark ancient art he found in this relic land. Worse still, Shin Wutian needs the nascent soul of a true divine Tao cultivator to complete that art and reforge himself. He only discovered Jiang Yifeng's value after Jiang Yifeng entered this side hall, and after waiting hundreds of thousands of years, Shin Wutian was ecstatic. That is why Shin Wutian bothered talking so long in the first place. He was too excited about finally seeing a path to freedom. While Jiang Yifeng is still processing that, Shin Wutian mutters a spell under his breath and begins summoning people into the hall. Figures start pouring in from every direction, and the once quiet side hall quickly becomes a crushing sea of cultivators around Jiang Yifeng. Half an hour later, Jiang Yifeng estimates there are at least hundreds of thousands here, and every single one is above the 5th layer of tribulation. The scale of it stuns him, because this hidden headquarters could have crushed the southern regions at any time if it wanted to. Then the answer arrives in the worst possible way as those experts begin killing themselves one after another. After the mass deaths, blood and souls from the fallen cultivators surge into Shin Wutian like a monstrous offering for his breakthrough. Bathed in that sacrifice, Shin Wutian smiles at Jiang Yifeng and asks one last time if he will come willingly or force him to act. Jiang Yifeng finally understands that Shin Wutian's breakthrough needs not just his divine Tao life, but the mass death of tens of thousands of high-level experts as fuel. In the same instant, He understands why this hidden force never openly wiped out the southern regions. All those cultivators were livestock for Shen Wutian's cultivation plan. When Jiang Yifeng still refuses to answer, Shen Wutian stops pretending and simply captures him with one wave of his hand. Jiang Yifeng feels both flesh and soul being ripped away, and after a long, helpless struggle, his consciousness starts to fade. At the last moment, the death substitute doll activates, and Jiang Yifeng vanishes from Shen Wutian's hand. In Jiang Yifeng's place, only a rag doll remains, and Shen Wutian's face twists with ugly rage. Even so, Shen Wutian does not stop, because he managed to seize a trace of Jiang Yifeng's divine Dao blood and soul and decides to gamble with that. Much later, in the 53rd year, Jiang Yifeng slowly wakes up from that brush with death, heavy-headed and disoriented. He does not know how long he was out or where he landed, but he immediately understands one thing: he escaped Shen Wutian alive. The hut is so plain and poor that he guesses some ordinary, kind-hearted person must have taken him in while he was unconscious. Before he can sort out more, a simple young hunter walks in and lights up with relief when he sees Jiang Yifeng awake. After asking a few questions, Jiang Yifeng learns the young man is Liang Dahu, a hunter who found him collapsed in the wild and carried him home. Dahu also tells him he has been unconscious for half a year, and that he and his younger sister took turns caring for him the whole time. Jiang Yifeng is sincerely grateful, because these poor strangers kept him alive for months without asking for anything. When he asks where he is, Dahu says this is Qingliang Mountain under the territory of the Tsengyan sect. That name stops Jiang Yifeng cold, because he has never even heard of the Tsengyan sect before. Then hope sparks, and Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect his desperate escape may have thrown him outside the southern regions altogether. The clue that convinces him is Dahu himself, because an ordinary mountain hunter casually knowing a sect's name would be impossible in the southern regions under immortal arrival control. After waking in an unfamiliar land, Jiang Yifeng asks Liang Dahu which major region this is, but the poor villager only knows the nearby Tsengyan sect by name. Since he cannot judge how dangerous this place is, Jiang Yifeng decides to stay hidden with Dahu and his sister while his ruined body slowly recovers. He does not live there for free either, and every few days he returns with piles of game that make Dahu and Yi Shaoqing feel indebted instead. The truth is grim. After Shen Wutian tore away his blood and part of his soul, Jiang Yifeng can only fight at Foundation establishment level and dares not wander far. 2 years pass in uneasy peace until Liang Dahu suddenly limps home, drops to his knees, and begs Jiang Yifeng to save Yi Shaoqing. Jiang Yifeng would rather avoid local trouble, but after years under the same roof, he still asks what happened and decides he will help if the matter is small. When Dahu explains that ordinary thugs snatched Yi Shaoqing, Jiang Yifeng relaxes and agrees to step in. But by the time they reach the thugs, Yi Shaoqing is already gone. Under questioning, the thugs reveal that a female immortal took Yi Shaoqing away because she had the talent to cultivate. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised, because he had already sensed Yi Shaoqing's natural spiritual affinity, and once meant to leave her cultivation methods himself. Life turns quiet again, but Dahu grows more and more silent after losing the girl he has always loved. Seeing that pain clearly, Jiang Yifeng finally asks whether Dahu wants to learn martial arts and chase after Yi Shaoqing with his own strength. Jiang Yifeng makes that offer as repayment, because Dahu once saved his unconscious body from becoming beast food in the wild. Dahu instantly asks to become his disciple, but Jiang Yifeng refuses the title and agrees only to teach him. From then on, Jiang Yifeng spends his recovery years teaching Dahu the war god art. Dahu's martial talent is mediocre, but he grits through every brutal body training task Jiang Yifeng sets for him. And because Jiang Yifeng warns that martial cultivation is even harder without immortal talent, Dahu pushes himself beyond the limit every single day. 10 years pass, and Jiang Yifeng has still only crawled back to peak core formation because Shen Wutian's damage was far worse than he hoped. He can only bitterly complain that the death substitute doll saved his life but still left him half ruined. Meanwhile, Dahu reaches condensing core realm, roughly equal to Foundation establishment, after years of beast meat, discipline, and relentless training. That progress also makes Jiang Yifeng realize all over again how brutally important cultivation resources are, whether for martial arts or the immortal Dao. One day Dahu finally says it out loud. He wants to go to the Tsengyan sect and find Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing's letters had already confirmed she was taken into that sect, so Jiang Yifeng does not stop him. Instead, Jiang Yifeng sends Dahu off with dozens of modified teleportation jade plates so he can survive the journey. Once Dahu leaves, the old hut feels emptier than ever, with only Jiang Yifeng still staying behind. Decades slip by, and in the 79th year Jiang Yifeng finally recovers enough power to stand again at early spirit transformation. That same year he turns 100, and the late bloomer talent finally activates to double his cultivation speed. But in the next year, he can only stare at the sky in frustration when the talent still does nothing for his healing. He cannot accept the logic at all, because if faster cultivation means faster spiritual energy absorption, it should have sped up his recovery too. By the 85th year he is still stuck at early spirit transformation, and for a moment, he even considers dispersing his cultivation and starting over. He immediately throws that idea away, because with his inheritance knowledge, he knows self-dispersion would ruin his foundation for good. In the 90th year, 2 strands of white hair at his temples finally confirm what he had been avoiding. Shin Wutian's damage has cut into his lifespan itself. He had secretly hoped the death substitute doll would erase those hidden consequences too. But now he has to admit it only blocked death itself. Staring at the hut he has hidden in for decades, Jiang Yifeng realizes that staying put is no longer safe in another way. He may run out of life before he fully recovers. So he hardens his heart and decides to go out, take risks, and hunt for treasures that can restore blood, soul, or lifespan. Over the next year he searches pharmacies and auction houses along the road, but every lead on those rare treasures ends in disappointment. In the 91st year he reaches the Tsangin sect, thinking the biggest sect in the area gives him the best chance of finding what he needs. The problem is obvious at once. He cannot even get inside, let alone scheme for heavenly treasures. After lingering nearby for a few days, he learns the sect will recruit new disciples in 3 months and decides to use that opening to slip in. 3 months later, Jiang Yifeng finally gets into the Tsangyin sect, but not as a disciple at all. Because he is too old to be accepted as a disciple, he ends up standing beside a shy fairy elder instead. Jiang Yifeng jokes to himself that he only chatted casually, while quietly refusing to admit how much the love saint talent helped. Just like that, he settles into the Tsingyan sect as Xia Jishan's Dao companion. And once Xia Jishan learns how badly he is hurt, this 3,000-year-old elder starts using her power to gather treasures for him. By the 95th year, the white hair at Jiang Yifeng's temples is finally gone. With Xia Jishan's help, he can now use peak spirit transformation power again, even if full recovery still feels frustratingly far away. The bottleneck is his soul injury, because Xia Jishan found lifespan and blood-restoring treasures but nothing that can directly mend the soul. While living with her, Jiang Yifeng also finally asks the question that has haunted him since arriving here: what part of the 9 mystic realm is this? Xia Jishan's answer shocks him. This place is the divine martial continent, and people here divide the world by sect domains, not by major regions at all. When he presses further about the immortal realm, Xia Jishan simply says she has never even heard of it. That forces Jiang Yifeng to rethink everything and suspect he was thrown not just out of the southern regions, but clean out of the 9 mystic realm itself. Then his mood flips, because being far away from the immortal realm's monsters might actually be the safest outcome he could ask for. With that thought, Jiang Yifeng starts imagining an absurdly good future. If he can heal here without drawing trouble, this simulation might let him grow strong enough to become truly invincible. At year 100, Xia Jishan uses heavenly treasures to almost fully restore Jiang Yifeng's drained vital essence, giving him back most of his lifespan. His soul damage is still healing slowly, so his cultivation stays stuck at the peak of spirit transformation even though the worst crisis has passed. Even so, Jiang Yifeng calms down, because with his lifespan mostly restored and the immortal realm still far away, he finally has time again. That same year, Liang Dahu and Yi Shaoqing finally come to visit, now openly a couple and no longer blocked by their low rank in the sect. The moment he sees Jiang Yifeng, Dahu drops to his knees and thanks him for both his guidance and the courage to confess to Yi Shaoqing. Knowing how stubborn Dahu is, Jiang Yifeng can only accept it with a helpless nod. After the brief reunion, the pair leaves, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his long, quiet recovery with Xia Jishan by his side. Decades slip by, and by year 180 Dahu comes back covered in blood, grinning as he hands Jiang Yifeng a soul-condensing flower. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands how precious that flower is and how many life and death fights Dahu must have survived to get it. He tells Dahu not to risk himself like this again, but Dahu just leaves with that same stubborn smile. From then on, every few decades Dahu keeps bringing more soul-healing herbs, steadily speeding up Jiang Yifeng's recovery. By year 600, Jiang Yifeng's soul is mostly restored, and he can finally bring out 5th-level body integration and 5th-level immovable realm power again. By then, Dahu has already grown into a famous powerhouse, reaching the peak of the transcendent realm through brutal training that always leaves him hovering near death. Jiang Yifeng is impressed, but he still decides that for himself, steady cultivation is safer and more worthwhile than gambling his life inside a simulation. At year 830, Jiang Yifeng finally bursts into laughter as his injuries fully heal and his full strength returns, with Great Ascension 3rd level and Transcendent 1st level back in his hands. Dahu and Shaoqing come to celebrate, and even though both of them are already stronger than him, their respect never changes. After that, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into cultivation and reaches the 4th level of Great Ascension by year 835. He knows his tenfold late bloomer boost is still fast by normal standards, even if true monsters like his father would advance far quicker. By year 840, he starts noticing that Xia Jishan looks troubled more and more often. When he asks what is wrong, Xia Jishan says nothing, which only makes the silence heavier. At year 850, Xia Jishan suddenly says goodbye and leaves on an open-ended trip, telling Jiang Yifeng to take care of himself. Jiang Yifeng can tell a bad change is coming, so all he can do is train harder before the storm reaches him. 5 years later, the divine martial continent is already in chaos, and even Jiang Yifeng, who stayed shut away, hears that the situation has collapsed. In year 860, Dahu and Shaoqing arrive covered in blood and urge Jiang Yifeng to leave the Tsingyan sect immediately. They explain that invaders have broken through the front lines, major sects are being targeted, and Sengyun's sect is no longer safe. Only then does Jiang Yifeng realize Xia Jishan's earlier farewell was almost certainly because she had gone to the front, and now she may already be in grave danger. He has no time to dwell on it, so he leaves Sengyun's sect with Dahu and Shaoqing and begins years of hiding and running. As the years pass, the continent only gets worse, and the three of them survive by constantly hiding, fleeing, and changing ground. In year 880, an enemy group finally catches them, and a brutal fight ends with all three barely winning but badly injured. Over the next 10 years, enemy encounters keep getting more frequent, but they survive each time by strength, stubbornness, and sheer luck. Then in year 900, they run into a truly deadly force led by dozens of 9th-level tribulation crossing experts. Jiang Yifeng knows exactly how bad the gap is. His divine Dao lets him punch above his level, but he is still nowhere near that many peak opponents. Dahu and Shaoqing are both stronger than Jiang Yifeng now, and if they abandon him they might still escape, but neither of them even considers it. The fight erupts, and even with Dahu and Shaoqing trying to cover him, Jiang Yifeng is quickly driven into serious injury. After half a day of desperate resistance, Jiang Yifeng is finally captured while gravely wounded. Seeing Dahu and Shaoqing still trying to save him, Jiang Yifeng realizes there is no way out and feels both moved and heartbroken. He smiles at them and quietly says, "See you in another life." Then Jiang Yifeng self-destructs, and the blast from his special nascent soul drags several 9th-level tribulation crossing experts down with him. He dies at 920, and the simulation ends much more abruptly than Jiang Yifeng expected. The reward choice is easy, so Jiang Yifeng immediately claims both Love Saint and the Divine Dao Cultivation upgrade. The talent itself barely feels different, but when the cultivation pours into him, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees strange broken images flashing through his mind. When the upgrade finishes, the images vanish, but the doubt they leave behind does not. Jiang Yifeng demands an explanation from the simulator, convinced he may have just run into a dangerous bug. The simulator ignores him completely, no matter how many times he asks or how hard he curses at it. He tries to make sense of the fragments, but they do not fit his intact memories or even his past life on the blue planet, which makes the whole thing feel even more wrong. What unsettles him most is that the fragments seem to include Dahu and Shaoqing, even though he should only know them from the simulation. In the end, he can only label it a simulator bug and move on, even though the answer clearly bothers him. So he asks the next practical question instead: what does it take to upgrade the simulator again now that his cultivation has jumped so far? This time the simulator answers at once, and the requirement is absurd: reach the immortal realm and gather 10 million origin values. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng swallows his annoyance at the simulator and forces himself to focus on what this latest run actually taught him. He starts with the biggest revelation: Shinwuyo was only an avatar, while the real sect master is Shinwutian, an ancient being who has lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. What chills him more is that even Shinwutian is under the control of an immortal realm powerhouse, and can only resist that influence while staying inside the sect headquarters. He then connects another dangerous piece: Shinwutian is using dark arts to force a breakthrough and break free, which makes Jiang Yifeng suddenly feel exposed. If Shinwutian ever learns that he is cultivating the divine Dao, Jiang Yifeng knows the entire immortal arrival sect could be sent to capture him. Then he steadies himself again. Shinwutian cannot casually leave that ancient stronghold without losing his self-awareness, so the sect is dangerous, but not unbeatable. He remembers that ordinary members of the immortal arrival sect never noticed his divine Dao in the simulations, so as long as he stays out of their sect in real life, he should remain relatively safe. That conclusion goes straight to his head, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng starts to feel like the entire southern region is basically his domain. With strength already comparable to the 6th or 7th level of Tribulation Crossing, he figures only Oldly from Spine Mountain can match him outside the sect's hidden top monsters. But the instant he remembers the mysterious person who once warned him and the lady in red who ascended, Jiang Yifeng's bravado cools right back down. He immediately reins himself in and decides it is wiser to stay low-key than to trust that the same luck will keep holding. Looking at the bigger picture, Jiang Yifeng confirms that two immortal realm beings are manipulating the southern region, even though he still has no idea what they really want. He also becomes nearly certain that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wei are really escaped the southern region, and that their escape is what drew special attention from the immortals above. That only creates a new puzzle for him. If the immortals were not watching the southern region that closely at first, why was there a ceiling formation around it in the first place? He runs through possible answers, but none of them feel solid, and the whole matter stays unresolved in his mind. Questions about the divine martial continent flicker through his mind too, but he dismisses them as distant problems that do not matter to him yet. Once he finishes reviewing the simulation, Jiang Yifeng turns back to reality and remembers that the immortal arrival sect's immortal slaves are already searching outward from Bright Moon City. By his estimate, those pursuers could reach Green Hill City within 2 days, which forces him to decide whether to act first. He knows he can handle the current immortal arrival sect himself, but a battle in Green Hill City could drag the Jiang family and his father into disaster. So Jiang Yifeng chooses a cleaner answer. he will lure the immortal arrival sect away from Green Hills City before they can endanger anyone there. That very night, he slips out of Green Hills City and takes to the sky. His improved strength makes his flight far faster than before, letting him cover huge distances across the southern region. Over the next 5 days, mountains start collapsing and vanishing across multiple parts of the southern region, throwing the sect's searchers into confusion. The immortal slaves scramble to search everywhere for the culprit, never realizing the real troublemaker is already on his way back home. He knows that speed alone could not have made this possible, because some of those targets were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The trick behind the impossible route was his stash of teleportation array discs, which let him jump across vast distances and make the whole diversion work. Instead of hiding or going out for leisure, he stays at the mansion and starts building a defensive formation so future fighting will not drag his mortal family into the blast. When his simulation attempts refresh, he leaves the unfinished formation, returns to his room, and starts another run first. On the first simulated day, he visits every restaurant in Green Hill City and eats furiously to test whether the Taotai divine body can strengthen him through ordinary food. The result is disappointing. With his current cultivation, mundane food does nothing for him. On the second day, he leaves Green Hill City and heads for the Evergreen Mountain Range. Since mundane things cannot feed the Taotai divine body usefully, he decides to wait at the Heavenly Profound Temple ruins for Bairuoxue instead. His goal is practical. The one-time ability face-to-face only works on someone he has met in the same time-space line, so Bairuoxue is one of his best chances to escape the southern region later. After reaching the ruins, he clears the area and starts cultivating Immortal Dao while he waits. He also decides not to gamble on devouring rare treasures yet, because each extraordinary item carries risk and he wants an escape route ready first. A year into the simulation, random enlightenment suddenly triggers during his Immortal Dao cultivation and gives him a 10-fold boost. That state lasts an astonishing 16 months, pushing his Immortal Dao cultivation all the way to the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. He knows that pace should have been impossible on time alone, so he confirms something important through his own tests. The Taotai divine body can also strengthen Immortal Dao cultivation. By directly swallowing spirit stones and refining them with the devouring spirit art, he multiplies his cultivation speed several more times. More than 2 years pass in the simulation before his long wait is finally disturbed. 6 months later, Jian Yifeng senses someone approaching the ruins at high speed and immediately guesses it must be Bairuoxue. A white-robed woman appears above the Heavenly Profound Temple ruins exactly as he expected. Bairuoxue has arrived. After landing, Bairuoxue sees through his cultivation at a glance and realizes he is only at the 9th layer of Mahayana, yet somehow still faintly threatening. That strange mismatch makes Bairuoxue wary, and the two of them fall into a stiff, watchful standoff. Jian Yifeng had expected her to first check whether he was an immortal slave like in earlier simulations, so this silent pressure catches him off guard. He recovers quickly and decides to speak first, hoping to close the distance by explaining that he is not an immortal slave. But the moment he moves, Bairuoxue attacks first. Jian Yifeng fights back on instinct, but even after his gains he is still suppressed by Bairuoxue's 8th layer tribulation crossing power. He tries to run and cannot, so the fight turns into a desperate scramble to avoid fatal hits. After wearing him down, Bairuoxue binds him and slams him to the ground before coldly demanding to know who he is. He can only smile bitterly, realizing too late that if he had known she meant to capture rather than kill him, he could have surrendered and avoided the beating. Even so, he knows he could not safely gamble on that, because every simulation shifts a little and her opening strike really had looked lethal. So he sticks to the cover story he prepared and says he is only a rogue cultivator who found an Immortal Dao inheritance and happened to rest here. Bairuoxue studies him for a long moment and then asks whether he knows anything about the southern region's old calamity. Jian Yifeng instantly understands what she wants. Bairuoxue has noticed his potential and is sounding him out as a possible ally to avenge her senior brother. Since he already knows even more than she does, he calmly claims his inheritance recorded those events too and then turns the exchange by asking Bairuoxue the question that has troubled him for a long time. Jian Yifeng asks Bairuoxue if the 4 fierce beast zones really can lead out of the southern regions, because that question has been bothering him for a long time. Bairuoxue frowns and admits the records say all 4 routes connect to other domains, but she only knows the Endless Sea firsthand because that is how she entered. That answer leaves Jiang Yifeng unconvinced, because second-hand records mean much less to him than something tested in person. 3 days later, Bairuoxue finally leaves and releases the artifact that had kept Jiang Yifeng restrained the whole time. Jiang Yifeng can only sigh at how differently Bairuoxue treated him this time, since in earlier simulations she had supported him instead of watching him like a prisoner. Still, he decides it does not matter, because meeting Bairuoxue already secured the one thing he needed most. Now that he has met her in person, Jiang Yifeng knows he can use face-to-face later and jump directly to Bairuoxue when he wants to escape the southern regions. With strength in hand and an exit plan ready, Jiang Yifeng starts moving through the southern regions with bold new confidence. By the 3rd year, Jiang Yifeng is openly robbing immortal slaves all over the southern regions and even hit several immortal arrival sect spirit stone mines by himself. Those raids swell Jiang Yifeng's spirit stone reserves, and his notoriety starts spreading across the southern regions. In the 4th year, Spine Mountain's cultivators seek Jiang Yifeng out and invite him into a powerful alliance. Jiang Yifeng reaches Spine Mountain in the 5th year and helps them set up high-grade gathering spirit arrays, stunning everyone with his formation Dao skill. In the 6th year, Jiang Yifeng asks to see Lu Wuya's old formation, and Oldly now trusts him enough to lead him there without hesitation. After studying Lu Wuya's old formation, Jiang Yifeng pinpoints the spot where it has been guiding heavenly thunder beneath Spine Mountain. He sets up an inverted thunder conduction formation to drag that underground thunder up to the surface. The moment the heavenly thunder rises, it slams straight into Jiang Yifeng. Instead of dodging, Jiang Yifeng opens his mouth wide and swallows the thunder whole, trusting the formation's power to stay within his limits. His Taotai divine body instantly refines the thunder, but after one bolt he realizes the boost to his martial Dao is much smaller than he expected. That makes Jiang Yifeng suspect taking lightning head-on and recovering with the Imu divine body may temper his body better than simply devouring thunder. Even so, he keeps testing, and after swallowing several more bolts Jiang Yifeng starts sensing a completely different kind of gain, insight into thunder itself. Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes the thunder is not just strengthening him, it is helping him touch the profound laws behind thunder itself. He remembers that immortal cultivation eventually centers on laws, and the thought that Taotai divine body might let him comprehend them early leaves him genuinely excited. For him, that matters even more because anyone from the southern regions who tries to become an immortal will attract dangerous interference from stronger powers. Since law comprehension could strengthen him before that day comes, Jiang Yifeng decides this is worth a deep simulation immediately. The 10-year deep simulation begins, and inside it Jiang Yifeng returns to Spine Mountain without hesitation and starts devouring heavenly thunder again. This time the result is clear from the start. The thunder enters his body harmlessly, and a trace of thunder insight appears in his mind. Now fully convinced, he throws himself into brutal daily training and devours 300 to 500 bolts of underground thunder every single day. After 3 years of this, Jiang Yifeng feels he has finally touched the threshold of the law of thunder. The training is so extreme that his mouth turns a little black and even his speech comes out with a scorched edge, but he does not care at all. 5 more years pass before he finally reaches entry-level comprehension of the law of thunder, much slower than he expected near the end. When his progress stalls, Jiang Yifeng concludes that his current strength and the underground thunder's intensity are no longer enough to push him further. Rather than risk stronger thunder, he decides this gain is enough and turns the rest of the deep simulation towards studying Lu Wuya's formation. 2 years later, the deep simulation ends, and Jiang Yifeng returns to reality still savoring the huge gains it gave him. He has not only reached entry-level law of thunder, but also pushed his formation down much closer to the 9th grade. For a moment he considers another deep simulation, but he quickly rejects it because face-to-face is too valuable as a future escape route to waste lightly. He goes back to the simulation record, where the simulated self notices missing memory and finds a notebook bluntly stating that 10 years have passed. After re-examining Lu Wuya's formation for a long time, Jiang Yifeng realizes that even with his stronger formation Dao, he still cannot repair it by himself. So he goes to Oldly and tells him plainly that the formation has a problem and needs Spine Mountain's help if they want any chance to deal with it. Oldly is not shocked, because he already suspected something was wrong, but he admits this is too big for him to decide alone. Even so, Oldly promises to push the matter through, because Jiang Yifeng's strength has already convinced him he might be a once-in-an-age figure like Mo Jingtian or Lu Wuya. A few days later, after Oldly works on the others, Spine Mountain's cultivators finally agree to let Jiang Yifeng prove the formation's flaw. Jiang Yifeng leads them into Lu Wuya's formation again and starts preparing another inverted thunder conduction formation at the buried thunder point. No one dares stop him this time, and Jiang Yifeng quietly reflects on how much easier the exact same truth becomes when you are strong enough to force people to listen. When the formation fires, heavenly thunder surges up from underground right in front of everyone, proving that the danger beneath Spine Mountain is real. Jiang Yifeng immediately shouts for them to steady themselves and start absorbing the thunder, warning that Lu Wuya's formation will not last if this buried power is left alone. The cultivators rush in and begin refining the heavenly thunder with their own bodies, turning panic into a desperate rescue effort. Over the following days and months, Jiang Yifeng keeps setting new formations and carefully adjusts the thunder strength for each person's refining limit. Half a year passes, more and more capable people join in, and everyone understands they are fighting for the mountain's survival. But Jiang Yifeng's expression stays grim, because he can already see their consumption speed is far too slow for the vast amount of heavenly thunder trapped below. These cultivators are not martial artists, and after nearly 1,000,000 years of accumulation, the underground thunder is simply too much for them to clear in time. With no better fix in sight, Jiang Yifeng stops trying to consume the thunder himself and starts planning for what comes after the formation's eventual collapse. Once the system is running smoothly, he finds an excuse to leave Spine Mountain and begins gathering outside resources for a harsher backup plan. By the 18th year, he is back to raiding multiple immortal arrival sect spirit mines and stealing huge amounts of spirit stones. In the 22nd year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Spine Mountain and hands a massive pile of spirit stones to his father, Jiang Fushan. He tells Jiang Fushan to cultivate hard but absolutely not break through to the immortal realm, even though he does not explain why. Jiang Fushan, already on the cultivation path and now living at Spine Mountain, is deeply touched and simply decides to honor his son's request. Jiang Yifeng also gives a large share of spirit stones to Old Li and asks him to distribute them across Spine Mountain. His plan is to raise everyone's cultivation as fast as possible, while they keep tempering themselves with thunder, because he is already sure Lu Wuya's formation will fail in the end. When that point comes, Jiang Yifeng intends to lead them out through the desert of death instead of waiting for the mountain to bury them all. He keeps the truth to himself, because telling everyone the formation is doomed would only crush morale and weaken the strength they still need to build. The stronger they become, the more demonic pythons they can kill when the desert breakout begins, so even Jiang Yifeng's survival math is already turning toward the fight ahead. And with Taotai Divine Body always lurking in the back of his mind, Jiang Yifeng ends this stretch of planning with an almost casual hunger to find out what roasted demonic python tastes like, and maybe even dragon meat one day. In the 23rd year, Jiang Yifeng returned to the Forest of 10,000 Swords to test whether the Taotai Divine Body could devour killing intent. The experiment worked in theory, but devouring that aura only made the brutality inside him flare up even harder. He judged that this path might only become useful after deeper insight into killing intent and a much stronger source to train against. After weighing it carefully, he put killing intent aside and decided raw cultivation mattered more for now. He even started thinking ahead to one very practical reward. If he got strong enough, he and Jiang Fushan might finally kill a dragon and eat it. So in the 24th year, instead of secluded training, Jiang Yifeng chose a much faster method to raise his martial Dao, robbery. His target was the Immortal Arrival sect, because its branches were loaded with treasures, beast meat, and every resource his Taotai Divine Body could consume. By the 25th year, after a long search, he found a small branch guarded by a third-layer Tribulation Crossing Elder and struck without hesitation. One silent destruction fist was enough to blow that elder apart. He looted the branch clean, hid himself away, and devoured every useful resource to strengthen his martial Dao. In the 26th year, that robbery-fueled training pushed his martial Dao up to the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm. The speed was so absurd that he immediately decided to keep going and hit the sect again. He robbed another small branch in the 27th year, and by the 28th, his martial Dao had already reached the 6th Transcendent layer. But when he prepared a third raid in the 29th year, he found the small branches had all reinforced their defenses. Now each branch had several Tribulation Crossing Elders, and Jiang Yifeng realized that even if he could fight them, his speed was not enough to stop someone from escaping with the treasure. He considered using formations to lock them in, but he did not want to reveal that trick on a minor target and let the sect prepare counters. After thinking it through, he set his sights on a real jackpot instead, the Immortal Arrival sect's biggest branch in the capital of the Great Abyssal Kingdom. He knew Shinwuyo guarded that place, but since Shinwuyo was only at the 5th layer of Tribulation Crossing, Jiang Yifeng felt fully confident. Even so, he did not rush in and instead slipped into the capital to quietly build a trap around the branch. By the 30th year, after a full year of work, he held the last talisman needed to complete a composite trap made from multiple 8th grade formations around the capital branch. A normal 8th grade array would only catch Great Ascension cultivators, so he stacked many of them together to hold Tribulation Crossing experts for a day or two. The plan only worked because the sect had grown arrogant, tightening security at small branches while leaving its largest branch too exposed. With everything in place, he drove the last talisman into the formation and activated the trap. Light erupted around the capital, and a giant shield sealed the whole branch inside. The moment the barrier appeared, hidden Immortal Arrival members all over the area exposed themselves and flew out in panic from their mortal disguises. Jiang Yifeng already knew the sect hid among ordinary people, and in this simulation he did not care what happened to the clueless mortals mixed in with them. He entered his own formation and finally delivered the line he had clearly been saving for years. "Little brats of the Immortal Arrival sect, you are surrounded by me." The immortal slaves stared at him in alarm, but they still attacked first. That only turned into a massacre, because the strongest among them was merely first-layer Tribulation Crossing and Jiang Yifeng tore through them like a beast among sheep. By the time he raised his blade over another fallen immortal slave, his white clothes were already soaked in blood. Then a warning flared in his heart, and when he spun around, several 9th-layer Tribulation Crossing immortal slaves were already closing in. He was shocked, because none of his earlier simulations had revealed top-tier experts hiding in this branch. A moment later he understood this branch mattered too much, so Shinwutian had likely left secret 9th-layer guards here all along. He could only admit he had been careless, and with that, all his planning and even his dream of dragon meat went up in smoke. With no time left, he used his one-time talent face-to-face and silently called by Ruashiue's name. His body trembled once, and he vanished from the trap before the hidden experts could reach him. The Immortal Arrival side was left frowning at the empty battlefield, and Shinwuyo immediately moved to report the incident to Shinwutian. Jiang Yifeng reappeared instantly in front of Bai Ruashue, but his timing could not have been worse. Bai Ruoxue was in the middle of a fierce fight with a fire phoenix, so Jiang Yifeng popped up right between her slash and the phoenix's flames. He barely got out a curse before Bai Ruoxue's sword light and the fire phoenix's flames slammed into him together. At the critical second, he converted all his spiritual energy into primordial energy with divine Tao and hardened his body enough to survive. He lived, but the double strike still left him mangled and covered in blood. Bai Ruoxue instantly realized what had happened, grabbed him without wasting a word, and turned to retreat. The fire phoenix did not chase them and instead mocked Bai Ruoxue from behind as she carried Jiang Yifeng away. That only made Bai Ruoxue angrier, and she shot back that next time she would pluck every feather off that turkey. Still conscious through the pain, Jiang Yifeng suddenly understood why Bai Ruoxue had once thrown him into the Valley of Flames in an earlier simulation. She had been venting this exact grudge. He guessed the phoenix race in the Valley of Flames had suffered because Bai Ruoxue hated this fire phoenix enough to take it out on its relatives. After half a day, Bai Ruoxue brought him to a residence and finally asked how he had escaped the southern regions at all. Knowing she had bribed the mystic turtle herself, Jiang Yifeng lied that he had spent a mountain of resources to bribe his way out too. Bai Ruoxue bought it at once and even gave him a thumbs up, because she thought only someone insanely bold would risk that as a native of the southern regions. When he asked about the outside world, Bai Ruoxue told him they were in the eastern regions, where the celestial verdant sect stood above thousands of other sects. She also revealed that she was only a direct disciple of that sect, which stunned Jiang Yifeng because she was already a 7th layer tribulation crossing expert. Bai Ruoxue did not explain further, and after settling him in, she left him alone in the residence. Jiang Yifeng understood the distance between them. They had only met twice, and her help was already generous for someone she still clearly did not trust. He decided that since he had finally escaped the southern regions, he could keep a low profile and develop by himself instead of relying on anyone. A month later, his body was completely healed thanks to his martial foundation and the powerful recovery of the Imu divine body. Once he was back on his feet, he decided cultivation alone was not enough, and that he needed to learn what the 9 mystic realm was really like beyond the southern regions. He especially wanted to understand the other regions and how the gaps in the southern region ceiling formation connected to the wider world. So in the 31st year, he began traveling through the eastern regions and hunted demonic beasts wherever he went. Years of hunting and devouring demonic beasts steadily fed his martial Tao, and by the 35th year he had broken through to the 7th transcendent layer. The pace was not even faster than his robber days in the southern regions, but it was still solid enough that he felt satisfied. By the 42nd year, after crossing half the eastern regions, he advanced again to the 8th layer of the transcendent realm. The more he saw of the eastern regions, the more striking the contrast became, because cultivation here was open and prosperous instead of hunted and suppressed. Major sects here regularly opened recruitment, and almost anyone with a little talent had a real chance to step onto the cultivation path. Looking at that open world, Jiang Yifeng could only feel sorry for the people of the southern regions, where even asking about cultivators could get someone killed by the immortal arrival sect. By the 50th year, Jiang Yifeng pushed his martial Tao to the 9th level of the transcendent realm and happened to run into Bai Ruoxue again in the eastern regions. He immediately pressed Bai Ruoxue for routes out of the eastern regions, hoping to reach the other major regions instead of simply going south. Bai Ruoxue started to answer, but the moment she tried to recall more, her face twisted in pain like something in her mind had slammed shut. A second later, Bai Ruoxue collapsed and rolled on the ground clutching her head, leaving Jiang Yifeng stunned by how violently that one question hit her. After a long while, she finally got up and, as if the topic had flipped in her head, asked Jiang Yifeng how he had left the southern regions instead. That question sent a cold jolt through him, because Bai Ruoxue clearly was not pretending and seemed to have lost the very memory he was asking about. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Yifeng briefly suspected some hidden powerhouse was watching and suppressing what could be remembered here. He soon rejected the simple explanation and came to a darker guess. Maybe the southern regions and the other major regions were all closed playgrounds controlled from the immortal realm. Since Bai Ruoxue herself knew nothing usable, Jiang Yifeng quickly switched plans and decided to get answers from the strongest sect in the eastern regions instead. So he smoothly told Bai Ruoxue he wanted to join her sect, using the request as a way to get closer to people who might actually know the truth. Bai Ruoxue thought it over and agreed to introduce him, because his strength and talent were more than enough for the celestial verdant sect to accept. In the 51st year, Bai Ruoxue's introduction got Jiang Yifeng into the celestial verdant sect as a guest elder rather than a true disciple. The title sounded grand, but Jiang Yifeng could tell guest elder was really the compromise slot for a powerful newcomer the sect still did not trust. He accepted it anyway, because even limited access inside the sect was still better than starting from the bottom as an ordinary disciple. Years passed fast, and by the 55th year Jiang Yifeng had reached the peak of the transcendent realm in martial Tao and the peak of great ascension in immortal Tao. By the 56th year, he finally broke through again, stepping into half-saint in martial Tao and tribulation crossing in immortal Tao almost back to back. But the moment his immortal Tao hit tribulation crossing, thunderclouds piled up overhead and a real heavenly tribulation began to gather. That shocked him, because in the southern regions he had never seen ordinary tribulation crossing breakthroughs trigger lightning like this. His nerves spiked at once, and he even feared this strange tribulation might be another move by the immortals hiding behind the world's secrets. Before he could overthink it, Sect Master Bai Moyu's voice cut through the tension and ordered him to leave the sect's bounds before the tribulation struck. Jiang Yifeng instantly realized how much damage the tribulation could cause inside the sect, so he flew out without hesitation. 3 days later, he survived the lightning tribulation and returned to the celestial verdant sect alive. As soon as he came back, Bai Moyu summoned him and stared long enough to make the room feel heavy before speaking. Bai Moyu's first question was blunt. How could Jiang Yifeng reach tribulation crossing without even knowing that such a breakthrough should trigger heavenly tribulation? That hit Jiang Yifeng hard, because he had assumed his experience was just personal when it was actually basic common knowledge here. Then Bai Moyu pressed further and demanded to know who Jiang Yifeng really was and where he had come from. Realizing Bai Ruoxue had kept his origin secret, Jiang Yifeng chose not to dodge and plainly admitted that he came from the southern regions. He gambled on honesty because Bai Ruoxue's broken memory had already convinced him this sect master probably knew part of the same hidden truth. Bai Moyu gave a thoughtful sigh and answered in a way that only deepened the mystery. If not the southern regions, where else could Jiang Yifeng have come from? Before Jiang Yifeng could react, Bai Moyu simply reached out, seized him, and locked him down so completely that resistance was useless. Bai Moyu did not attack him, but carried him away at high speed instead, and the trip itself was enough to prove how terrifying the sect master's strength really was. Even after checking with the Eye of Insight and seeing only 9th level tribulation crossing, Jiang Yifeng had just learned the hard way that a realm label alone did not mean equal strength. After half a day, Bai Moyu brought him deep into the celestial verdant sect, all the way to a towering peak Jiang Yifeng had never been allowed near before. There, Bai Moyu formed a few incantations and opened a hidden passage under the mountain right in front of him. Bai Moyu took Jiang Yifeng into the hidden passage, and once they were inside, he finally let him walk free at his side. Jiang Yifeng stayed quiet and followed, deciding that if Bai Moyu really meant to kill him, he would never need this much secrecy and effort. They kept ascending for 5 or 6 hours, and by the time Bai Moyu stopped, Jiang Yifeng knew they had gone tens of thousands of meters underground. At the end of the descent, a massive bronze gate blocked the way, making the buried place ahead feel even stranger. Bai Moyu placed his hand on the bronze gate, and the moment it opened, a powerful suction yanked Jiang Yifeng straight through. When the pull ended, Jiang Yifeng found himself in a vast hidden hall with Bai Moyu standing beside him as if this impossible place were perfectly normal. Before he could ask anything, Jiang Yifeng spotted a crystal coffin ahead with a man lying inside it. One look from the coffin to Bai Moyu and back was enough to freeze him, because the man inside was exactly the same as Bai Moyu. Then Bai Moyu calmly opened the coffin, lay down inside it, and merged with the preserved body right in front of Jiang Yifeng. The result was immediate and terrifying, because Bai Moyu's aura surged so far upward that Jiang Yifeng's Eye of Insight could no longer read him at all. That instantly reminded Jiang Yifeng of monsters like Shen Wujian, and for one ugly moment he feared Bai Moyu might want his divine Dao cultivation too. Bai Moyu smiled and reassured him at once, saying he was still the same person, which eased the pressure only a little. With no real way to resist anyway, Jiang Yifeng steadied himself and finally asked why Bai Moyu had brought him to this buried chamber. Bai Moyu explained that his true cultivation and some of his memories could not safely exist outside, so he had sealed them here and only recovered them when needed. Then he baited Jiang Yifeng with exactly the topic he cared about most, asking whether he wanted to know the truth of the 9 mystic realm. Jiang Yifeng finally understood that Bai Moyu really did know far more than he had ever dared to show in public. What he still could not understand was why Bai Moyu would expose such a deadly secret to him at all. Seeing the doubt on his face, Bai Moyu lightly teased him and said the reason was simple. Since Jiang Yifeng came from the southern regions, they were bound to stand on the same side. Bai Moyu finally led him to the center of the hall, where 3 maps were laid out as the real answer. He asked Jiang Yifeng to look carefully and tell him what had changed between the maps. After staring for a while, Jiang Yifeng cautiously gave the answer that mattered most. The continent had been shattered apart. Bai Moyu confirmed it with a sorrowful face and said the 3 maps recorded how the 9 mystic realm had changed over time. Once Jiang Yifeng heard these were maps of the 9 mystic realm itself, he examined them again and started piecing together where the eastern regions should have been. He finally looked up and asked the obvious question, weren't they standing in the eastern regions right now? Bai Moyu answered with a grim half-denial, saying this land could no longer truly be called the eastern regions at all. What remained here was only a giant drifting landmass that once belonged to the eastern regions but had broken away and floated south toward the southern regions. At that point everything clicked for Jiang Yifeng, and he mentally connected the southern region's mysterious cracks in the ceiling formation to the broken geography on the maps. The maps explained how another region could exist beyond the southern region's own southern edge, because the world's land itself had shifted and broken apart. But once that answer settled, one bigger question rose in its place for Jiang Yifeng. What kind of disaster could have shattered an entire continent like that?